fell from the sky in the clouds. In the blink of an eye, 100 demigods blocked their way. Jin Juyu. When they saw the 100 demigods who suddenly appeared before them, and the old man at the peak of the demigod realm who was leading them, Zhuge Ming and the others were stunned, and Zhuge Ming even exclaimed. Afterwards, Zhuge Ming looked at the old man at the peak of the demigod realm who was leading the group and gritted his teeth and said, Jin Juyu, what do you mean by this? Do you want to rebel against your superiors? As he spoke, Zhuge Ming looked back again, and saw 70 or 80 demigods in Lingshu City flying out directly. Together with the more than 100 demigods in front of them, they directly surrounded their group of 31 people. This scene made Zhuge Ming's heart tremble for no reason. Zhuge Ming was like this, and the other 30 demigods were no exception. Nervous, anxious, and even more uneasy. At this time, Jin Juyu looked at Zhuge Jing and sneered, saying, Rebellion. Zhuge Ming, do you think you are worthy of us rebelling? You. Hearing this, Zhuge Ming was furious, but he suppressed his anger and said, Jin Juyu, what on earth do you want to do? What? Jin Juyu sneered, we are here to recruit you on the orders of the Holy Sun. According to the order of the Holy Sun, you want to recruit us. Zhuge Ming couldn't help but be stunned. That's right. Jin Juyu responded, then looked at Zhuge Ming and said in a loud voice, do you surrender or not? Chapter 1281 You win. Will you surrender, or not? As soon as Jin Juyu said this, the whole place fell into dead silence. The 30 demigod deacons around Zhuge Ming turned their heads to look at him. Not only that, each of these demigods had a solemn and worried look on their faces. The demigods are like this, and Zhuge Ming is no exception. At this moment, looking at Jin Juyu in front of him and the nearly 200 demigods who surrounded him, Zhuge Ming frowned and his face was gloomy. As one of the 3 deputy masters of the temple, he was not a fool, let alone an idiot. At this moment, how could he not see that Wu Zhengyi's request for help was simply a trap, and the one who set this trap was none other than the new holy son Ye Bufan. There can't be 2 tigers in one mountain. Ye Bufan clearly wanted to subdue them so that he could completely control the temple. His wolfish ambitions are already obvious. Zhuge Ming had never expected Ye Bufan to be so ambitious, and that he would act so quickly and fiercely. Most importantly, when did you submit to Ye Bufan? Looking at Jin Juyu and his group, Zhuge Ming frowned and couldn't help but ask. Want to know? Jin Juyu smiled slightly and said, since you want to know, it's okay to tell you. Just before you were summoned by His Highness, we surrendered to His Highness. How is that possible? Zhuge Ming exclaimed, seeming a little unbelievable. Nothing is impossible, Jin Juyu said with a leisurely smile. You. Zhuge Ming was stunned for a moment, then he said, what benefit did he give you? I'll give you double. Hee hee. Hearing this, Jin Juyu sneered. What do you mean? Zhuge Ming asked with a frown. What's the meaning? Jin Juyu sneered and said with disdain. Zhuge Ming, you are too naive. Do you really think you can buy us off? Or, do you think you, a mere deputy hall master, can compete with His Highness? A clown who doesn't know what he's talking about. Let me tell you, if His Highness wants to kill you, it will only take a wave of his hand. You. Upon hearing this, Zhuge Ming became furious. Jin Juyu ignored him and looked directly at Zhuge Ming and shouted coldly, Zhuge Ming, stop talking nonsense. Are you going to surrender or not? If I don't surrender, what can you do to me? Could it be that you really dare to attack me? Zhuge Ming said, gritting his teeth while staring at Jin Juyu. Why not? But at this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded in the distance. Call out. Ye Bufan rushed over and arrived in front of Zhuge Ming and his group in an instant. I am waiting to see His Highness. Seeing Ye Bufan coming, Jin Juyu and 200 other demigods immediately knelt on one knee and said. Everyone, get up. Ye Bufan waved his hand. Yes, Your Highness. Nearly 200 demigods stood up instantly. It's you, Ye Bufan. At this time, Zhuge Ming gritted his teeth, stared at Ye Bufan and said in a deep voice. It's me, young master. Ye Bufan said with a smile. You. Zhuge Ming's face darkened, and then he suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice, Ye Bufan, you and I should not interfere with each other, so I advise you to let us go quickly, otherwise. How else would you like to stay? Ye Bufan asked with a smile. Zhuge Ming was speechless and didn't know how to answer for a moment. Ye Bufan spoke again, his face grim, I'll give you 10 seconds to think about it. Surrender or die. Buzz. Upon hearing this, Zhuge Ming and the other 31 demigods could not help but feel shocked. How dare you? Zhuge Ming glared at Ye Bufan and shouted angrily. Why wouldn't I dare? Ye Bufan shrugged, looking relaxed and natural. You. Zhuge Ming was furious. If you kill us, how will you explain to the temple? How will you explain to the temple master? Confess. Ye Bufan shook his head, then smiled and said, the deputy hall master Zhuge Ming was ambushed by the Heavenly Demon clan in the Heavenly Demon battlefield, and died along with the 30 demigods who accompanied him. As he spoke, Ye Bufan looked at Zhuge Ming with a hint of amusement in his eyes, and said, Hall Master Zhuge, do you think is this explanation reasonable? Hearing this, Zhuge Ming's pupils shrank, his body trembled, and he said, you are despicable. Thank you for the compliment. Ye Bufan said with a smile, then his face darkened and he said, the time starts now. After a pause, Ye Bufan looked at Zhuge Ming and his group and added, remember, you only have 10 seconds. Anyone who does not submit to me within 10 seconds will be killed immediately after 10 seconds, no matter who they are. Buzz. Hearing this, Zhuge Ming and others were startled again. 10. Ye Bufan had already started counting down. Palace Master Zhuge. In an instant, 30 demigods looked at Zhuge Ming with inquiring eyes. 9. Looking at Ye Bufan, and then at the nearly 200 demigods who were waiting in a serious manner around him, Zhuge Ming felt nervous and a drop of cold sweat rolled down his forehead. 8. Ye Bufan's voice was stern, and the murderous intent of nearly 200 demigods was revealed. 7. Gurgle. Around Zhuge Ming, 30 demigods couldn't help but swallow. 6. Bang. Suddenly, a demigod finally couldn't bear the torment in his heart. He knelt on the ground, looked at Ye Bufan, and said, Your Highness, I am willing to surrender. You. Seeing this scene, Zhuge Ming gritted his teeth and was furious. Hee. Ye Bufan smiled slightly and continued to count down. 5. Bang bang bang. But at this moment, 3 more people knelt on the ground to express their submission. Not only that, with the surrender of the previous person and these 3 people, the persistence and defense in the hearts of the other demigods present collapsed and disappeared in an instant. It is better to live a miserable life than to die. It is meaningless to persist at this moment. Since it is meaningless, why should we continue to persist? Bang. Bang. In an instant, except Zhuge Ming, the other 30 demigods all knelt on the ground to express their submission. You. Seeing this scene, Zhuge Ming felt a sudden sense of powerlessness in his heart. The game is over. Bang. He collapsed on the ground, looked at Ye Bufan, and said with a frustrated look, You win. Chapter 1282 Dongfang Chuyu is stunned. You win. When these 3 words came out of Zhuge Ming's mouth, he was like a deflated ball. He looked depressed, his eyes were dull, and he seemed a little listless. The situation is hopeless and people's hearts are broken. Zhuge Ming knew that he was completely doomed this time. As for pretending to surrender, he had never thought about it. After all, he knew very well that Ye Bufan was not a fool. If he was not absolutely sure of controlling himself, he would never act rashly. Now that he had done so, it meant that he had no chance of turning the tables or changing everything. This is also true. If he wasn't absolutely sure, would Ye Bufan act rashly? If Ye Bufan was not absolutely sure, would he take action against a deputy temple lord? Not at all. Of course, the reason why Ye Bufan was so confident about subduing Zhuge Ming was entirely because of Feng Hen in the Cemetery of Gods and Demons. Because Feng Hen had tampered with the memories of these people, Ye Bufan didn't need to consider whether these people were truly loyal to him. No matter whether you were sincere or not, once you entered the Cemetery of Gods and Demons, you all had to surrender. Since you are all willing to submit to me, then follow me to one place. Looking at the 31 demigods in front of him, including Zhuge Ming, Ye Bufan spoke directly. Going somewhere. Where? All 31 demigods were stunned. Ye Bufan had already taken out the Heaven Burial Palace and said, Let's all go in. This. After looking at Ye Bufan and then at the Burial Heaven Palace in front of them, Zhuge Ming and the other 31 demigods hesitated slightly. Why, you don't want to? Seeing this, Ye Bufan frowned, and then said in a deep voice, Don't forget, you have all submitted to me. Since you have submitted to me, should you obey my orders? Or your so-called submission is just a temporary measure, just to appease me in order to protect yourself? Buzz. Upon hearing this, Zhuge Ming and the other 31 people were all shocked. Ye Bufan looked at them, then changed the subject and said with disdain, You are like ants trapped in a jar. If I really wanted to harm you, would I have to go to such great lengths? Yes. Upon hearing this, Zhuge Ming and others were stunned. Others are the butchers and I am the meat. At this moment, if Ye Bufan really wanted to murder them, there was no need for him to do so. With nearly 200 demigods attacking them together, they would surely die. Now, I'll give you the last 3 seconds. Go in, or die. Before Zhuge Ming and the others could think about it, Ye Bufan spoke again in a cold voice. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Jin Juyu and others immediately released their murderous intent, covering Zhuge Ming and the other 30 demigods. A cold breath. A fierce murderous intent. All of this made Zhuge Ming and the others' bodies and even their souls tremble uncontrollably. Others are the butchers and I am the meat. At this moment, they had no choice at all unless they wanted to die, but whether it was Zhuge Ming or the other 30 demigods, they did not want to die. It is better to live a miserable life than to die. Immediately, Zhuge Ming took the lead and walked towards the burial heaven palace. Seeing this, the other 30 people no longer hesitated. Watching Zhuge Ming and others walking towards the burial palace, Ye Bufan had a faint smile on his face. As long as Zhuge Ming and others entered the burial palace, as long as he brought them into the cemetery of gods and demons, then everything would be a foregone conclusion and could never be changed. In fact, when things came to this point, the ending was already doomed. After Zhuge Ming and 31 other demigods had all entered the heaven burial palace, Ye Bufan directly folded up the heaven burial palace, then disappeared from the spot and entered the cemetery of gods and demons. Half an hour later, outside Lingshu City, Zhuge Ming, contact the remaining demigods in your faction now and ask them to come to Lingshu City as soon as possible. Looking at Zhuge Ming who had completely surrendered in front of him, Ye Bufan spoke directly. Yes, master. Zhuge Ming responded. Ye Bufan frowned and said, just call me your highness. When we return to the temple, everything will be the same as before. You must not tell anyone that you have submitted to me. Yes, your highness. Zhuge Ming and 31 other demigods responded immediately. Ye Bufan nodded and said, let's make a quick decision and contact other demigods to come. Yes. Zhuge Ming responded and began to contact other demigods in his faction. As the leader of a faction, no one in Zhuge Ming's faction would question his words, and no one would refuse his orders. 20 minutes later, all the remaining demigods of Zhuge Ming's faction came to the outside of Lingshu City. Holy Sun! The moment they saw Ye Bufan, these demigods were stunned. It was obvious that they had never expected that Ye Bufan would be outside Lingshu City. Then they all looked at Zhuge Ming standing aside. Zhuge Ming naturally knew what these demigods were thinking, so he said directly, I know you have a lot of questions in your hearts, but you all need to listen to me. No matter what you are thinking, you only need to remember one thing. After a pause, Zhuge Ming continued, His Highness will take us to a place later, and all you have to do is keep it secret, and keep it secret again. What happened today, except for yourselves, you must never mention it to anyone else. Otherwise, don't blame me, Zhuge Ming, for being rude to you. Well, hearing this, the demigods were stunned. The next second, someone asked directly, Deputy Palace Master, I wonder where is His Highness going to take us? I just told you not to ask too many questions. Have you forgotten it so quickly unexpectedly? Zhuge Ming looked at the other party and scolded him. The demigod who was speaking was suddenly at a loss for words. Zhuge Ming no longer paid attention to him, but looked directly at Ye Bufan who was standing beside him and said, Your Highness, let's begin. Ye Bufan nodded and took out the Heaven Burial Palace directly. Everyone, go in. As soon as the Heaven Burial Palace appeared, Zhuge Ming looked at the demigods present and spoke. The demigods hesitated slightly. Deputy Palace Master, this isn't it a trick? One of the demigods glanced at Ye Bufan, then looked at Zhuge Ming with a defensive look. It's a fraud, sir. Zhuge Ming immediately cursed, do you think I am a fool? Or do you think I am easy to deceive? After a pause, Zhuge Ming continued, let me tell you, I spent a huge price to buy this opportunity from His Royal Highness the Holy Sun. The place we are going to next has an inheritance that you can't even imagine. As long as you can obtain the inheritance there, you will definitely be able to break through the semi-god level and enter the god realm in the future. Of course, whether you can obtain the inheritance depends on whether you have the opportunity. After all, even if you go, you may not be able to obtain the inheritance. But one thing is certain, if you don't go, you will never have the opportunity to obtain these peerless inheritances. A peerless inheritance. Break through the demigod realm and enter the divine realm. As soon as Zhuge Ming finished speaking, the eyes of the demigods all lit up. Let me ask you, who can resist the power of the divine realm? However, some people still looked at Ye Bufan and Zhuge Ming and couldn't help asking, Your Highness, and the Deputy Palace Master, do you know what that place is? Why haven't we heard of it before? I have already said it very clearly just now, and it is also very understandable. If you want to go, follow me, and if you don't want to go, go back to the temple. Why are there so many questions? Zhuge Ming said, and then waved his hand and said, Those who want to go, follow me, and those who don't want to go, remember to keep it a secret. As soon as Zhuge Ming finished speaking, he walked towards the burial heaven palace. Behind him, the 30 demigods who had been subdued by Ye Bufan like him did not hesitate at all and followed him directly. Seeing this scene, the demigods who came later hesitated slightly. It's not that they don't trust Zhuge Ming, but they are on guard against Ye Bufan. After all, you can't have the intention to harm others, but you must be on guard against others. However, since Zhuge Ming, the leader of a faction, has already taken action, what do they need to worry about? What's more, they can't resist or refuse the temptation of the God realm. So, seeing Zhuge Ming and 30 demigods of their faction heading towards the heaven burial palace, these demigods who came later did not hesitate anymore and followed them. As a result, they all naturally surrendered to Ye Bufan. Let's go back to the temple. Outside Lingshu City, Ye Bufan stood proudly in the air, looking at the nearly 300 demigods in front of him, waved his hand, and said with high spirits. In one day, except for Dongfang Chuyu, nearly 300 demigods from the 4 major factions of the temple, led by Zhuge Ming, Jia Saitong, and Yin Chofeng, all surrendered to Ye Bufan. It can be said that as long as Dongfang Chuyu's faction is taken down, Ye Bufan will be able to cover the sky with one hand in the temple. As for Yang Xian, how about the temple master? So what if he is a powerful servant of God? By that time, Yang Xian would be a commander without troops, and his power would be completely hollowed out. Moreover, Ye Bufan would no longer be afraid of Yang Xian taking action against him. After all the demigods in the temple were in Ye Bufan's hands. If a fight really broke out, Yang Xian might not be Ye Bufan's opponent. Of course, this is all later. Moreover, Ye Bufan believed that neither he nor Yang Xian would attack each other unless it was absolutely necessary. Yes, Your Highness. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, nearly 300 demigods responded in unison. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The next second, nearly 300 demigods flew into the air and returned to the temple. 1,500 meters away from Lingshu City. Dongfang Chuyu stood above the sky, watching Ye Bufan and his group leaving in the distance. Her face turned pale and her body couldn't help but tremble. Originally, she just felt that there was something wrong with Wu Zhengyi's request for help, so she followed secretly out of curiosity. However, she didn't expect that outside Lingshu City, the demon didn't see it, but she saw the 3 major factions of Zhuge Ming, Jia Saitong, and Yin Chofeng bowing to Ye Bufan. The most important thing is that she clearly saw the changes in Zhuge Ming and others before and after their disappearance. It was obvious that Ye Bufan had done something to make them surrender wholeheartedly. In Dongfang Chuyu's opinion, Zhuge Ming and others are now no different from zombie puppets. How could she not be shocked? How could she not be afraid? After all, the 3 major factions have surrendered, and now there is only the last faction headed by her left in the entire temple. In this case, will Ye Bufan let her go? Not at all. Thinking of the fate of Zhuge Ming and others, Dongfang Chuyu couldn't help but tremble in his soul. Chapter 1283. If there is a problem, find the sun. In just a few hours, Ye Bufan successfully subdued all the demigods in the 3 major factions inside the temple, led by Zhuge Ming, Yin Chofeng, and Jia Saitong. Not only that, because these demigods were in charge of the entire temple, controlling these demigods was equivalent to controlling the temple. In other words, in just a few hours, except for Dongfang Chuyu's faction, Ye Bufan had already controlled 3/4 of the temple. Of course, inside the temple, in addition to the 4 major factions, there are also the Saint Lingu Shui and the temple master Yang Xian. However, Ye Bufan obviously did not take them seriously, especially after he controlled nearly 300 demigods from the 3 major factions of Zhuge Ming, Yin Chofeng, and Jia Saitong. Ye Bufan was even more dismissive of Lingu Shui and the others. What about the saint, the palace master, and the servant god? A tiger cannot stand up to a pack of wolves. He has 300 demigods in his hands, so why should he be afraid of a mere servant god Yang Xian? If he gets mad, they will attack him together. The 300 demigods will directly beat up this mere demigod. Ye Bufan believed that even if the 300 demigods could not kill Yang Xian, a powerful servant of the gods, they could definitely beat him half to death. Would it be difficult to kill him then? Not difficult. That would be absolutely a piece of cake. Of course, Ye Bufan would not take action against Yang Xian unless it was absolutely necessary. After all, Ye Bufan understood the principle that while the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. He and Yang Xian are both members of the human race. Once the two of them fight, it will only benefit the Sky Demon clan in the end, and it may even bring a direct disaster to the human race. Therefore, if Ye Bufan can avoid taking action, he will definitely not take action. But if the time comes when he has to take action, Ye Bufan will definitely not hesitate at all and will take action directly. In short, although Yang Xian is still the master of the temple and a powerful servant of the gods, in Ye Bufan's opinion, Yang Xian is no longer a threat to him. Once he subdues Dongfang Chuyu's faction, it will be time for the temple to change dynasties. Of course, this is all later. Inside the temple, Ye Bufan successfully subdued nearly 300 demigods from the three major factions. Outside the temple, in the Tianwai Tianren camp, Qian Duoduo had also initially completed his plan to make money. 1 city, 10 posts. If you believe it, it only means that you are too naive, or you don't even know what it means to be shameless and invincible. In order to make money, Qian Duoduo will do anything. The entire auction was supposed to be held in 10 lots for 1 city, but what was the result? In Tianwai Tian, among all the Linglong Pavilion auctions, the least number of copies sold was 18, and the most was 36. Moreover, the transaction price of each copy of the Holy Sun Invitation was around 1.5 billion stones. It is conceivable how crazy this was. Let's assume that he has 20 copies of the Holy Sun's Invitation for each city. 1 copy of the Holy Sun's Invitation is 1.5 billion, and 20 copies is 30 billion. This is just the income of 1 city. How many cities are there in Tianwai Tian? 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. There is no doubt that the number of cities occupied by the entire human race is definitely over 100,000. Even if we calculate it based on 100,000, 1 city is 30 billion, so how many cities are there in 100,000? That is absolutely an unimaginable astronomical figure. That is why, nowadays, Qian Duoduo is definitely the richest man in the entire Tianwai Tian. In terms of financial resources, if he is second, no one dares to claim to be first. But is that enough? Obviously not enough. People die for money, and birds die for food. Qian Duoduo's life motto is if you don't make money, you're a bastard. Therefore, right after the auction ended, Linglong Pavilions in major cities announced to the public, Linglong Pavilion will sell unlimited quantities of the Holy Sun Invitation, each priced at 1 billion stones. When this news came out, the entire human race fell into deathly silence. Unlimited sale of Holy Sun Invitation. Still 1 billion per share. Nima. In this case, what does the previous auction count for? After a brief silence, the entire human race erupted instantly. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? You can buy a Holy Sun Invitation for 1 billion yuanxi. Is that true? Didn't they say that at the auction just now, all the major families fought hard and spent at least 1.5 billion yuanxi to bid for a Holy Sun Invitation? What is this now? This is too bad, isn't it? Who says it's not true? I guess those people who took the photos of the Holy Sun Invitation must have very interesting expressions now. It's more than exciting. I think they even want to destroy Linglong Pavilion. This is the difference between the two, is a full 500 million or 600 million yuanxi. This is 500 million or 600 million, and the auction has just ended, and the auction item has been directly reduced by hundreds of millions, and it is also available in unlimited quantities. This is who can accept it. In fact, this is true. Linglong Pavilion sells unlimited quantities of the Holy Sun Invitation, and each one is priced at only 1 billion stones. When they first received the news, the families that had already bid for the Holy Sun's Invitation didn't believe it at all. After all, if this was true, then what was the previous auction of Linglong Pavilion? But soon, they were stunned, dumbfounded, and even angry, because all of this was actually true. 1 billion copies, unlimited sales. Nima. What does Linglong Pavilion think of us? Are you being taken advantage of? This is intolerable, what else can we not tolerate? My uncle can tolerate it, but my aunt can't. In an instant, in all the major cities, the families that had already bid for the Holy Sun's invitation rushed to Linglong Pavilion. After all, even for them, 500 or 600 million stones was not a small amount. But when they arrived at Linglong Pavilion, they were confused again. Why? It's very simple, because of the response from the servant of Linglong Pavilion. The general content is as follows. You want us to give you an explanation. Yes. What do you want to say? What's that? What the hell are you talking about? At the beginning, you, Linglong Pavilion, said that only 10 Holy Sun invitations would be auctioned in a city, but what happened when the auction started? Did you really only auction 10 Holy Sun invitations? That would be fine, but now that the auction has just ended, you actually lowered the price by 500 or 600 million, and sold unlimited Holy Sun invitations at a price of 1 billion. In this case, what is the previous auction? What are we? Are you treating us as suckers? Are you stupid? My friend, you seem to have made a mistake. What's up? Where did you buy this Holy Sun invitation from? Nonsense, of course I bought it from your Linglong Pavilion. Any problem? It's a big problem. What's the problem? Do you think we are in Linglong Pavilion? If this isn't Linglong Pavilion, what is it? Take a closer look at our sign. Shop sign. The members of the major families looked up at the plaque above their heads in astonishment. Then, when they saw the words on the plaque, they were dumbfounded and confused. Longling Pavilion. Yes, Longling Pavilion. The words on the plaque are still the same 3 words, but the order of the first 2 words has been swapped. In this way, this place is no longer Linglong Pavilion, but has become Longling Pavilion. But, do you think we are idiots? You want to cut off ties with Linglong Pavilion just because it's changed to Longling Pavilion. You are simply dreaming. Looking at the servant in front of them, the major families were furious. If they really want to distance themselves from the matter, they should at least change the plaque and the people. At least this way they won't give anyone a chance to criticize them. But as for Linglong Pavilion, they just changed Linglong Pavilion to Longling Pavilion. Isn't this too hasty and perfunctory? Are they so easy to fool in the eyes of Linglong Pavilion? Are they all idiots in the eyes of Linglong Pavilion? This is simply outrageous. Ahem. Facing the anger of the crowd, the servant just coughed lightly and said, "Everyone, there is one thing you must have made a mistake. This Linglong Pavilion is different from Longling Pavilion." Different? How is it different? The major families were furious. Fuck you, isn't it just that the 2 words, Linglong, were swapped? But so what? Linglong Pavilion is still Longling Pavilion, and Longling Pavilion is still your Linglong Pavilion. In the final analysis, this is still the same store. No, this is not the same store. The president of Linglong Pavilion is the Saint Sun's father-in-law, and the president of Longling Pavilion is His Royal Highness the Saint Sun. How can this be the same store? I don't give a FCK about you being a saint. Wait, what did you just say? Who is the president of Longling Pavilion? Son of the Temple. What about Linglong Pavilion? The father-in-law of His Royal Highness the Saint, President Qian Duoduo. In an instant, everyone was in chaos. Linglong Pavilion, Longling Pavilion. The president of Linglong Pavilion is Qian Duoduo. The president of Longling Pavilion is Ye Bufan. Damn, in this case, this is really not the same store. But, before everyone could think about it, the servant spoke again. Longling Pavilion is now selling unlimited quantities of the Holy Sun invitation for 1 billion yuan stones each. If you want to buy it, we welcome you. If you want to make trouble or have any questions, please go to the temple to ask His Highness the Holy Sun. Of course, if you have any needs, you can also ask His Highness to visit each family in person. Visit. I'm visiting your uncle. What would happen if Ye Bufan, the crazy and powerful thief, went to their respective families? I'm afraid it wouldn't be a visit, but a direct raid on their homes and extermination of their clans. Chapter 1284. Dongfang Chuyu is in seclusion. If you have any questions, look for the sun. Looking at the fearless servant of Linglong Pavilion, in front of them, the people from the major families present couldn't help but grit their teeth and clench their fists. Their cold eyes looked as if they wanted to eat the servant alive. Nowadays, everyone in Tianyi knows that the current holy son of the temple, Ye Bufan, is not only strong and domineering, but also kills people without blinking an eye. If you go to cause trouble for him, wouldn't that be tantamount to seeking your own death? Are you going to lose your life for hundreds of millions of yuanshi? People from the big families are not that stupid. After all, although money is important, what is the use of it if you lose your life? So, after hearing the servant say, "If you have any problems, find the Holy Sun," although the people from the major families were angry, they all stopped. There is no way. I can't afford to offend you, so I can only endure it. Of course, this is just the idea of those who bought the invitation from the Son of God at the auction. For those who did not buy the invitation from the Son of God at the auction, this is definitely a good thing. 1 billion copies, unlimited supply. Although it was a bit of a rip-off, at least they could buy the Holy Sun invitation, and it was 500 to 600 million yuanshi cheaper than the previous auction. In that case, what are you waiting for? In one word, buy it. As a result, in every city of the human race in Tianyi, a scene of major families scrambling to buy the Holy Sun's invitation appeared in front of the door of Linglong Pavilion. However, this scene made those who had already bought the Holy Sun invitation at the auction gnash their teeth. In the end, they could only leave in anger with an out-of-sight out-of-mind attitude. Temple of the Sun. Puff. Hearing Zhuge Ming's report, Ye Bufan couldn't help but spit out the tea he had just taken. Then he wiped his mouth and twitched his mouth, saying in a messy voice, "Linglong Pavilion. Longling Pavilion. Uncle Qian is too good at playing, isn't he?" Ye Bufan proposed the Holy Sun invitation in order to obtain yuanshi for use in the Shenwu continent, and he also handed the matter over to Qian Duoduo. After all, when it comes to the ability to make money, if Qian Duoduo is second, no one would dare to claim to be the first. Therefore, it is absolutely most appropriate to let Qian Duoduo handle this matter. But Ye Bufan never expected that Qian Duoduo would be so crazy. Linglong Pavilion, Longling Pavilion. Auction, unlimited supply. This is such a cruel scam. Especially for those who have already bought the Holy Sun's invitation at the auction, this is absolutely unacceptable to them. Ye Bufan believed that these people must hate Qian Duoduo and himself now. But will Ye Bufan care? Not at all. The strong are respected and the weak are preyed upon. In this world, as long as you are strong enough, even if someone hates you, you will only bury this hatred deep in your heart. Of course, Ye Bufan is not a fool. He would never do such a stupid thing as offending so many families just for some material things. Ye Bufan is like this, and Qian Duoduo is no exception. Although Qian Duoduo had cheated these people and made them hate the two of them, Ye Bufan believed that after the Feast of the Holy Sun began the day after tomorrow, these families would forget everything that had happened before and they would even thank him. Why? Because of profit. During the Holy Sun Feast, Ye Bufan will provide enough benefits to the major families. Although these benefits may not be as much as the yuanshi spent by the major families, they are what they lack the most and what they need the most. Therefore, Ye Bufan is not afraid of offending them before the feast, because once the feast begins, all of this will disappear. It is precisely because Qian Duoduo knows all this that he dares to offend people so unscrupulously. Of course, Qian Duoduo also has his own intentions and purposes for doing this. He used the auction to raise the price of the Son of God's invitation. In this way, even if he sold an unlimited number of the Son of God's invitation at the price of 1 billion per copy, there would definitely be crazy rushes by all the major families to buy them. After all, compared to the auction, the current price of 1 billion was already 500 to 600 million yuanshi cheaper. This huge price difference would make it easier for people to accept. As the saying goes, if you don't take advantage of a good opportunity, you're a bastard. Given the existing demand for the Son of God's invitation, coupled with the huge discount, Qian Duoduo believes that the vast majority of families in Tianyi will purchase the Son of God's invitation, and some of them will even grit their teeth and borrow some money to purchase the Son of God's invitation. To put it bluntly, Qian Duoduo held the auction simply to stimulate consumption and pave the way for the current unlimited sales. After all, no matter how high the price of the Son of God's invitation was at the auction, the number sold would be limited. But unlimited sales are different. The more people buy, the greater the harvest will be. Ultimately, if you want to make huge profits, you still have to rely on quantity to win. Your Highness, should we take action to stop this Linglong Pavilion incident? Ye Bufan was thinking in his heart, Zhuge Ming spoke again, and his face was full of resentment while speaking. If it weren't for the rumors outside that the president of Linglong Pavilion, Qian Duoduo, was Ye Bufan's father-in-law, Zhuge Ming would have led his people to flatten Linglong Pavilion long ago. After all, for a mere sum of money, he actually destroyed His Highness's reputation and made enemies for His Highness. In Zhuge Ming's opinion, Qian Duoduo's behavior was simply courting death. After Zhuge Ming finished speaking, Ye Bufan immediately came back to his senses, but waved his hand and said, "No need, Linglong Pavilion's matter was instructed by me, they can do whatever they want, the temple does not need to interfere, and shall not interfere." "Your Highness, did you instruct me?" Hearing this, Zhuge Ming widened his eyes and looked at Ye Bufan with disbelief. Ye Bufan responded. This. Zhuge Ming was distracted and even a little confused. "Your Highness, why are you doing this?" "Do this. I know the whole story, so you don't need to ask about it." Zhuge Ming wanted to persuade him, but Ye Bufan had already spoken to him. "Yes, Your Highness." Zhuge Ming was stunned at first, then he responded, but then he spoke again. "Your Highness, I have something else to report, it is about Dongfang Chuyu." "Dongfang Chuyu?" Ye Bufan frowned and asked, "What's the matter?" "It is like this, Your Highness." Zhuge Ming said without hesitation. "Just now, not long after I came back from Lingshu City, Dongfang Chuyu found me. Not only did she entrust me with some unimportant matters, she also claimed that she was going to start her retreat." "Retreat?" Ye Bufan was slightly stunned. "Yes." Zhuge Ming responded, and then continued, "If it were just that, then there would be nothing strange about it, but Dongfang Chuyu not only wants to be in seclusion but also in a dead-end seclusion. She said that she would never come out of seclusion unless she became a servant of the gods. Moreover, she also summoned all the demigods of her faction to her seclusion place, saying that she wanted them to guard the gate for her." Hearing this, Ye Bufan couldn't help but frown. Dongfang Chuyu suddenly went into seclusion. Not only did she have to retreat, but she also vowed not to come out until she entered the service of the gods. Most importantly, she also summoned all the demigods of her faction to guard the retreat for her. When something is out of the ordinary, there must be a reason. Chapter 1285, Straight to the Point, Showdown. When something is out of the ordinary, there must be a reason. Not to mention that Zhuge Ming was an old acquaintance who had dealt with Dongfang Chuyu for decades. Even Ye Bufan, a stranger, who had just entered the temple, was full of doubts and even suspicions about Dongfang Chuyu's sudden retreat. Why didn't Dongfang Chuyu go into seclusion earlier or later, but chose to do so when she had successfully captured Zhuge Ming and was about to take action against her? Is it just a coincidence? Ye Bufan didn't believe it. Besides, even if it was a coincidence, even if Dongfang Chuyu really just wanted to retreat, was it necessary for her to gather all the demigods belonging to her faction together, guarding the gate for her? Don't be ridiculous, this is a temple, and Dongfang Chuyu is the deputy master of the temple. Let me ask you, does a deputy master of the temple need nearly 100 demigods to guard him while he is in seclusion in the temple? This is simply a waste of time. This is even a little ridiculous. But Dongfang Chuyu did just that. In Ye Bufan's opinion, Dongfang Chuyu's retreat was fake, and the real thing was that she was avoiding something. But what is she avoiding? Could it be that? Ye Bufan narrowed his eyes, then looked at Zhuge Ming and said, "What do you think? Could it be that Dongfang Chuyu has discovered that you have surrendered to me, or that I am planning to take action against her, so she chose to retreat into seclusion and escape?" This. Zhuge Ming hesitated for a moment and said, "Your Highness, this is impossible, right?" After a pause, Zhuge Ming continued, "After all, no one else knows about this except us, and we will never leak this matter out. If that's the case, how could Dongfang Chuyu know this?" After Zhuge Ming finished speaking, Ye Bufan frowned. Just as Zhuge Ming said, besides himself, they were the only ones who knew about this matter, and they would never leak this matter under any circumstances, at least they would never leak these things without his order and permission. Ye Bufan firmly believed in this. In other words, in theory, Dongfang Chuyu absolutely could not know this. But if she didn't know that I was planning to take action against her and take her faction into my own hands, then what was she hiding from? Ye Bufan was puzzled. Of course, Ye Bufan was too lazy to think about things he couldn't figure out, especially the current situation. It doesn't matter whether Dongfang Chuyu is really in seclusion or not, as long as you and all the demigods of your faction submit to me. Aren't you going to go into seclusion? Then I will confront you directly. It depends on whether you lower it or not. Thinking in his heart, Ye Bufan said directly, take me to see Dongfang Chuyu. Mingyang Hall, one of the 3 main halls, is also where Dongfang Chuyu resides. At this moment, Ye Bufan and Zhuge Ming came slowly to the gate of Mingyang Palace. Just as they were about to enter Mingyang Palace, they were stopped outside the palace by 2 guards who had been replaced by semi-gods. Seeing this, Zhuge Ming was instantly furious. He glared at the 2 half-god deacons who were guarding the temple and shouted in a deep voice, "Are you two so bold? You dare to block His Highness's way? Why don't you get out of the way?" Unexpectedly, one of the demigod realm deacons refused with a solemn expression, "Sorry, in Mingyang Hall, Deputy Hall Master Dongfang is in seclusion to break through to the servant god realm. Now is a critical moment and we must not be disturbed by anything. So please ask Deputy Hall Master Zhuge and His Royal Highness the Holy Sun to leave quickly and don't make things difficult for us." "You fucking idiot!" Zhuge Ming was instantly furious. He pointed at the demigod deacon who was talking in front of him and cursed, "Dongfang Chuyu just came to see me 20 minutes ago. It's only been 20 minutes and she's already started her retreat. And it's the critical moment. Are you kidding me or are you teasing me?" The demigod deacon instantly looked embarrassed. "To let you go, or not to let you go?" Zhuge Ming shouted angrily again. "Deputy Palace Master Zhuge, please. Call out." But at this moment, the demigod deacon had just said half of his words when Ye Bufan suddenly kicked out in front of him, next to Zhuge Ming. One kick, as fast as lightning. A kick, as powerful as thunder. The demigod deacon's attention was all on Zhuge Ming, and he did not expect Ye Bufan to kick him suddenly, so he was caught off guard and was hit directly by Ye Bufan's kick. Bang! With the powerful force impacting and a dull thud, the demigod deacon flew backwards into the Mingyang Palace. Bang! The next second, the demigod deacon fell heavily to the ground. Everything happened in a flash, and no one expected Ye Bufan to suddenly take action. Ahem! Inside the Mingyang Palace, the demigod deacon covered his chest with his right hand where Ye Bufan had kicked him. He stood up and looked at Ye Bufan, saying with some anger, "What does your highness the saint mean?" It's a pity that Ye Bufan ignored him completely and didn't even look at him. He just put his hands behind his back and walked into the Mingyang Palace. Seeing this scene, the demigod deacon in the hall gritted his teeth and became furious. "Your Highness, please don't embarrass us." At the same time, another demigod at the palace gate reached out and stopped Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan stopped walking, turned his head to look at the semi-god deacon, and said, "Tell me, if I kill you, will Dongfang Chuyu dare to ask me for punishment?" Buzz. Hearing these words, the demigod deacon's body and even his soul could not help but tremble. If Ye Bufan killed him, would Dongfang Chuyu go to Ye Bufan to hold him accountable? The answer is no, it won't. In other words, even if Ye Bufan killed him now, his death would be in vain. Moreover, others would not dare to kill him in the temple, but Ye Bufan might not. After all, everyone knows that this is a madman. Because of this, the demigod deacon was stunned where he stood. It was not right for him to stop it, nor was it right for him not to stop it. Ye Bufan ignored him and just walked towards Mingyang Palace with his hands behind his back. The demigod deacon finally did not stop Ye Bufan, or he simply did not dare to stop him. Behind Ye Bufan, Zhuge Ming followed closely. In Mingyang Hall, Ye Bufan sat on the golden dragon chair deep in the hall, while Zhuge Ming stood quietly on Ye Bufan's left. Looking at the 2 semi-god deacons in the hall, Ye Bufan said directly, "Go tell Dongfang Chuyu that no matter whether she is really in seclusion or not, I will wait for her here. If I don't see her within 10 minutes, then you will bear the consequences yourself." Hearing this, the 2 demigod deacons were stunned. Ye Bufan's move was clearly a threat. But this matter is obviously not something that can be decided by just the 2 of them. Immediately, the 2 demigod deacons looked at each other, and then one of them went directly to the back hall. Ye Bufan didn't care about this. 10 minutes later, Dongfang Chuyu walked out of the back hall and came into the palace. She looked at Ye Bufan with an apologetic look and said, "Chuyu was in retreat and didn't know your highness was coming. I'm sorry for not welcoming you. I hope your highness won't mind." "No problem." Ye Bufan waved his hand and said, "It's just a small matter. Vice Palace Master Dongfang doesn't need to worry about it. Let's talk about business." "Business?" Dongfang Chuyu frowned. She looked at Ye Bufan, feeling nervous, but she said calmly, "I wonder what is the matter that your highness is referring to." To be honest, in the temple, apart from Yang Xian and Lingu Shui, there are only Deputy Hall Master Dongfang and the demigods of your faction who have not submitted to me. So, I came here to ask Deputy Hall Master Dongfang, I wonder is Deputy Hall Master Dongfang willing to bring the demigods under your command to submit to me? Straight to the point, Ye Bufan confronted Dongfang Chuyu directly. Chapter 1286, The East surrenders, and the feast begins. To be honest, in the temple, apart from Yang Xian and Lingu Shui, there are only Deputy Hall Master Dongfang and the demigods of your faction who have not submitted to me. So, I came here to ask Deputy Hall Master Dongfang, I wonder is Deputy Hall Master Dongfang willing to bring the demigods under your command to submit to me? Straight to the point, Ye Bufan directly chose to confront Dongfang Chuyu. However, Dongfang Chuyu was dumbfounded. Why did she suddenly go into seclusion? It's because she wanted to avoid Ye Bufan. To put it bluntly, she didn't want to be Ye Bufan's puppet. But now, she had already avoided Ye Bufan, but unexpectedly, Ye Bufan came to her directly and went straight to the point, revealing his cards to her. What to do? To lower or not to lower? Looking at Ye Bufan, Dongfang Chuyu had a bitter look on his face. If she surrenders, she will become Ye Bufan's puppet, which is obviously not what she wants. But if she doesn't surrender, Ye Bufan will probably take action against her. Given the current situation and the strength of both sides, her faction is obviously no match for Ye Bufan's. Once a fight breaks out, her faction will definitely be the loser. Moreover, Dongfang Chuyu was sure that the reason why Ye Bufan did not take direct action was because this was a temple with a temple master named Yang Xian. Ye Bufan did not take direct action because he did not want to disturb him. But what if you leave the temple? The previous Zhuge Ming and his entourage were the best example. If they did not surrender, they would only die. It's not right to lower it, and it's not right not to lower it. For a moment, Dongfang Chuyu felt extremely embarrassed and bitter. However, she was definitely unwilling to surrender to Ye Bufan so directly, but if she took action, she would have no chance of winning, so all Dongfang Chuyu could do now was to delay time and then think of other countermeasures. In fact, the reason why she chose to go into seclusion was not only to avoid Ye Bufan, but also to delay time. But who would have thought that Ye Bufan would actually come to her door directly? But it's better to postpone it for a day. So, she looked at Ye Bufan, thought for a moment, and said, Your Highness, this matter concerns everyone in my lineage. Can you give us some time to discuss and consider it? Hee. Looking at Dongfang Chuyu, Ye Bufan instinctively smiled indifferently. He had originally guessed that the reason why Dongfang Chuyu suddenly went into seclusion was probably because she knew that Zhuge Ming had surrendered to her. Now, Dongfang Chuyu's answer, her reaction and facial expression during this period all told Ye Bufan that everything was just as he expected. How do you know this? The next second, Ye Bufan looked at Dongfang Chuyu and asked. Dongfang Chuyu was stunned and she didn't react for a moment. Ye Bufan repeated, I am asking you, how do you know that Zhuge Ming has submitted to me? After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Zhuge Ming beside him looked at Dongfang Chuyu with a hint of doubt in his eyes. He was also very curious about how Dongfang Chuyu knew all this. After all, they didn't have any outside stories. Dongfang Chuyu hesitated for a moment and said, Actually, I was also in Lingshu City just now. You were also in Lingshu City. Looking at Dongfang Chuyu, Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. Yes. Dongfang Chuyu responded and said, because I felt that Wu Zhengyi's request for help was a little strange, so I followed him, and the result was. Although Dongfang Chuyu did not continue, her meaning was very clear, that is, she saw the entire process of Ye Bufan subduing Zhuge Ming. I see. Ye Bufan understood, but he looked at Dongfang Chuyu with narrowed eyes and said, Since you have seen it all, do you think you have the qualifications to reject me? Dongfang Chuyu was speechless. Does she have the right to refuse? It seems not. But she still wanted to give it a try. After all, who could guarantee that there were no other solutions? So she gritted her teeth and said, Your Highness, please give us some time to discuss it. How long? 3 days. It's too long. I'll give you 3 hours at most. 3 hours. Dongfang Chuyu was stunned. What could he do in 3 hours? He wanted to come up with a plan to break the situation in 3 hours. That was nothing but wishful thinking. Your Highness. Dongfang Chuyu wanted to say something, but Ye Bufan stopped her by waving his hand. I will wait for you here. You must give me an answer in 3 hours. Looking at Ye Bufan, Dongfang Chuyu's face was full of bitterness and helplessness. Now, inside this temple, no matter in terms of identity, status, strength, or power, she is far inferior to Ye Bufan. In this case, Ye Bufan said that he could only give her 3 hours, what else could she do? Yes. Helplessly, Dongfang Chuyu could only respond. Go ahead. Ye Bufan shook his hands and said, remember, you only have 3 hours. Chuyu understands. Chuyu will take her leave. Dongfang Chuyu responded and then walked directly to the back hall. Ye Bufan smiled slightly. He believed that Dongfang Chuyu would make a wise choice, or rather, Dongfang Chuyu had no choice at all. 3 hours later, Dongfang Chuyu and nearly 100 demigods from her faction gathered in the hall. Looking at Ye Bufan, Dongfang Chuyu said resolutely, we can submit to you, but we will not be puppets. Puppet. Ye Bufan was stunned for a moment, then asked in confusion, what do you mean? Dongfang Chuyu glanced at Ye Bufan, then looked at Zhuge Ming beside him, and said slowly, isn't Zhuge Ming your puppet now? After a pause, Dongfang Chuyu continued, that day I saw with my own eyes the changes that happened to Zhuge Ming and his men after they entered your golden palace. Do you dare to say you didn't do anything to them? I did do something to them. Ye Bufan did not deny it. Then, he smiled and said, however, which eye of yours saw that they are just puppets now? Do puppets have their own thoughts? Do puppets have their own consciousness? This. Dongfang Chuyu frowned. Indeed, Zhuge Ming and the others looked nothing like the walking corpse puppets she had imagined. However, the scene at that time was still vivid in Dongfang Chuyu's mind. If you didn't say they turned into puppets, then what did you do to them? It's very simple. I just asked them to surrender their loyalty. Ye Bufan said with a smile. Surrender your loyalty. Dongfang Chuyu frowned, somewhat puzzled. You can understand it this way. Now, all of them are 100% loyal to me. Even if they are seduced, forced, or for any other reason in the future, they will not betray me. Ye Bufan said slowly. This Dongfang Chuyu was shocked. What kind of method is this? Ye Bufan smiled and said, you don't need to know what this means. You just need to remember that if you truly submit to me, then this means will have no effect on you. Of course if you want to fool me and pretend to surrender, then I'm sorry, after you follow me into the Heaven Burial Palace, you will have no choice but to submit to me obediently. After saying that, Ye Bufan looked at Dongfang Chuyu and smiled calmly. How about it, Deputy Palace Master Dongfang, have you made up your mind? Do you want to surrender or not? Dongfang Chuyu narrowed his eyes and asked, if we don't surrender, how will you treat us? What do you think? Ye Bufan smiled leisurely. Since I have entered the temple, then naturally this temple can only have my voice, and all other discordant voices should not exist. Hearing this, Dongfang Chuyu's heart trembled. If they don't surrender, Ye Bufan will probably kill them directly. I surrender. In desperation, Dongfang Chuyu could only speak and choose to surrender. Hee. Ye Bufan smiled slightly and directly took out the Burial Heaven Palace. An hour later, Dongfang Chuyu and nearly 100 demigods in her faction all pledged allegiance to Ye Bufan. At this point, all the demigods from the 4 major factions of the temple have surrendered to Ye Bufan and are at his service. Inside the temple, Ye Bufan's victory was already established. 1 day later, the leaders of various forces in the outer world rushed to the temple, and the Feast of the Holy Sun officially began. Chapter 1287 Top 10 Agents. Temple Square. 3 days ago, here, Ye Bufan defeated Yin Chofeng and succeeded him as the new Holy Sun of the temple. And because of his arrival, not only were Yi Tianshong and Old Man Yi rescued, but also the Holy Son of the temple Yin Chofeng, Deputy Palace Master Jastin, and Commander Xuanyuan Wudi, 3 people who held high positions in the temple, also perished and died because of him. The end of an era means the beginning of a new era. Yin Chofeng's death and Ye Bufan's becoming the new Holy Sun will inevitably lead to earth-shaking changes within the temple and even within the entire human race. All major forces of the human race will also undergo a huge reform. A new emperor appoints his own ministers. Yin Chofeng's era has ended, and Ye Bufan's era has arrived. Most people in Tianhui Tiandi are well aware of this. 3 days later, still here, still on this temple square, the new Holy Son of the temple, Ye Bufan, set up a banquet to entertain heroes from all sides. Everyone knows and understands that this is definitely not just an ordinary banquet. It is definitely a feast that concerns the future direction and pattern of the human race. So when people from major families came, even if it cost a huge amount of elemental stones, which was 10 billion or even more than 10 billion, they still did not hesitate. Because they all know and understand that money is just external stuff, and it can be earned again after spending it, but if they do not come to today's Holy Sun feast, they will most likely be excluded, and this is not the exclusion of one or two people, but the exclusion of the entire human race. How could they be happy with this? So, how could they not come? At this moment, on the temple square, all major forces in the Tianyi gathered together. Even if only one person or one family could be present, there were still more than 100,000 people present, representing more than 100,000 families of the human race. These are just the families that can come up with at least 1 billion stones. Otherwise, there would definitely be more family representatives present today, even an astronomical number. In the center of the square, Ye Bufan stood on a makeshift stage. In front of him, representatives of the 108 ancient city families stood proudly, and behind them were representatives of other major families in Tianyi. At this moment, more than 100,000 people looked at Ye Bufan. Some were stunned, some were bewildered, and even a little confused. What are they doing here today? There was no doubt that they were all here for the banquet, but if they were here for the banquet, then why was there nothing else in this temple square except for this makeshift stage in front of them? Everyone was puzzled, but no one asked more questions, and they also believed that Ye Bufan would definitely give them a satisfactory answer. Unfortunately, Ye Bufan obviously did not have such awareness. Looking at the more than 100,000 people who had already arrived, Ye Bufan directly said, "Let me introduce myself. I am Ye Bufan, the new holy son of the temple. First of all, thank you all for coming here today. Next, I will not waste any more time and let's get straight to today's topic." Today's topic. What's the subject? Looking at Ye Bufan, everyone present was stunned and they looked at each other in bewilderment. Ye Bufan continued, "Today, I will only talk about two things." First, as he spoke, Ye Bufan raised his right hand, raised a finger and said, "Top 10 agents." Top 10 agents. Everyone present was stunned again, and then they were all shocked. They had heard about the 10 great agents from Linglong Pavilion before, but Linglong Pavilion only mentioned it briefly, so that the major families present had no idea what the 10 great agents meant, or in other words, they had no idea what the 10 great agents needed to do. But even so, it still does not hinder the enthusiasm of major families for the top 10 agents. That is why, just a moment after Ye Bufan said this, the vast majority of the family representatives present looked at him with fiery eyes. Feeling the enthusiasm of the crowd, Ye Bufan said without pausing, "What is an agent? What does being an agent need to do, and what benefits will it bring?" Ye Bufan asked two questions in succession, and everyone present became extremely curious. Seeing this, Ye Bufan smiled slightly, spoke again, and continued, "It's actually very simple. I wonder if everyone present still remembers the essence pill, or have you ever heard of the essence pill?" Essence pill. In an instant, everyone present couldn't help but be shocked. How could they not know about the essence pill? How could they not have heard of the essence pill? This essence pill is a heaven-defying elixir. Not only can it directly improve your cultivation after taking it, but it also has no side effects. It can be said that the essence pill is a cultivation plug-in for warriors below the divine martial realm. As long as you have the essence pill, no matter who you are, you can reach the divine martial realm in minutes. Once you step into the realm of God, is the holy realm still far away? Moreover, with the essence pill, children as young as 8 or 9 years old can directly achieve divine martial arts. If they become divine martial arts venerables at such a young age, will it be difficult for them to become demigods in the future? At least compared to other people, achieving divine power at such a young age means that there will be more time in the future for practicing in the holy realm and for achieving the goal of becoming a demigod. It can be said that although the essence pill is only effective for people below the level of divine martial arts, it can change everyone's life. This is definitely a shortcut to martial arts. That is why everyone wants the essence pill, but unfortunately, in the entire Tianyi, only King Niu, that is, Ye Bufan, has it. Why did Ye Bufan suddenly mention essence pill at this time? Could it be related to the top 10 agents? When they thought of this, everyone's eyes lit up. Ye Bufan smiled slightly and said, looking at everyone's reactions, "I think you all know about essence pills, so it's easy." After a pause, Ye Bufan continued, "The so-called 10 major agents are the 10 agents I plan to select from you to operate essence pills." Boom. As soon as Ye Bufan said this, the whole place fell silent, and everyone was shocked. Top 10 Essence Pill Agents. If it was just an agent for other items, then it would be nothing, but essence pills were different. What is essence pill? That is cultivation, strength, talent, and everything. It is not difficult to predict that once a large number of essence pills appear in TNYTN, the entire human race will inevitably undergo earth-shaking changes. 108 Ancient City Families. Forget about it. Once the essence pill comes out, all the 108 noble families will be wiped out. Why? It's very simple. Take the Lingu family, which ranks first among the 108 aristocratic families, for example. Why can the Lingu family become the first among the 108 families? It's because of their strength and their long heritage. But now, when the essence pill comes out, anyone can achieve divine martial arts in the shortest possible time. The earlier one enters divine martial arts, the more time one will have to impact the Saint Realm, and the more time one will use for cultivation in the Saint Realm. In this case, we may not see anything in the short term, but what about 10, 20, or 30 years later? By that time, the TNYTN will be full of demigods, and the flying ones will be no better than dogs. In this situation, will the existing advantages of the 108 ancient city families still exist? Absolutely nothing exists. Therefore, as long as there are enough essence pills, even an ordinary family now will be able to surpass the current 108 ancient city families in 10 or 20 years. So, the essence pill is everything. Having the essence pill means having a future. In this situation, the top 10 agents naturally become very important. After all, they are the agents of essence pills, and only they have essence pills. Lingu family. If the top 10 agents do not sell essence pills to the Lingu family, then in 10 or 20 years, the Lingu family will decline and be surpassed by others. In this case, would the Lingu family not try to please the top 10 agents? Even if it's not pleasing, I will never offend. Of course, the top 10 agents would not go too far. After all, a cornered dog will do something desperate, let alone the 108 ancient city families who are used to being high and mighty. But one thing is certain, the top 10 agents will definitely be in a dominant position within the human race in the future. It can be said that the era of the 108 ancient city families will surely become a thing of the past, and the human race in the future will surely enter an era of alliances headed by the 10 major agents. Chapter 1288. The man is innocent, but guilty of possessing a treasure. In the future, the human race will surely enter an era of alliance headed by the top 10 agents. The future of the human race will surely be the era of essence pills. Everyone present could see this clearly and understood it. In the near future, within the heaven beyond heaven, among the human race, whoever obtains the essence pill will rule the world. In an instant, everyone present looked at Ye Bufan with fiery eyes. It's not for anything else, but because of this heaven-defying elixir, which is enough to change the entire human race's situation in TNYTN, and it was entirely made by Ye Bufan. Your Highness, how can I become one of the top 10 agents? After a brief silence, someone in the crowd immediately looked at Ye Bufan and asked. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked at Ye Bufan with a hint of inquiry and expectation in their eyes. After all, although the position of the top 10 agents was tempting, if one could not become one of them, then everything would be just empty talk. Randomly selected. Feeling the fiery gazes of more than 100,000 people in front of him, Ye Bufan smiled slightly. Random selection. Everyone was stunned. Ye Bufan continued, is the invitation card still in your hands? Invitation. Invitation from the Holy Sun. Everyone was stunned again, and then took out the invitation cards from the Holy Sun. They all have the invitation to the Holy Sun, but what does this have to do with the top 10 agents? Looking at the invitation from the Holy Sun in their hands, everyone's face was filled with surprise and confusion. Ye Bufan spoke again, please look at the lower right corner of the invitation in your hand. The lower right corner of the invitation. Everyone was stunned, but still looked at the lower right corner of the invitation in their hands as Ye Bufan said. 6,281. 27,535. 1754. 106,425. 6,532. 110237. In an instant, surprised voices were heard, and it was then that everyone discovered that there was a different number in the lower right corner of each invitation to the Son of God. Your Highness, what are these numbers? The next second, someone in the crowd looked at Ye Bufan and asked. Ye Bufan smiled and said, Don't worry, these numbers have no meaning. At the moment, they have nothing to do with the selection of the top 10 agents. However, I will choose 10 numbers from them, and those who have the invitations with these 10 numbers will be the top 10 agents of Jingyuan Pill in the future. What? When Ye Bufan said this, everyone was shocked. Random selection. As long as the number on the Holy Sun invitation in his hand is the number drawn by Ye Bufan, then he can become one of the top 10 agents mentioned by Ye Bufan. This, Your Highness, isn't this a bit too frivolous? Someone in the crowd immediately asked. Child's play. Ye Bufan smiled slightly. Don't you think this is more fair? After a pause, Ye Bufan continued, besides, if we don't use this method to decide the top 10 agents, then what method do you think is appropriate and reasonable to choose the top 10 agents? Victory by force, or an open auction, the highest bidder wins. Well, when everyone heard Ye Bufan talking about the public auction, they were stunned. They immediately thought of Linglong Pavilion in the auction of the Holy Sun's invitation. I've been cheated once, do I have to be cheated again? It has to be said that, in comparison, random selection is easier to accept, especially for the vast majority of people present, or for people outside the 108 ancient city families. After all, in terms of martial arts, they are no match for the 108 ancient city families, and in terms of financial resources, they are also not comparable to the 108 ancient city families. In this case, how can they compete with the 108 ancient city families? There's no way to compete. But random sampling is different. There are more than 100,000 people and 10 major agents. Each of them has a 1 in 10,000 chance of being selected, which means that everyone has the same chance of being selected. And all this has nothing to do with external factors such as financial resources and strength, it all depends on luck. In comparison, this approach is indeed fairer, more reasonable, and more acceptable. How's it going? Does anyone have any questions? While everyone was thinking about it, Ye Bufan had already asked. No one answered, so Ye Bufan said, since none of you are talking, I will assume that you all agree to use a random draw to decide the top 10 agents. In that case, let's get started. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, everyone's spirits suddenly tensed up. Random selection. 1 in 10,000 chance. It has to be said that the probability is very small, so small that everyone present is extremely uneasy and nervous. They even regretted why they did not buy a few more invitations to the Son of God the day before yesterday. After all, one invitation to the Holy Sun is only worth 1 billion stones, and even 10 copies would only be worth 10 billion. 10 billion is a lot, but can it be compared with the position of the top 10 agents? There is no comparison at all. Not to mention 10 billion, even 100 billion or 1 trillion is far less than an agent position. Using 10 billion to exchange for a 1 in 1,000 chance of getting an agent position is definitely worth it. If they had known the importance of the Holy Sun's invitation earlier, if they had known that the candidates for the 10 major agents would be decided in this way, all the major families present would have tried their best to purchase the Holy Sun's invitation, even if they had to spend all their wealth, even if they had to borrow money or rob money. Unfortunately, it's too late. With the chance of success being 1 in 10,000, they can only leave it to fate. Before anyone could think about it, Ye Bufan spoke up. Since you are the first agent, I will choose 1 foot for the first number. 1. Everyone was stunned, and then they were extremely disappointed. It was obvious that they were not the first lucky person. But because of this, they couldn't help but look around, trying to search for the first lucky person. On the stage, Ye Bufan also scanned the audience and said, which friend's invitation number is 1. Please come on stage immediately. However, after Ye Bufan finished speaking, no one responded to him. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds, the whole place was still dead silent, and still no one stood up. The strange scene made everyone stunned and shocked. Ye Bufan also frowned. Could it be that this person didn't come? The next second, he spoke again. The last 10 seconds, please ask the friend with the number 1 on the invitation to come forward immediately. If no one comes forward after 10 seconds, the first number will be invalidated and a new one will be drawn. Good. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, everyone was delighted. Redrawing means they have one more chance. Unexpectedly, a trembling voice suddenly sounded in the crowd. It's me. Although the sound was very small, the whole place was dead silent at that moment, and everyone present was either a demigod or a flying celestial being, so naturally they could hear it clearly. For a moment, everyone looked in the direction of the sound. The same is true for Ye Bufan. I saw a middle-aged man at the initial stage of the flying sky realm holding the Holy Sun invitation in his hand. His body was trembling slightly, and he looked dazed and incredulous at me. Looking at him, everyone was stunned. Initial stage of the flying realm. Looking at the entire TianYTN, this level of cultivation is not considered weak, but here, the initial stage of Fatian realm is definitely the bottom. Which family is this from? Why did they send a warrior at the initial stage of the flying sky realm? What the hell can someone at the initial stage of the flying sky realm be selected? This is just shit luck. Who is this person? I know him. His name is Zhou Tianxi. He is the head of the Zhou family in Qingyu City in the first heaven. He is the only warrior in the Fatian realm in the entire Zhou family. The first level, Qingyu City, the head of the Zhou family, the only warrior in the Zhou family who is at the flying level. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. The next second, a hint of greed immediately appeared in the eyes of many people in the crowd. How can a family with only one warrior at the initial stage of the flying sky realm take the position of the top 10 agents? Buzz. Feeling the countless strange looks around him, Zhou Tianxi couldn't help but tremble in his heart. As the head of a family and the leader of a clan, Zhou Tianxi understood very well that a man is innocent unless he is in possession of a treasure. It can be said that the position of agent is not something his Zhou family can covet, let alone possess. Snort. But at this moment, on the stage, Ye Bufan snorted coldly and said, "The top 10 agents are under my protection. If anyone dares to do anything bad to the top 10 agents, I guarantee that their property will be confiscated and their entire family will be exterminated. There will be no mercy." Chapter 1289, Temple Demon Hunter Group. The top 10 agents are under my protection. If anyone dares to do anything bad to the top 10 agents, I promise to confiscate their property and exterminate their clans. I will show no mercy. Ye Bufan's stern voice resounded between heaven and earth, and echoed in everyone's ears. In an instant, everyone's hearts couldn't help but tremble, especially those who had ill intentions towards Zhou Tianxi, their souls couldn't help but tremble. What are the top 10 agents? Or in other words, what do the top 10 agents mean? Only then did they remember that the top 10 agents were not only agents of Essence Pill, but also agents of Ye Bufan, the holy son of the temple. In the first heaven, the Zhou family has only one warrior at the initial stage of the flying sky realm as the strongest. So what? No matter how weak or despicable the Zhou family was, their fate had changed dramatically since they became one of the top 10 agents, because from now on, they had Ye Bufan as their strong backer. Want to take action against the Zhou family? That also requires asking Ye Bufan whether he agrees or not. What's more, can anyone seize the position of agent? It's ridiculous. The position of agent is not an item, but a position decided by Ye Bufan. In this case, what would happen even if the Zhou family was destroyed? If so, not only would he not be able to take over the Zhou family's agent position, but he would also have to bear Ye Bufan's wrath. After all, if anyone could easily destroy the Zhou family without being punished, where would Ye Bufan's dignity be? Where would Ye Bufan's dignity be? Is there anyone who would do something that harms others and oneself? Only a fool would do that. Therefore, the saying that a man is innocent unless he is in possession of a treasure does not exist at all. The position of agent belongs to the Zhou family and can only belong to the Zhou family. Outsiders have no right to seize it. At this moment, everyone looked at Zhou Tianxi with envy, jealousy and hatred. There is no doubt that in the first heaven, the rise of the Zhou family of Qingyu City has become inevitable. Zhou Tianxi was also very happy. After all, he was not a fool and could naturally see the interests involved. It could be said that the moment he obtained the position of agent, the fate of his Zhou family had undergone a drastic change. Of course, Zhou Tianxi knew very well in his heart that all this was thanks to Ye Bufan. Immediately, he looked at Ye Bufan and said repeatedly, "Thank you, Your Highness, thank you, Your Highness." Ye Bufan waved his hand and said, "No need to thank me. I said it was a random draw, so it is a random draw. The fact that you were selected only means that you are lucky, and it has nothing to do with other people." After a pause, Ye Bufan continued, "Okay, now let's start drawing the second one." In an instant, everyone was shocked and they were all very nervous. After all, there were only 10 agents in total, and one had been selected, leaving 9. Compared with before, their chances of getting the agent position had obviously dropped a lot, and the chances would become smaller and smaller in the future. Ye Bufan said without hesitation, "For the second place, let's choose 22,222. 22,222. Everyone was stunned. I have to say that Ye Bufan's choice of number was really stupid, but no one cared about that at all. All people cared about was whether they could get the acting position. As long as I can get the position of agent, anything is fine, no matter what." Unfortunately, the numbers on the Holy Sun invitation, in the hands of more than 100,000 people present, were obviously different, so only one person was chosen for each number. The second agent, with the number 22,222, was chosen from the Qin family of Mingyang City in the second heaven. Compared with the Zhou family, which ranked first, the Qin family was obviously much stronger. At least the current patriarch of the Qin family and the Qin family's top master, Qin Fengyang, was a warrior at the peak of the Flying Sky Realm. In addition to Qin Fengyang, there were 4 other warriors at the Flying Sky Realm within the Qin family. Of course, the Qin family is only slightly stronger than the Zhou family, and cannot be compared with the 108 ancient city families at all. The third agent, number 639, was selected from the Yin-Yang family, one of the 108 ancient city families. The fourth agent, number 102,837, was selected from the Tantai family, one of the 108 ancient city families. 5th place, 6th place, the 7th, 8th place, 9th place, the 10th place. In 20 minutes, the top 10 agents were all selected. The whole place was dead silent. Except for those who were selected as the top 10 agents, everyone else had a trace of regret and loss on their faces, especially those from the 108 ancient city families, who all looked unhappy. After all, they were once high and mighty, but what about the future? However, although they were unhappy, they had nothing to say. After all, others being selected only meant that they were lucky, and they were not selected because they were completely unlucky. Of course, for the 108 ancient city families, especially the top 10 ancient city families, even if they did not become the top 10 agents, it would not have much impact on them. After all, a person's reputation is like the shadow of a tree. As the top existences in Tianyi, they believe that it is not difficult for them to obtain the essence pill. Of course, they will never blackmail the top 10 agents. After all, it is absolutely unwise to do so. Not to mention that Ye Bufan is standing behind the top 10 agents, just the top 10 agents themselves, their rise is already unstoppable. It is obviously not advisable to suppress them at this time. The best way is to cooperate with each other. This was not just the thought of 1 or 2 families, but the thought of everyone present. Even the top 10 agents are no exception. After all, they all knew that the essence pill involved too many things and no one could have it all to themselves. In the future, the human race will inevitably form 10 major alliances, and among these 10 major alliances, even if the 10 major agents cannot become the leaders of the alliances, they can definitely gain the greatest benefits from them. Ye Bufan knew all these, but he didn't care at all. The so-called top 10 agents were actually just to put a perfect end to Qian Duoduo's previous fraud. After all, to Ye Bufan, it didn't matter who became the top 10 agents. In the final analysis, they were just helping him sell essence pills. Make a profit from essence pills, then use yuanxi to refine essence pills, and then earn yuanxi again. This is an infinite cycle, and in this process, Ye Bufan is the biggest winner. Of course, for the people in Tianyi, they also gained a lot of benefits, that is, exchanging yuanxi for cultivation. This is a win-win situation. In addition, Ye Bufan's control over the essence pill is equivalent to controlling the 10 major agents, which means that he indirectly controls the entire Tianyi. Of course, although the top 10 agents were randomly selected, there was one exception, and that was the Tantai family. It could be said that the Tantai family was someone Ye Bufan had already chosen. However, not many people in Tianyi knew about the relationship between Ye Bufan and the Tantai family, so no one would ever think that the Tantai family's agency position was obtained through cheating. The top 10 agents have been selected. Ye Bufan did not say anything more. Instead, he scanned the entire audience and spoke again. Everyone, the agents have been selected. Now, I want to talk about the second thing, the temple, the demon hunting group. Chapter 1290, Damn it. Temple Demon Hunter Group. Everyone looked at Ye Bufan with some confusion. They had no idea what Ye Bufan meant by the Temple Demon Hunter group or what he was referring to. Ye Bufan naturally knew what they were thinking, so he spoke directly. What is the demon hunting group? The demon hunting group means I will personally lead the men of our human race into the 7th heaven, and even the 8th and 9th heavens, to hunt down and capture the demons. Boom. Never stop until your words are shocking. When Ye Bufan said this, everyone present couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. The whole place was dead silent. After a moment, someone looked at Ye Bufan and asked in a trembling voice, "Your Highness, are you going to start a full-scale war with the Sky Demon clan?" "Why not?" Ye Bufan looked solemn and spoke in a cold voice. In an instant, everyone present was confused and even crazy. Young and frivolous. Originally in the eyes of these people present, Ye Bufan was a complete madman and a fanatic. Now it seems that their view was absolutely correct. This guy has just sat on the throne of the Son of God for only 3 days, and he is already thinking about declaring an all-out war with the Heavenly Demon clan. This guy is definitely a newborn calf that is not afraid of a tiger. Your Highness, this is a serious matter. In my opinion, we should take a long-term view. In an instant, someone in the crowd immediately persuaded. Yes, Your Highness, this matter should indeed be considered carefully. The matter of the Heavenly Demon is of great importance. Your Highness, even if our human race wants to go to war with it, we should be prepared. Not only that, this matter should we ask Palace Master Uyang for his opinion. Others also responded. Ye Bufan frowned and said, I am the holy son of the temple and the acting temple master. Do you still need to ask Temple Master Uyang about this matter? I can make the decision. After a pause, Ye Bufan continued, what do you mean by a matter of great importance and long-term consideration? In my opinion, you are simply afraid of death and dare not fight the Heavenly Demon clan. For a moment, everyone present was embarrassed. Although they didn't want to admit it, they had to say that what Ye Bufan said was the truth. They just didn't dare to go to war with the Sky Demon clan. After all, once the two clans went to war, both sides would inevitably suffer heavy casualties. At that time, who could guarantee that they would not die on the battlefield? No one wants to die while they can live. So small-scale fighting is fine, but if we really want to start an all-out war, no one wants it. Snort. Guessing what these people were thinking, Ye Bufan snorted coldly and said, what a bunch of cowards. No wonder the sky demons have been able to run rampant in our human land for 100,000 years. After a pause, Ye Bufan continued, don't you think about it. The number of our human race is 10, 100, or even 1,000 times that of the sky demon race. If we really want to go to war, it means that 10 of our human race will beat one demon, 100 of our human race will surround one demon, and 1,000 of our human race will torture one demon. So, what are you afraid of? If there is anyone to be afraid of, it should be the sky demon race that is afraid of our human race. In the final analysis, whether it is the Shenwu continent or the Tianhuishan, they are all the lands of our human race. Since they are the lands of our human race, how can we allow the Tianmo clan to act so recklessly here? After saying this, Ye Bufan swept his eyes across the entire room and said in a resounding voice, now, I want to ask you one question, do you dare to fight the Heavenly Demon? In an instant, everyone hesitated, became speechless, and even avoided Ye Bufan's gaze. It's obvious that they don't dare to fight, or they don't want to fight. Born in adversity, die in comfort. You are hopeless. Looking at the reactions of the crowd, Ye Bufan shook his head, sighed, and then said, since you are afraid of death and dare not fight the Sky Demon clan, then I will not force you. When Ye Bufan said this, everyone was overjoyed. If possible, they naturally didn't want to go to the battlefield. Snort. Seeing this, Ye Bufan snorted coldly and said, how can this be true or false? Since you don't want to, can I force you? Even if I tie you up and take you to the battlefield, what's the point? But, changing the subject, Ye Bufan continued, just because you don't dare to fight doesn't mean that everyone else doesn't dare to fight. I just don't believe it. Are all the millions of people in my human race as cowardly as you? After hearing this, everyone present sneered although they didn't say much. Among the hundreds of millions of human beings, is there anyone who dares to fight to the death with the demons? Of course there are, and definitely quite a few. But so what? Can we defeat the demons with more people? Don't be funny. On the battlefield, when two races fight, it is far from enough to rely solely on numbers. In the final analysis, powerful strength is also needed. It's like, can 100 Transcendent Realm warriors kill a Divine Martial Realm master? It's simply impossible and unrealistic. Therefore, if one wants to defeat the Sky Demon clan, powerful beings at the Flying Sky or demigod level are essential. However, among the Tianhuai clan, except for the temple, the other Flying Sky realm and demigod powerhouses account for at least 70% or even more than 80% in their families, especially the demigod realm powerhouses. Except for the temple, only the 108 ancient city families have demigod powerhouses. How to fight the devil without demigod? So in the eyes of those present, Ye Bufan's so-called demon hunting team was simply a joke. But is this really the case? Of course not. Since Ye Bufan proposed the demon hunting team, he was not afraid of being rejected by the major families, or rather Ye Bufan believed that they would not refuse. That is why, looking at the reactions of these people in front of him, Ye Bufan curled up a wicked smile, but it was fleeting and was not noticed at all. Then, Ye Bufan's expression became solemn. He faced the people in front of him and said in a loud voice, "Now, I announce that the demon hunting group will soon enter the seventh heaven to hunt and capture the heavenly demons. This matter will be announced to the entire human race immediately. Anyone who dares to fight the heavenly demons can go together. In addition, from now on, the demon hunting group, that is, all the participants entering the battlefield, will all implement the new merit system." A new merit system. Everyone knows that the 36 legions under the 12 commanders of the temple have always had a merit system, but what is this new merit system? Everyone was puzzled and shocked. Ye Bufan ignored him and continued. Anyone who participates in the battle can get 1 point of merit for killing a demon in the Transcendent Realm, 5 points in the Condensation Realm, 20 points in the Return to Origin Realm, 50 points in the Divine Origin Realm, 100 points in the Jodian Realm, 500 points in the Divine Martial Realm, 1,000 points in the Rushung Realm, 5,000 points in the Fusion Soul Realm, 20,000 points in the Flying Sky Realm, and 100,000 points in the Demigod Realm. In addition, if you capture the demon alive, you will get double the merit. Merits cannot be transferred or sold, but can be exchanged for yuanxi. 1 point of merit can be exchanged for 1 yuanxi. Also, 1 million merits can be exchanged for 1 divine crystal of any attribute. What the hell? As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, everyone present was shocked. Merits can be exchanged for divine crystals. Chapter 1291. Your Highness, as human beings, we should slay demons and eliminate evil. What is divine crystal? That is an auxiliary item used by the powerful gods to practice. Just like warriors use yuanxi to speed up their practice, divine crystals can also speed up the practice of gods. In addition, although the holy realm is not as good as the divine realm, it is a process of transformation from the mortal realm to the divine realm in the path of martial arts. Therefore, even if the holy realm is not as good as the divine realm, one can still use divine crystals to assist in cultivation. In fact, divine crystals can enhance the cultivation of holy realm warriors far more than that of divine realm cultivators. It can be said that the divine crystal is what every warrior in the holy realm of Tianhuai dreams of. No matter whether they are entering a saint, merging souls, flying, or becoming a demigod, there are no exceptions. It's a pity that the divine crystals are too precious and too rare. Take the 108 ancient city families for example. As the top forces in Tianhuai, there must be divine crystals among the 108 ancient city families, but there are definitely not many. They are even pitifully few. Among the 108 ancient city families, the vast majority of them only have 1/2 a divine crystal. What is half a pill? The so-called half a crystal means that a divine crystal has been used, but the elemental power within it has not been exhausted. This is called half a crystal. The reason for this situation is that the 108 ancient city aristocratic families would never use the divine crystals on weekdays. They would only use them when family members encountered bottlenecks and needed a breakthrough. Moreover, this kind of breakthrough must at least be the fusion of souls to impact flying, or flying to impact demigod. As for other situations, it is simply impossible to use the divine crystals. It is conceivable that in the eyes of the 108 ancient city families, the divine crystal is such a precious existence that it is not an exaggeration to even say that it is the treasure of the clan. As for the families outside the 108 ancient city families, I'm sorry, they don't have the divine crystal at all. Even if they do, they dare not let outsiders know, not for any other reason, but because everyone knows that the man is innocent but the one in possession of the treasure is guilty. Once the news that they have the divine crystal is leaked, it may bring them death and annihilation of the clan. In short, divine crystals are extremely precious and everyone wants them, but divine crystals are also extremely rare, and even if you have a lot of money you may not be able to buy them. Especially in recent years, as the number of divine crystals has become increasingly smaller, it has become increasingly difficult to obtain divine crystals, and it has even become impossible. Now, Ye Bufan actually told them that the demon hunting team's merits could be exchanged for divine crystals. How could they not be shocked and excited? As long as they have enough divine crystals, their cultivation will be able to advance by leaps and bounds. As long as they have enough divine crystals, it will not be difficult for them to become demigods. It can be said that as long as there are enough divine crystals, their fate can be completely rewritten. What's more, this divine crystal only requires 1 million merit points. According to the ratio of 1 merit point to 1 yuanshi, 1 million merit points would only be 1 million yuanshi points. 1 million yuan worth of divine crystal. The price is so cheap that it is almost insane. After all, the divine crystals that appeared in TianYTN in the past were worth at least tens of millions, or even over 100 million. After a brief moment of excitement, everyone looked at Ye Bufan again. The next second, someone couldn't help but ask in a trembling voice, "Is what His Royal Highness the Saint said true? Can the demon hunting group's 1 million merits really be exchanged for one divine crystal?" "Certainly." Ye Bufan smiled slightly and said, "It's just a few divine crystals. There's no need for me to lie." After a pause, he vowed, "As long as you have enough merits, I can exchange as many divine crystals as you want." Just a divine crystal. Looking at Ye Bufan, everyone couldn't help but twitch their lips. "You are the holy son of the temple, so naturally you have no shortage of divine crystals. But we are different. Not only do we lack them, we lack them very much. However, no one cares about this at this time, or rather, everyone cares about the second half of Ye Bufan's sentence. As long as you have enough merits, I can exchange as many divine crystals as I want for you. Damn it, in order to deal with the heavenly demon clan, His Royal Highness the Saint Sun has spent a huge amount of money." But at this moment, someone suddenly asked, "Your Highness, as far as I know, there shouldn't be many divine crystals left in the temple, right? If there are too many merits and Your Highness cannot exchange them for divine crystals, what should we do?" Well, when these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. Then they all looked at the person who spoke. When they saw the person who spoke the voice, they all couldn't help but be stunned, because the person who spoke was none other than Lingu Yudao, the elder of the Lingu family, the head of the 108 ancient city families in TianYTN. There aren't many divine crystals left in the temple. If someone else said this they might not believe it, but it was different for Lingu Yudao. After all, his granddaughter was the saint of the temple, so she naturally knew something about the situation in the temple. For a moment, everyone looked at Ye Bufan again, their eyes full of doubt. Ye Bufan just smiled slightly. The next second, he waved his right hand. In an instant, on the left side of Ye Bufan, piles of divine crystals as big as a small mountain appeared on the stage. According to preliminary estimates, there were at least 200,000 or 300,000 divine crystals in this pile. With so many divine crystals piled together, shining with 7 colors of divine light, it almost blinded the eyes of everyone present. Gurgle. The strong visual impact made everyone present swallow their saliva. Ye Bufan did not stop and continued waving his hands. Swish, swish, swish. On the stage, piles of divine crystals appeared one after another. Everyone was stunned and dumbfounded. When had they ever seen so many divine crystals? Not to mention in reality, even in dreams, they had never dreamed of so many divine crystals. Damn, I really want to rob him. Of course, the more than 100,000 people present only thought so. Rob Ye Bufan. Don't be funny, it's good enough that Ye Bufan didn't snatch them away. What's more, since Ye Bufan dared to take out so many divine crystals in front of everyone, would he be afraid that people like him would snatch them away? Not at all. Looking at the reactions of everyone present, Ye Bufan smiled slightly, then looked at Lingu Yudao and said, "Here are 5 million divine crystals, do you think that's enough?" 5 million. Everyone's mind couldn't help but tremble, and Lingu Yudao was also stunned. Ye Bufan smiled and continued, "There really aren't many god crystals left in the temple, only about 200,000 or 300,000. But just because the temple doesn't have them doesn't mean I don't have any. Is 5 million enough?" If it's not enough, I can give you another 5 million, or even 50 million. Damn, Your Highness, you are bragging a little too much, aren't you? 50 million. Where did you get so many divine crystals? Everyone is messy. But for them, 50 million is not enough. The 5 million in front of them is enough. At least with these 5 million divine crystals, they don't have to worry about not being able to exchange them for divine crystals after earning merits. However, they did not know that for Ye Bufan, 50 million divine crystals were indeed not a lot. After all, the number of divine crystals possessed in the treasury of the heavenly palace was definitely an astronomical figure. Of course, Ye Bufan was too lazy to explain. As for the point of not showing off one's wealth, Ye Bufan was not worried or concerned at all. A man is innocent, but guilty of possessing a treasure. That is for the weak. For Ye Bufan, who dares to rob him? Who can rob him? Brush. Without any hesitation, Ye Bufan waved his hand and directly collected the 5 million divine crystals. But everyone was still immersed in it, unable to come back to their senses for a long time. Ye Bufan's expression became serious, and he suddenly spoke in a resounding voice, I have plenty of divine crystals. As long as you have meritorious service, you can exchange any amount for them. Certainly. Suddenly, Ye Bufan changed the subject, and then swept the whole audience, with a playful smile on his face, and said, everyone present just now has admitted that you are afraid of death and dare not step into the battlefield to fight the demons. These divine crystals are intended to be used to reward the meritorious officials of my human race, so these divine crystals should have nothing to do with you. After a pause, Ye Bufan continued, okay, I have said the 2 things I wanted to say. The 10 major agents will stay. Everyone else, take care. I won't see you off. When Ye Bufan said this, everyone was stunned, and then their mouths twitched. Go. Where to go? If they had not seen those divine crystals, they would definitely not have stayed any longer. But now that there were so many divine crystals tempting them, how could they be willing to leave? Huh. Seeing everyone's hesitation, Ye Bufan uttered a sigh and pretended to be puzzled. Everyone, I have already said the 2 things, why are you still not leaving? For a moment, everyone present was extremely embarrassed. Ye Bufan, however, was laughing secretly. Didn't you say that this was a serious matter and that we should take a long-term view? Aren't you afraid of death and unwilling to join the war? Sure, you can do whatever you want, but below the divine power, I have essence pill to control you. Above the divine power, I have divine crystal to torture you. Let's see if you still don't take the long-term view, let's see if you are willing to avoid the battle. Fight with me. I can destroy you guys in a matter of minutes. Ahem. Thinking in his heart, Ye Bufan pretended to cough lightly and said, since you all want to stay here for a while, then continue to stay. I still need to prepare for the demon hunting group, so I'll take my leave first. After saying this, Ye Bufan turned and left. Everyone was very anxious. What should we do if you leave? Of course, as the top existence in TianYTN and the head of each major family, these people present are obviously not stupid. How could they not see that Ye Bufan is simply warning them? Thinking that they had just solemnly rejected the other party and refused to join the war, and now they had to beg the other party to let them join the war, everyone present felt their faces burning with pain. It was extremely embarrassing. But they had no choice. Just leave. Don't be ridiculous. With those 5 million divine crystals, how could they leave? How could they leave? Once the essence pill is released, one can achieve the divine martial realm in minutes, and with the assistance of the divine crystal, the cultivation in the holy realm can be accelerated. The essence pill combined with the divine crystal is simply a martial arts plug-in, a cheating method that defies the heavens. They dared to guarantee that if they dared to leave today, Ye Bufan would definitely be able to give birth to a new 108 ancient city families, or even 1080 or 10,800 families to replace them in the next 1 or 2 years. If this really happens, I'm afraid there will be no place for them to stand in this world. Damn it, I can't leave. Others are the butchers and I am the meat. It was at this time that the representatives of the major families realized that with the 2 incredible items, Essence Pill and Divine Crystal, in their hands, Ye Bufan had completely controlled the entire human race. To put it bluntly, Ye Bufan alone could easily change the internal structure of the entire human race. As he was thinking about this, someone in the crowd immediately shouted, Your Highness, as human beings, we should slay demons and exterminate evil. In the face of the righteousness of our race, what does a mere personal gain or loss count for? Therefore, Your Highness, please allow our Feishui City Hong family to join the demon hunting group. Our Hong family is willing to follow Your Highness and fight against the Sky Demon clan. We will not stop fighting until our blood is shed and we die. Chapter 1292, Heavenly Demon. No, 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 that's a fat sheep. Your Highness, as human beings, we should slay demons and exterminate evil. In the face of the great cause of our race, what are the gains and losses of a mere individual? Therefore, please allow our Feishui City Hong family to join the demon hunting group. Our Hong family is willing to follow Your Highness to fight the Sky Demon clan. We will not stop fighting until our blood is shed and we die. The impassioned voice echoed between heaven and earth. Seeing the speaker's righteous expression, everyone present couldn't help but twitch their lips. We humans are supposed to slay demons and eliminate evil. Nima. He had just rejected Ye Bufan's proposal to enter the battlefield. Now, it would have been fine if he had volunteered to do so, but he actually said something like he would not stop fighting until he had bled to death. It's really too shameless and too shameless. However, compared with the value of 5 million divine crystals and the future of their respective families, it doesn't matter if they lose face. Your Highness is right. How can we allow the demons to run rampant here on our human land? Fight. The battle will not end until the blood is shed and the people die. What a bullshit demon. If we fight them, either his demon clan will be destroyed, or our human race will perish. My Wanghai City Shen family is also willing to follow Your Highness and fight the Sky Demon clan to the death. And my Kanglancheng Mu family. My Li family from Miyu City is also willing to accompany Your Highness to the battlefield. Voices came one after another, and members of the major families present spoke one after another. They all spoke passionately and righteously, and they were determined to fight the Sky Demon clan to the death. Apart from the people from the major families, the representatives from the 108 ancient city families present said nothing, but their demeanor and expressions said it all, which was war. However, no matter whether it is the major families present or the 108 ancient city families, they are not fighting for the human race. They are all fighting for the divine crystals and for the inheritance and future of their respective families. Ye Bufan was very clear about this, and it was for this reason that he took out the divine crystal. After all, if a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. Without sufficient incentives, these families cannot be driven at all. But even so, Ye Bufan didn't care at all. No matter whether it is a black cat or a white cat, as long as it can catch mice, it is a good cat. As for the divine crystals, Ye Bufan didn't lack those mere millions at all. For Ye Bufan, he needs a large number of members of the Heavenly Demon clan to speed up the condensation of the inheritance crystals in the God and Demon Cemetery. If he can make all the major families present work for him by paying some divine crystals, it will definitely be worth the money. As for whether they would capture him alive, Ye Bufan was not worried. After all, the merits gained by a living demon were twice that of a dead demon. In this case, Ye Bufan believed that as long as they were not stupid, they would know what to choose. Hearing the voice behind him, Ye Bufan paused, then turned around, looked at everyone, and said with embarrassment, "Isn't this bad? The battlefield is so dangerous, what if you lose your life?" Looking at Ye Bufan and hearing his words, everyone present couldn't help but twitch their lips, and their faces were filled with embarrassment. Ye Bufan shook his head, sighed softly, and said, "Forget it. This is too much of an embarrassment for you. I'll have to figure out the matter of the demon hunters myself. It's not difficult, Your Highness, it's not difficult for us at all." After Ye Bufan finished speaking, everyone present immediately spoke up and said one after another. "Real." Ye Bufan glanced at everyone and asked for confirmation. "It's true. It's absolutely true." Everyone swore solemnly, "Your Highness, no matter what, we are also members of the human race. As members of the human race, killing the demons is our duty. How can we make it difficult? How can we make it difficult?" "All right," Ye Bufan responded and said, "In that case, I will take you with me." After a pause, Ye Bufan spoke again, "In addition, at noon 3 days later, I will lead the team to set off. You just need to gather at the entrance of the seventh heaven." "Yes," everyone responded. "Okay, the top 10 agents follow me, and everyone else can go home." Ye Bufan waved his hand and left. The top 10 agents followed closely behind. An hour later, temple notices were posted in all the major cities of Tianhuitian. In an instant, the news of the 10 major agents spread throughout the human race, and the human race was instantly in an uproar. The top 10 Jing Yuan Dan dealers. Doesn't that mean that from now on, no matter who you are, as long as you have money, you can buy Jing Yuan Dan? And you can achieve the divine martial realm in a matter of minutes. Nah, one essence pill only costs 1,000 yuan stones. And it's a flat price. Isn't this too cheap? Cheap. Isn't it cheap? Nonsense. For those big families, 1,000 yuanxi is really nothing, but for ordinary people like us, 1,000 yuanxi is not a small amount, and taking one essence pill is not enough to raise your cultivation to the divine martial realm. It requires a large number of essence pills, 1,000 yuanxi, 10 yuanxi, 100 yuanxi, 100 yuanxi. Can you take out so many yuanxi? Are you an idiot? What the hell do you mean? What do I mean? Didn't you see there were 2 copies of that notice? Well, from the look on your face, I know you haven't read it yet. You should take a quick look at the second notice and then tell me if 100,000 yuan of stones is a lot. This demon hunting group. Merit system. What does this mean? What do you mean? It means that as long as you hunt down or capture the demons, you can get merits, and the merits can be exchanged for yuanxi or shenjing. 1 merit is 1 yuanxi, and 1 million merits are 1 shenjing. Do you still think that 100,000 yuanxi is too much? What? You have nothing to say. With the cultivation of both of us in the Zhodian realm, once we enter the battlefield, it will be easy to hunt down those demons in the Shenyuan realm. A Shenyuan realm demon is worth 50 merits, and catching it alive is double that, which is 100 merits. If we catch 10 demons, we can get 1,000 yuanxi to buy a Jingyuan pill. Is this difficult? No, it's not that hard, is it? That's it. If you were lucky enough to catch a half-dead demigod, that would be 100,000 merits. And if it is alive, it would be double that, that is 200,000 merits, which is equivalent to 200,000 yuanxi and 200 essence pills. A half-dead demigod. What are you thinking? There's no way such a good thing can happen. I'm just saying it casually. Anyway, no matter what, 1 essence pill worth 1,000 yuanxi is definitely not expensive. After all, as long as you go to the battlefield, it's definitely not difficult to earn yuanxi. So what are you waiting for? Let's go to the battlefield. Why are you in such a hurry? If you go now, wouldn't that be the same as going to die? What's the meaning? Didn't you see that the second notice said that His Royal Highness the Saint Sun's demon hunting group would set out at noon 3 days later? Right now, the battlefield of the 7th heaven is probably filled with nothing but heavenly demons. There are only 2 of us in the Zhodian realm. If we go now, I guess we won't even be enough to fill the gaps between the heavenly demons' teeth. Yeah, so what should we do now? Just sit there and wait. Of course we can't just sit there and wait. We should make some preparations while we still have plenty of time. What are you preparing for? Do you know what it means that there is strength in numbers? Judging from the current situation, the battlefield will be extremely chaotic, and there will definitely be many strong warriors. Warriors like us who haven't even reached the Saint Realm are destined to only follow these strong warriors and drink soup. But even if we drink soup, we have to drink more, so we should find more people to form a team. There is strength in numbers. Not only will it be easy to hunt down the demons, but it will also be safe. Then what are you waiting for? Find someone to form a group and go. Walk. 1 person was like this, 2 people were like this, 3 people were like this, 4 people were like this, and almost the entire human race was like this. All of them were discussing the 2 matters of essence pill and the demon hunting team. Essence pills can quickly improve your cultivation. The demon hunting group can earn merits and obtain yuanxi. Yuanxi can be used to purchase essence pills. If you want essence pills, you have to buy them with yuanxi. If you don't have yuanxi, you can go to the battlefield to hunt demons to earn merits. With merits, you can exchange them for yuanxi. With yuanxi, you can buy essence pills. With essence pills, you can improve your cultivation. With improved cultivation, you can earn more merits and exchange them for more yuanxi. After becoming a divine warrior, you no longer need essence pills and you don't need to continue hunting down demons. No, after entering the divine martial realm, essence pills are indeed no longer effective, but there are still divine crystals. If you want divine crystals, you have to continue to enter the battlefield to hunt demons, so as to earn merits to exchange for divine crystals. It can be said that essence pills and the demon hunting group are an infinite loop task designed by Ye Bufan for most people. As long as Ye Bufan does not call for a stop, he will never stop. That is why, nowadays, in the minds of the vast majority of human race members, the heavenly demon is no longer a heavenly demon, but a fat sheep that they are ready to slaughter. Chapter 1293. A human was caught. Once upon a time, there was a slogan in the city of heaven: if you follow the king, you must have meat to eat and wine to drink. Now, this is no longer the slogan of the city of heaven alone, but has become the slogan of the entire human race. If you follow the Son of God, you must have meat to eat and wine to drink. It can be said that as soon as the 2 notices from the temple came out, Ye Bufan's reputation immediately reached an unimaginable level. Not to say that there was no one before him, but at least in the past 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years, no one could compare to the current Ye Bufan. After all, it was Ye Bufan who brought huge benefits and generous welfare to everyone. In contrast, the Sky Demon clan was destined to suffer disaster. In the past, the faces of most human race members would change drastically as soon as they heard about the heavenly demon. They were filled with fear and terror. But now, as soon as the heavenly demon is mentioned, the eyes of human race members will definitely light up, because now in the eyes of human race, the heavenly demon is merit, the Yuan stone, the essence pill, the God crystal, the strength, and everything. What is there to be afraid of such a demon? Such a demon is a treasure that everyone wants to possess. Action speaks louder than words. For a time, countless members of the human race in the human land rushed to the 6th heaven, waiting to enter the 7th heaven's heavenly demon battlefield together with the demon hunting group led by Ye Bufan in 3 days to have a death battle with the heavenly demon clan. The ordinary human race is like this, and the major families are also not idle. The human race is in turmoil. The 5th heaven, the temple, the holy maiden hall. Damn it, what on earth does this Ye guy want to do? After hearing the news about Ye Bufan from his subordinates, Lingu Shui was immediately furious. It would be fine if he didn't work hard to improve his cultivation, but he actually went to join that demon hunting group. He is simply not doing his job properly. Etc. Suddenly, Lingu Shui seemed to have thought of something. She was stunned and murmured, he must have discovered something, so he did this and deliberately didn't practice to improve his cultivation, right? No, no, no. As he spoke, Lingu Shui shook his head again and denied himself. Yin Chofeng has been a saint's son for so many years and he has not discovered this secret. He has only been in the temple for a few days. How could he have discovered this secret? I must be overthinking it. But, no, even if he doesn't know this secret, we can't let him go on like this. After all, although his talent is far superior to mine, his cultivation is only at the initial stage of demigod. If he doesn't improve his cultivation to the peak of demigod as soon as possible, then after weighing the pros and cons, the old immortal may still choose me. No, I absolutely cannot let this happen. It seems that I must find a way to let Mr. Yi improve his cultivation to the peak of the semi-god realm as soon as possible. After all, only in this way will the old immortal choose him 100%, and only in this way can I be 100% safe. But, Lingu Shui frowned. How can we help Mr. Yi improve his cultivation as quickly as possible? He doesn't seem to take cultivation seriously. Tell the old immortal to urge Mr. Yi to improve his cultivation as soon as possible. No, no, this is too deliberate. If the old man finds out that I already know his secret, it will be troublesome. By then, I'm afraid that even if he doesn't choose me, he will definitely not let me live. But if we don't do this, how else can we make Mr. Yi concentrate on his cultivation? Hateful. After thinking for a long time, Lingu Shui couldn't think of a solution, so she scolded him harshly, then gritted her teeth and said, I don't have much time left. After all, no one knows when the old immortal will make a move. Waiting for Mr. Yi to actively improve his cultivation is too passive for me. This is a matter of life and death. I must take the initiative. Since I can't let him practice actively, I will let him improve passively. The soul and the body merge, and the martial arts and the way are harmonious. I will use the yin-yang method to help him improve his cultivation. Even though this will destroy me, it is better than losing my life at that time. Besides, with my looks, it shouldn't be difficult to take him down, right? It's decided. Ye Bufan was unaware of Lingu Shui's thoughts and decisions. At this moment, Ye Bufan was quietly waiting for the start of the demon hunting operation in 3 days. Of course, if it wasn't for giving the human race members some time to prepare, Ye Bufan would not have waited until 3 days later, but would have taken action immediately. But 3 days is not too long, Ye Bufan can wait. 3 days later, at noon. The sixth heaven, the Oracle City. As the center of the sixth heaven, the teleportation array leading to the seventh heaven is located in Oracle City. As a result, the entire Oracle City is already crowded with people at this moment. Not only inside Oracle City, but even outside Oracle City, as far as the eye can see, it is dark and full of people. The center of Oracle City, where the teleportation array is located. Ye Bufan stood in front of the teleportation array, and behind him were nearly 400 demigods of the temple. There is no doubt that, except for a few demigods, all the demigods in the temple have gathered here at the moment. As for the safety of the temple, Ye Bufan is not worried at all. In Ye Bufan's words, with Uyang Xian, the servant god, in charge, the temple does not need any demigods to stay behind. For this reason, all the demigods inside the temple were brought to the sixth heaven by Ye Bufan. At this moment, looking at the dense crowds of people around the teleportation array, Ye Bufan smiled and said, "I am very fortunate and grateful to everyone for coming here today. Without further ado, I will just say that today, no matter who you are, as long as you come here, you will never regret it. Now, everyone start teleporting one by one. Remember, do not stop after entering the seventh heaven, teleport directly to the eighth heaven. Let's go, I'll take you to eat meat." As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan turned around. Behind him, nearly 400 demigods of the temple instantly retreated to both sides. Ye Bufan passed through them and then disappeared directly on the teleportation array of Oracle City. After Ye Bufan, the demigods of the temple also stepped onto the teleportation array one by one and headed for the seventh heaven. Seeing this scene, the members of the major families around the teleportation array were stunned. Thinking back to what Ye Bufan had just said, they couldn't help but look at each other in bewilderment. What did His Royal Highness the Saint Sun just say? After entering the seventh heaven, we will be directly transferred to the eighth heaven. It seems so. Did we hear it wrong? Aren't we going to the battlefield? Why is it going to the eighth heaven now? The eighth heaven is now the territory of the Sky Demon clan. Idiot, can't you see that His Royal Highness the Saint Sun is going to attack the Sky Demon clan directly? Huh, directly attack the Sky Demon clan? Nonsense, don't you think about why we are here this time? If we don't go to the demonic tribe's territory in the eighth heaven, there are only 2 or 3 kittens in the seventh heaven. How are we going to divide them after so many of us go there? That's right, what do you mean by that? It's good anyway. While everyone was discussing, someone had already followed the temple demigod and walked towards the teleportation array. Ye Bufan was first teleported to the seventh heaven, and then directly to the eighth heaven. However, because the seventh heaven is the place where the human race and the demon race fight, the teleportation array in the seventh heaven is shared by both races and there is no one guarding it. But the eighth heaven is different. As the territory of the heavenly demon clan, there are naturally heavenly demons guarding the teleportation array. Not only the teleportation array, but also the city where the teleportation array is located belongs to the heavenly demons, so there are naturally heavenly demons guarding it as well. At this moment, in the eighth heaven, the teleportation array is located in the central city of Shenmue City. Buzz. A white light flashed, and Ye Bufan appeared out of thin air on the teleportation array. Well, the moment they saw Ye Bufan, the 4 demons who were in charge of guarding the teleportation array were stunned. Human race. They looked at each other, stunned and even surprised. The eighth heaven is the territory of their demon clan. How could any human being come here? But soon, the 4 great demons figured it out. There was no doubt that the human race was teleported to Shenmue City because they were sent to the wrong place. Thinking of this, the 4 great demons couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, little brother of the human race, since you came to our door yourself, don't blame us for being rude. It's just right for us to have a delicious meal with you tonight. Chapter 1294, Shocked. Ha ha ha, little human brother, since you came to our door, don't blame us for being rude. We'll just have a delicious meal with you tonight. Looking at the 4 demons in front of him and listening to their words, Ye Bufan smiled slightly, then said with a playful look, "Are you going to eat me?" Nonsense. One of the demons shouted angrily, and then said, "Mofeng, tie him up quickly and don't let him run away." Okay. The demon called, Mofeng, responded immediately. Buzz. The next second, just as he was about to take action, another white light flashed on the teleportation array, and then a figure appeared on the teleportation array. This person was none other than Zhuge Ming, the deputy master of the temple. Haha, are we lucky today? Another human has come. The moment he saw Zhuge Ming, the leading demon at the peak of the flying sky realm burst into laughter. However, the other demon frowned as he looked at Zhuge Ming, then whispered softly, "Why do I feel this person is so familiar? I feel like I know him, too." "Me too." The other two celestial demons also responded. Well, upon hearing the words of the three great demons, the leading demon at the peak of the flying sky realm was stunned. "Do you know this human race? Are you familiar with it?" The leading demon at the peak of the flying sky realm couldn't help but look at Zhuge Ming again. The more he looked, the more familiar it seemed. The more he looked, the more familiar it seemed. What the hell? In a brief moment, the leading sky demon at the peak of the flying realm suddenly exclaimed. He widened his eyes and looked at Zhuge Ming with an incredible expression and said, He is Zhuge Ming, one of the three deputy hall masters of the human temple." The human temple, Zhuge Ming, one of the three deputy temple masters. The other three demons were also awakened instantly. That's right, it was him, Zhuge Ming, the deputy master of the temple. But why did he come here? Could it be that he sent it to the wrong place? Buzz. Before the four demons could think more, another white light flashed on the teleportation array. After Ye Bufan and Zhuge Ming, Dongfang Chuyu was the third one to descend to the eighth heaven. Wow, wow. The moment they saw Dongfang Chuyu, the four demons' hearts trembled violently. Another human deputy hall master descended on the eighth heaven. Damn, what happened today? Buzz buzz buzz. However, everything is not over yet. White light flashes continuously on the teleportation array, and more humans walk out of the teleportation array. Everything seemed to take a long time, but in fact, it was only a few seconds from the time Ye Bufan descended to the eighth heaven to now. However, more than 10 human demigods had walked out of the teleportation array, and the number was still increasing. The four great demons were stunned and dumbfounded. However, at this moment, no matter how stupid or dumb they were, they could see that it was not that the human race had gone to the wrong place, but that the human race was preparing to invade the eighth heaven, a large-scale and comprehensive invasion. After all, two deputy temple masters of the human temple have come, so how could it be a small fight? In an instant, the four great demons woke up. Enemy attack. One of the celestial demons immediately shouted loudly, and at the same time, the four celestial demons also fled away. Ye Bufan didn't care about this. Run. Where can I run to? As long as we defend the teleportation array here and as long as we are still in the eighth heaven, none of these demons will be able to escape. Buzz buzz buzz. White light kept flashing on the teleportation array, and more people came to Shenmue City. Run. The humans are coming to kill us. In Shenmue City, the four great demons were running away, roaring at the top of their lungs. For a moment, all the demons in the entire Shenmue City were alarmed, and they were all furious. The human race is coming to kill us. Run. Run away. The eighth heaven is the territory of my demon clan. If anyone wants to run, it should be the humans. Why should we run? Shut up. The next second, an angry roar sounded in Shenmue City, and then a celestial demon appeared out of nowhere and blocked the four celestial demons who were about to escape from Shenmue City. Demon, Lord Demon. Seeing the demigod demon Tien blocking their way, the four heavenly demons paused and spoke in a trembling voice. Where are the humans? Mo Tien's expression became serious and he asked in a stern voice. Yes, in the teleportation array. The leading demon at the peak of the flying sky realm said in a trembling voice, and then said, My lord, we should run quickly, humans, the human race. Bang! The demon at the peak of the Fatian realm had just said half of his words when Mo Tien slapped him with his palm. A powerful force impact. Puff! The demon at the peak of the flying sky realm spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. Mo Tien said coldly, You are fleeing without a fight and disrupting the morale of the army. Do you want to die? My lord, I. The flying sky realm demon had a bitter look on his face. Snort. Mo Tien snorted coldly and said, From now on, you'd better shut up. If you say one more word, I will kill you. I. The demon at the peak of the flying sky realm was stunned, but did not dare to say anything more. The other three demons are no exception. Mo Tien no longer paid attention to them, but looked towards the location of the teleportation array in the distance, then urged his energy and shouted in a deep voice, All demons, listen to my order, gather at the teleportation array now and prepare to fight the human race. Mo Tien's loud voice resounded through heaven and earth, and spread throughout the entire Shenmue city in the blink of an eye. Yes. The demons in the city responded in unison, and then rushed towards the location of the teleportation array. In front of the 4 great demons, Mo Tian glared at them and said angrily, "What are you still standing there for? Go, do you still want me to treat you?" This. The 4 great demons hesitated slightly. "Sir, the human race." The next second, the demon at the peak of the flying sky realm gritted his teeth and was about to speak. Puff. However, he didn't expect that as soon as he opened his mouth, a spear appeared out of thin air in Mo Tian's hand. Then, Mo Tian stabbed out with the spear, directly piercing his neck. For a moment, blood splattered. Mo Tian said coldly, "You deserve to die if you flee without a fight. Now you dare to disobey me. What's the point of me keeping you here? You." The flying demon grabbed the spear that pierced his neck with both hands and glared at Mo Tian with a face full of anger and unwillingness. He just wanted to tell Mo Tian that all the humans who came this time were demigods, and that with the power of his own demon clan in Shenmue City, they could not compete with them at all. However, he didn't expect Mo Tian didn't even give him the chance to speak. Puff. Before the demon at the peak of the flying sky realm could say anything more, Mo Tian had already pulled back his spear. Call out. The next second, the demon at the peak of the flying sky realm fell directly from midair. Bang! With a dull thud, the demon at the peak of the flying sky realm fell to the ground, but he was already dead. Gurgle. Seeing this scene, the other 3 demons couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Do you have anything else to say? At this time, Mo Tian looked at them, his voice turned cold and he asked in a deep voice. No, no more. The 3 great demons said in a trembling voice. Snort. Hearing this, Mo Tian snorted coldly and said, "Since you have nothing to say, why are you still standing there? Why don't you go to the teleportation array?" After a pause, Mo Tian continued, "I'm telling you, if anyone dares to escape from the battlefield again, don't blame me for being rude to you. By then, even if the human race can't kill you, I won't let you go." The 3 demons looked bitter, but they could only respond, "Yes." Shenmue City, teleportation array. Swish, swish, swish. Dark shadows rushed towards Shenmue City from all directions, from the sky and the ground. In just a moment, the teleportation array 100 meters away was surrounded by demons. Human race, you are seeking death. Ha ha ha, this is so funny. A mere few hundred people actually want to attack our Shenmue City. Are you humans crazy? Stupid. Since they are seeking death, we will grant their wish. Looking at Ye Bufan and the other 600 or 700 people who were alone, the demons started to make mocking noises. As for the cultivation level of Ye Bufan and the others, they didn't care at all. Call out. But at this moment, Mo Tian, the leader of Shenmue City, arrived late. When he saw Ye Bufan and others, he was stunned, and then he widened his eyes with an incredible and unbelievable look on his face. Zhu Ming, Deputy Master of the Temple. The Deputy Master of the Temple, Dongfang Chuyu. Not only were the 2 Deputy Hall Masters of the Temple gathered together, but also the cultivation levels of these people. The other demons below the level of demigods could not see through the cultivation levels of Ye Bufan and his party, and did not care about this issue, but Mo Tian was different. As a demigod as well, he could see through the cultivation levels of Ye Bufan and his party at a glance. Demigod, 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 damn, all 600 or 700 people are demigods. In just a breath of time, Mo Tian's hair stood on end and cold sweat ran down his body. At this time, Ye Bufan looked at the demon in front of him and said with a smile, "What are you waiting for? Go ahead, remember, if you capture it alive, your merits will be doubled." Boom, boom, boom. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, except for the demigods of the temple, the demigods from other major families present instantly released their respective majesty. For a moment, the terrifying aura merged into one, sweeping the entire space wantonly. At the same time, the demigods of the major families all shouted in anger out of instinct. "Those who surrender will not be killed." Terrifying aura and cold voice. Gurgle. Seeing this scene, all the demons present couldn't help but swallow their saliva. They were petrified and terrified. Demigod, 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 damn, they are all demigods. Chapter 1295. Be gentle, don't kill yourself. What kind of concept is it for nearly 200 demigods to release their pressure at the same time? It's like 200 wolves surrounding a sheep. The momentum alone is enough to scare the sheep to death. At this moment, the demon in Shenmue City was the little lamb. The moment the demigods' aura burst out, they were frightened and their minds went blank. Ordinary members of the Sky Demon clan are like this, and as the Sky Demon leader of Shenmue City, Mo Tian is the same. However, in addition to being dumbfounded, Mo Tian also has thousands of alpaca horses galloping through his mind. Not for any other reason, but because at this moment he finally understood why the 4 heavenly demons chose to flee without fighting. Damn, hundreds of demigods were attacking, even if it were him, he would choose to run without hesitation. If you don't run, you'd be an idiot. Not only that, he also finally understood what the Flying Sky Realm Peak Demon wanted to say to him. He clearly wanted to tell him this fact and the gap between the enemy and him, but he not only did not listen to his explanation but also killed him directly. The more he thought about it, the more confused Mo Tian felt, and the more he thought about it, the more painful Mo Tian felt. What the hell is going on? But now that things have come to this, Mo Tian also understands that there is no point in thinking about these things anymore. What to do? 600 or 700 human demigods were attacking, and Mo Tian couldn't think of any better way to deal with it except to escape. As for the other members of the Heavenly Demon clan, their life and death, their safety were no longer within Mo Tian's consideration. After all, if a person does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. This is the case for the human race, and the Heavenly Demon clan is naturally no exception. I would rather die than let my friend die. Nothing is more important than being alive. With this thought, Mo Tian no longer hesitated, and he roared angrily, "Kill him! Just run away! Don't be funny!" As the leader of Shenmue City, Mo Tian is not stupid. If he escapes directly, he will not be able to escape at all. After all, the demigods of the human race are not decorations. Only by intercepting them with the army of the demon clan will he have a chance to escape. As soon as Mo Tian said this, the members of the demon clan were stunned. Kill. How to kill so many demigods? However, as the leaders of Shenmue City, they naturally dared not disobey Mo Tian's orders. Roar. Kill. In an instant, a group of demons roared in anger and rushed directly towards the human demigod. Court death. Seeing this scene, the human demigods were instantly furious and took action at the same time. The power of demigods is so strong and terrifying that even if the demigods of the temple did not take action, and even if there were only nearly 200 demigods from various major families fighting against the army of the heavenly demon, the human race still had the upper hand. 200 human demigod wolves were like a flock of sheep. Bang bang bang. A series of dull and heavy sounds were heard. As soon as the battle began, blood was splattered all over the field. However, the blood obviously came from the demons, not humans. The power of a demigod is so terrifying. This was definitely a one-sided massacre. Even the sky demons in the flying realm could not withstand the thundering attack of the human demigods. However, the human demigods obviously did not kill these sky demons ruthlessly. They only seriously injured these sky demons, making them on the verge of death, but they still had a breath left. After all, a living sky demon had twice the merit. In this case, it would be a pity to kill them directly. Not only that, when the demigods attacked, the palm-sized seals in their hands were like their weapons, mercilessly smashing down on the demon, leaving behind pure white text marks such as Lingu, Dantai, and Hong on his body. The demon's body was originally black, and now it was alternating between black and white, making the words exceptionally clear. Seeing this strange scene, Ye Bufan couldn't help but frown, looking stunned. Your Highness, this was discussed in advance by the major families. These pure white characters represent the surnames of each family. As long as a demon has the mark of a family on it, it belongs to the family represented by this mark, and other families are not allowed to fight for it. This way, after the battle, it will be easier for the major families to divide up the spoils. Beside Ye Bufan, Zhuge Ming immediately started to explain. Is this all right? Hearing this, Ye Bufan was stunned again, and then the corner of his mouth twitched, but he obviously didn't care about it. After all, to Ye Bufan, it didn't matter who captured the demon, because these demons would belong to him in the end anyway. In a brief moment, the Sky Demon clan suffered a crushing defeat. In just one encounter, all the sky demons in the flying sky realm were defeated. But even so, the demigods of the human race did not stop. They still killed the sky demons in the other soul fusion realm, the Saint realm, and even the divine martial realm and the Jodian realm, like cutting melons and vegetables. In short, as long as it is a demon, even if it is in the transmortal realm, the demigods have no intention of letting it go. After all, no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. Even a demon in the transmortal realm is worth some merit. It's just a matter of convenience, so don't miss it. Of course, this is just an analogy. After all, there is no demon in the transcendent realm present. Attack like a wolf or a tiger. An unstoppable offensive. Call out. The moment the two sides fought, Mo Tian did not hesitate at all and fled directly to the distance. After all, for him, if he didn't leave now, he would never be able to leave. It's a pity that Mo Tian wants to escape, but the demigods will never let him do so. Swish, swish, swish. The moment Mo Tian escaped, three top demigods of the Lingu family, led by Lingu Yudao, directly surrounded him, leaving him no chance to escape. Looking at the three-peaked demigod realm powerhouses who surrounded him, Mo Tian couldn't help but be stunned, but his face was full of bitterness. He was only a mid-level demigod, how could he contend with three-peaked demigod realm powerhouses? The three most powerful demigods did not stop and attacked Mo Tian directly. Bang bang bang. Facing the siege of three-peaked demigods, Mo Tian didn't even have a chance to fight back and could only take the beating. During the fight, Lingu Yudao suddenly roared, "Fuck, you two losers, be gentle. This is 200,000 merits. It's worthless if you kill them." Yes, yes. As soon as Lingu Yudao finished speaking, the two demigods of the Lingu family responded instantly. At the same time, their originally fierce offensive also subsided a lot. The sudden change made Mo Tian stunned and even confused. Be gentle, don't kill him. If you kill him, he will be worthless. And 200,000 merits. What the hell is this? Unfortunately, before Mo Tian could think about it or figure out what was going on, he was beaten half to death and captured alive. Bang! After capturing Mo Tian alive, Lingu Yudao directly stamped the exclusive seal of the Lingu family on him. Then he no longer paid attention to the half-dead Mo Tian, but rushed directly into the battlefield to hunt other demons. Compared with the 200,000 merits of the demigod realm, the merits that the remaining Jodian and divine martial realm heavenly demons can bring to them are simply not worth mentioning. But no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. It would be a shame to waste it like this. Lingu Yudao and the other two were like this, and the other human demigods were no exception. Demon. No, 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 this is merit, this is divine crystal, this is the future, this is everything. 200 demigods fought against more than 200,000 demons in Shenmue City. The scene was absolutely chaotic, bloody, and horrific. At the same time, this was also a one-sided massacre. Master Mo Tian is dead. Run. Suddenly, in the melee, some demons screamed twice. In an instant, all the remaining demons were awakened, and they no longer hesitated and ran away. After all, the leader of Shenmue City, the most powerful Mo Tian, is already dead, so how can they defeat these human beings? Moreover, if it weren't for Mo Tian's deterrence, these demons would have given up the fight and fled long ago, so why would they fight to the death until now? Now that Mo Tian is dead, they no longer have any reason to stay and continue fighting. It's a pity that the demons want to escape, and the human race will never let them do so. Boom 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 boom. Seeing that the demon was about to escape, many demigods lost control for a moment, and the terrifying momentum once again swept the entire place, even stronger and more terrifying than at the beginning. Puff, puff, puff. For a moment, countless demons were crushed by this momentum and were seriously injured and vomiting blood. After all, the remaining ones were all demons with low cultivation, and they could not withstand the torment of the demigods. Fuck, be gentle, don't kill yourself. Seeing this scene, many demigods shouted in shock and anger. Just as they said, if they killed him, they would only gain twice the merit, which would be worthless. Those human demigods who had lost control of their aura for a moment also came to their senses instantly, and they immediately withdrew their aura. However, the remaining demons were just as confused as the previous demon. Be gentle, don't kill it. If you kill it, it will be worthless. What the hell does this mean? It's a pity that the human demigods will naturally not tell them that in our eyes, you are not demons at all, you are meritorious heroes and divine crystals. The battle came and went quickly, and it was over in less than 10 minutes. Nearly 200 demigods of the human race ganged up on more than 200,000 celestial demons in Shenmue City, and the result the demigods of the human race were unharmed, while the more than 200,000 celestial demons were completely wiped out. Chapter 1296 10 minutes, 5 million. In Shenmue City, more than 200,000 demons collapsed to the ground. Some of them were dying, some were wailing in pain, but without exception, they had no strength to fight anymore, and even lost the ability to escape. That's it. Is it over? Fuck, why are there only so many demons? I haven't even finished warming up yet. Who said it wasn't? It's simply too vulnerable. Nah, after all, this Shenmue City is the central city of the 8th heaven. You, the Heavenly Demon Clan, are being too frivolous. Why do you only send such a small force to guard it? Seeing that the battle was over, the human demigods who were still unsatisfied began to complain. Your uncle, the demon, who was still relatively conscious, suddenly felt confused and went crazy. Are we vulnerable? Do you guys have any shame? Although there are more than 200,000 demons in Shenmue City, most of them are Shenwu, Jodian, and even Shenyuan and Guiyuan. There are only a very small number of powerful saints. The most important thing is that we only have one demigod. But what about you? You have a total of 500 or 600 demigods. Even if only some of them took action, that's still nearly 200 demigods. What does 200 demigods mean? All of us below the level of demigods are ants. You are clearly bullying us, okay. If you have the guts, set a time and a place and fight with the demigods of our Sky Demon Clan. Then we will see who is stronger and who is weaker, and who is truly vulnerable. It's a pity that the human race didn't give them any chance at all. Young Master Yi, the battle is over. Should we send the people from the 7th heaven over? Ignoring the defeated demons, Lingu Yudao looked at Ye Bufan and asked. The others also looked at Ye Bufan with passionate expressions. No hurry. Ye Bufan waved his hand and said, if we start teleporting now, there will inevitably be some confusion. So, you should sort out and divide these demons first. After you have calculated the merits you have each earned, it won't be too late to let the people of the 7th heaven start teleporting. This is good. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, the demigods from all the major families present were overjoyed. After all, they worked so hard just for merit and divine crystals. However, Lingu Yudao still frowned, glanced at the demons in front of him, then looked at Ye Bufan, and said hesitantly, Young Master Yi, there are at least 200,000 demons here. With our limited manpower, wouldn't it be too troublesome and time-consuming to distinguish and count them? Don't worry, I have my own way. Ye Bufan smiled slightly, then directly took out the Burial Heaven Palace. In the Heaven Burial Palace, 100,000 Divine Martial Realm warriors from the 7 Killing Hall walked out together. Looking at the Divine Martial Realm warriors of the 7 Killing Temple, the demigods couldn't help but be stunned. Only then did they remember that Ye Bufan was not only the holy son of the temple, but he also had a Divine Martial Realm army of 1 million people under his command. But it doesn't matter anymore, as long as we can calculate the merits they each get as soon as possible. With the help of 100,000 7 Killing army, it would be much easier to deal with the more than 200,000 demons in front of them. First, the members of the 7 Killing army classified the demons according to the text marks on their bodies, and piled them together like goods. Then, the members of the 7 Killing army converted them into merits and calculated the merit points finally obtained by the major families. Everything went on in an orderly manner. Half an hour later, the statistical results came out. The family that gained the most merits was undoubtedly the Lingu family, the leader of the 108 ancient city families. After all, in addition to Lingu Yudao and other 3 peak demigod masters, the Lingu family also had another 8 demigod masters. There are 11 demigods in a family, not counting Lingu Shui, the holy maiden of the temple. Otherwise, the Lingu family would have as many as 12 demigods. With 12 demigods in one family, the Lingu family is absolutely worthy of the title of the number 1 family. Of course, with the involvement of 11 demigods, the Lingu family naturally gained a lot. The first one is naturally the semi-god Modian. He alone is worth 100,000 merits. In addition, the Lingu family captured 4 demons in the Flying Sky realm. Each of them is worth 20,000 merits, and the 4 Flying Sky demons are worth 80,000 merits. In addition to the demigods and flying celestials, the 11 demigods of the Lingu family captured more than 11,000 demons. Although the merits of these demons are far less than those of the demigods and flying celestials, they have the advantage of large numbers. Moreover, most of these demons are at the Shenyuan and Jodian levels, and even the weakest one is at the Guiyuan level. In the end, these 11,000 demons brought more than 2 million merits to the Lingu family. Together with a demigod and 4 flying celestials, the merits gained by the Lingu family in this battle amounted to 2,630,850. Not only that, all the demons were captured alive, and the merits were doubled. In the end, the Lingu family gained 5,261,700 merits in this battle alone. 5,260,000 merits. This number not only dumbfounded the demigods from other families, but also shocked the people from the Lingu family. In less than 10 minutes, a profit of more than 5 million, what does this mean? If you haven't experienced it yourself, it's simply impossible to accept it. Even if you see it with your own eyes, everyone still feels that it's also dreamlike. In the end, all the more than 5 million merits were naturally credited to Lingu Yudao. After all, merits could not be sold or traded, and it would obviously be unwise if they were distributed among everyone. In addition to the Lingu family, the Bai family, ranked second among the 108 ancient city families, obtained more than 3 million merit points, ranking second after the Lingu family. Third place, Liang family, received 2,137,600 merit points. Fourth place, Wu family, obtained 1,673,760 merit points. Fifth place, Tianai family, obtained 1,237,620 merit points. Sixth place, Mu family, obtained 1,039,980 merit points. Apart from these 6 families, the remaining families received less than 1 million merit points. But even so, they received a lot of merit points. Even the family with the least merit points received more than 200,000 merit points. Sweeping a city in 10 minutes and gaining 200,000 merits in one city, what kind of concept is that? You know, there are countless cities like this in the 8th heaven alone, not to mention there is the 9th heaven above the 8th heaven. Outside the 9th heaven there are the starry sky battleships of the Sky Demon clan docked in the starry sky. The sum of all these sky demons is definitely an astronomical number. If all these sky demons were exchanged for merits, then just thinking about it, the demigods present felt their heartbeats speed up and their blood boil. Young Master Yi, I wonder can I exchange these merits for divine crystals now, but at this moment, amidst the excitement of everyone, Lingu Yudao suddenly looked at Ye Bufan and asked softly. Well, when Lingu Yudao said this, everyone was stunned, and then they all looked at Ye Bufan. It is true that 1 million merits can be exchanged for 1 divine crystal, and it is also true that merits are easy to earn. But if they have earned merits but Ye Bufan does not exchange them for divine crystals, then what is the use of earning more merits? Now, under everyone's tense gaze, Ye Bufan looked at Lingu Yudao and asked. It's now, okay. Lingu Yudao asked somewhat nervously. Sure. Ye Bufan smiled slightly. He naturally knew what Lingu Yudao was worried about, or he understood what all the demigods present were worried about, so he said, will all the 5 million merits be converted into divine crystals? All. Which kind of divine crystal do you want? 3 water god crystals and 2 wood god crystals. Can. Ye Bufan responded, then stretched out his right hand, took out 3 water god crystals and 2 wood god crystals and handed them to Lingu Yudao, saying, 5 million merits will be deducted, and these 5 god crystals are yours. Call. Seeing this scene, everyone's breathing held involuntarily, and Lingu Yudao's hand trembled slightly as he took the divine crystal. Although they knew before that Ye Bufan would not fool them, they were not sure in their hearts. After all, the divine crystal was too precious, and who knew whether Ye Bufan would go back on his word. But now it's different. Seeing the deal between Ye Bufan and Lingu Yudao, everyone's concerns instantly disappeared without a trace. 1 million merits in exchange for 1 divine crystal, this is real, Ye Bufan did not fool them. The most important thing is that the Lingu family only took less than 10 minutes to catch 5 divine crystals. You know, these are divine crystals. With enough divine crystals, will it be difficult to cultivate in the Holy Realm? It can be said that as long as there are enough divine crystals, their respective families can cultivate a large number of demigods, and even they themselves have the opportunity to impact the divine realm and become gods. Of course, the prerequisite is that they must have enough merits to exchange for enough divine crystals. But is it difficult to gain merit? It's so difficult. There is a lack of everything in the heaven, but there is no lack of demons. Although they do not have the strength of the Lingu family to earn 5 million merits in 10 minutes and exchange them for 5 divine crystals, they have plenty of time. If 10 minutes is not enough, then 1 hour, 2 hours, or even 1 or 2 days, or 1 or 2 years will be fine. Are you worried that you won't earn enough merits even though you have enough time? You have time but are still worried that you won't be able to exchange enough divine crystals. As long as you work hard to hunt down the demons, you can gain a lot of merits and exchange them for a lot of divine crystals. As soon as they thought of this, the eyes of the demigods from the major families present were filled with passion. Chapter 1297 My father is the great guardian of the demon clan. Your Highness, the 3 million merits of my Bai family have all been converted into divine crystals, 3 fire divine crystals. Amidst the excitement of the crowd, the Bai family's ancestor looked directly at Ye Bufan and spoke. Although merits can be exchanged for divine crystals, everything is empty talk before they are obtained. Only when the divine crystals are in your hands, do they truly belong to you. After the Bai family's ancestor finished speaking, Ye Bufan just smiled slightly. Ye Bufan was not just saying casually about exchanging merits for divine crystals. After all, he was not short of divine crystals. For Ye Bufan, the first priority now was to capture enough demons and inherit the peerless heritage in the cemetery of gods and demons as soon as possible. So Ye Bufan did not resist the major families wanting to exchange for divine crystals, he even hoped so. After all, only in this way could he encourage the major families to work harder to capture demons for him. Your Highness, the Holy Sun, my Uyang family's 2 million merits can be exchanged for 2 golden divine crystals. Your Highness, the Holy Sun, my Wu family will exchange 1 million divine crystals for fire divine crystals. Your Highness, the Holy Sun, my Tianai family will exchange 1 million merits for earth god crystals. Your Highness, the Holy Sun, my Mu family will exchange 1 million merits for wood god crystals. In an instant, several other families with merits of 1 million also asked to exchange. Ye Bufan smiled slightly and agreed to everything. Seeing this scene, the other demigods were all envious, but it was only temporary envy. After all, their merits are less than 1 million now and cannot be exchanged for the Holy Realm. However, with just the Shenmue city, they have already obtained hundreds of thousands of merits. There are countless cities and demons in the 8th heaven. Can't they earn 1 million merits? It's impossible. 1 million is just the beginning, they want to earn 10 million, or even 100 million, or 1 billion. The human demigods were like this, but the captured demons were dumbfounded. What's going on? Can you get merits by arresting us? Can merits be exchanged for divine crystals? 1 million merits in exchange for 1 divine crystal. This is a divine crystal. Isn't it too cheap? But at this moment, the demons finally understood and woke up. Why did so many demigods of the human race suddenly come to the 8th heaven? Why did these demigods suddenly have the audacity to attack them? Damn it, it's obvious that they want to capture these demons so as to earn merits and exchange them for divine crystals. Not to mention these human demigods, even these demons were tempted. 1 million merits can be exchanged for 1 divine crystal. According to the calculations of the humans just now, this is really too cheap. Why don't they, the heavenly demon clan, have such good things happen to them? Why can't they earn merits and exchange them for divine crystals by capturing humans? This is not fair. Also, that human boy is the holy son of the temple. Isn't the holy son of the temple Yin Chofeng? Why did he change? Who is he? Where is he from? Why does he have so many divine crystals? At this moment, the demons seemed to have forgotten their own situation. All they had in their hearts was envy, jealousy and hatred. The demons were compared to humans, which made the demons angry to death. After a while, the merits of the remaining 5 major families were also exchanged for divine crystals. They were very satisfied. Ye Bufan said directly, throw all these demons into the heaven burial palace. Also, notify the 7th heaven that it can be teleported. Shenmue city is just the beginning. Our target is all the demons in the 8th heaven. Yes. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the 100,007 killing army responded in unison, and the demigods from the major families also looked impatient. Etc. But at this moment, a struggling voice suddenly sounded among the demons. Hearing this, Ye Bufan frowned, then looked in the direction of the sound. The same goes for others. The person speaking in the sight was none other than Mo Tian, the leader of the demons in Shenmue city. What's up? Looking at Mo Tian who was lying on the ground and beaten half to death by Lingu Yudao and the other 2, Ye Bufan asked directly. I want to cooperate with you. Mo Tian looked exhausted. Cooperate. Ye Bufan frowned. What can you cooperate with me on? Not only Ye Bufan, but everyone else also looked puzzled. Mo Tien hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, I can help you trick the other demons to come to Shenmue City, and then you can ambush and capture them directly. Holy crap. When Mo Tien said this, everyone was shocked. Especially the members of the Sky Demon clan, they all looked in disbelief. You helped the human race to trick the Sky Demon clan into coming to Shenmue City, and then let the human race ambush and capture members of my Sky Demon clan. Lord Mo Tien, don't forget that you are also a demon. You have so many things now, where is your moral integrity? Oh. Ye Bufan looked at Mo Tien with great interest and asked, what are the conditions? After thinking for a while, Mo Tien said, I can surrender to the human race, but you can't restrict my freedom. Also, you have to give me a commission after the demons I tricked are captured. Moreover, I also want to exchange them for divine crystals. When Mo Tien said this, the demigods from the major families present were stunned at first, and then became furious. It would be fine if you just wanted to surrender to the human race, but you actually want to earn points and exchange them for divine crystals. Although there are many demons, why should we give you one? Also, do you know that taking away someone's job is like killing their parents? You are looking for death. In an instant, murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the demigods from the major families present as they looked at Mo Tien. Feeling the murderous intent revealed by the human demigods towards him, Mo Tien's heart couldn't help but tremble. However, if a person does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. This is true for the human race, and the demons are no exception. Now they have fallen into the hands of humans and were captured alive. Although Mo Tien did not know why humans did not kill him and these demons directly, Mo Tien knew that humans must have some unknown secrets in doing so. Moreover, Mo Tien was very clear that no matter what the purpose of humans was for not killing them, in the final analysis, they would definitely not have a good end. In that case, why not cooperate with the human race? In this way, not only will he not die, but he can also gain huge benefits. Kill two birds with one stone, why not do it? Thinking in his heart, Mo Tien ignored the murderous intentions of the demigods, looked at Ye Bufan, and said resolutely, what do you think? Even if you kill me now, it will only make our clan lose a demigod. This is meaningless. On the contrary, if you cooperate with me, I can help you lure and kill more demons, thereby weakening the strength of the demon clan, and you only need to pay some divine crystals, so why not do it? Hee. After Mo Tien finished speaking, Ye Bufan smiled slightly and said, your suggestion seems good, but Ye Bufan deliberately stretched out his voice and said, in my opinion, it doesn't seem to have any practical significance, right? How is that possible? I can help you lure more demons to the 8th heaven. Without you, wouldn't the other demons come to the 8th heaven? What do you mean? It's very simple. The 8th heaven has encountered a great change. The heavenly demon clan will definitely come to investigate, or send a large army to reinforce. At that time, I can still defend Shenmue City and encircle and suppress them. In this case, what difference does it make whether you are there or not? But if that's the case, my tribe will only come to reinforce us once at most. If we fail, they won't come again. Even if they come again, they will definitely come in full force. Do you want to fight to the death with my tribe? No. Well, even if I won't fight you, the Sky Demon clan, head on, it's still the same if I cooperate with you. Can you let the Sky Demon clan's strong men come to die again and again? I don't think so, do you? Unless the Sky Demon clan are all fools, this situation will never happen. Mo Tien was speechless. Ye Bufan shook his head. Actually, what I'm saying to you is just nonsense. What's the meaning? Mo Tien couldn't help but be stunned. Ye Bufan smiled and said, the 7th heaven is the battlefield between our two tribes. Since it is a battlefield, there should be spies from your heavenly demon tribe near the 7th heaven's teleportation array, right? After a pause, Ye Bufan continued, since there are spies from your Sky Demon clan near the teleportation array, then the news that my human army has entered the 7th heaven must have been known to you. Later, the news that my human army has entered the 8th heaven must not be hidden from you. In this case, do you think the Sky Demon clan knows that my human army has entered the 8th heaven, so will they still come to die? Even if they come, they will definitely come in a large-scale attack. So what you said about luring the Sky Demons to the 8th heaven and what I said about guarding here to capture the Sky Demons are both unlikely to happen. Even if they do, it will definitely be a bloody fight between the two sides, not a unilateral capture by my human race. Do you understand? For a moment, Mo Tian was speechless. Ye Bufan waved his hands and said, "Okay, throw him into the Heaven Burial Palace." No. Hearing this, Mo Tian was very anxious. He exclaimed, You can't kill me. I can ask my father to redeem me. Your father? Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned, then he looked at Mo Tian again and frowned. Yes, my father. Mo Tian responded, my father is the Mo Yan Guardian, one of the 3 guardians under the Demon Lord. I can ask my father to pay to redeem me. Chapter 1298 Palace Master's Decree. My father is the Demon Flame Guardian, one of the 3 guardians under the Demon Lord. I can ask my father to pay to redeem me. As soon as Mo Tian said this, the whole place fell into dead silence, and the way everyone looked at him suddenly changed. The Sky Demon clan has 3 Dharma protectors and 18 demon envoys under the command of the Demon Lord. The 3 Dharma protectors are similar to the 3 deputy hall masters of the human race's temple, but the Sky Demon clan does not have a holy son or holy daughter, so in terms of power and status within their respective clans, the 3 Dharma protectors of the Sky Demon clan are far greater than the 3 deputy hall masters of the human race. At this moment, the human race had never imagined that Mo Tian would actually be the offspring of Moyan, one of the 3 guardians of the Sky Demon clan. This is a big fish, which, if used properly, can definitely bring huge benefits to the human race. In an instant, everyone looked at Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan glanced at Mo Tian, then smiled calmly and said, spending money to redeem you. This is a good idea, but do you think I'm short of money? Well, hearing this, Mo Tian was stunned, and so were the other human members. Is Ye Bufan short of money? It was obvious that he was not short of it. Not only was he not short of it, he was also very rich. Ye Bufan was even rich to a degree that was beyond the imagination of all of them. Otherwise, Ye Bufan would not have formulated a policy of exchanging merit for divine crystals. After all, it was no different from giving them away for free. Before everyone could think about it, Ye Bufan spoke again. From your expression, you know that I am not short of money, right? If I am not short of money, why would I go to such lengths to blackmail your father with you? Mo Tian was speechless. What are you still standing there for? Throw him into the Heaven Burial Palace and wait for your punishment. Ye Bufan shouted sternly. Yes. The members of the 7 killing army did not stop and immediately dragged Mo Tian towards the Burial Heaven Palace. No. Mo Tian screamed, and then, in infinite fear, he instinctively roared angrily and threatened, my father is the great guardian of the Sky Demon clan. If you dare to hurt me, my father will never let you go. The great guardian of the Sky Demon clan. Ye Bufan sneered and said disdainfully, I am still the holy son of the temple. Do you think I would be afraid of him, a great guardian of the heavenly demon? It would be fine if he doesn't come to trouble me, but if he dares to come, I will teach him a lesson in a minute. Hearing this, Mo Tian gritted his teeth and became furious. Bang! At the gate of the Burial Heaven Palace, members of the 7 killing army directly threw Mo Tian into the Burial Heaven Palace. Ye Bufan said, be gentle, be gentle. I was planning to use him to blackmail the great guardian of the heavenly demon clan. If I drop him to death, how can I use him to gain benefits? After hearing this, everyone was speechless. Your Highness the Saint's son, don't you feel you are not short of money? Didn't you say you didn't want to do anything unnecessary? Why are you using this guy to blackmail the heavenly demon clan now? However, everyone didn't know that Ye Bufan's blackmail on the Sky Demon clan was fake, and his release of Mo Tian was real. After all, Mo Tian said that his father was the Mo Yan protector, one of the 3 protectors of the Sky Demon clan. If he was subdued and then released back to the Sky Demon clan, it would be of great benefit to both the human race and Ye Bufan himself, and might even bring them unexpected gains. Of course, Ye Bufan can let everyone know about releasing Mo Tian, but he will not tell anyone about controlling Mo Tian. After all, one should not have the intention to harm others, but one must always be on guard against others, just like the demons that were captured in Wangshu City before. Apart from Ye Bufan and themselves, the only other person who knew about the fact that they had pledged allegiance to Ye Bufan was Mo Zan, the former demon lord of the Shenwu continent. This is done just to take precautionary measures and to prevent their identities from being leaked. A moment later, more than 200,000 demons were all taken into the Burial Heaven Palace. In the seventh heaven, the human army used the teleportation array to continuously enter Shenmue City. During this period, Ye Bufan and others were also not idle. After Ye Bufan discussed with the major families, they finally decided to divide the human army into 10 teams, each team led by 10 demigods. In this way, the peak power of the demigod realm would not be wasted. After all, 10 demigods were enough to suppress any city in the 8th heaven. Together with the human army, they could definitely sweep through any demon city in the 8th heaven in the shortest time. At the same time, Ye Bufan divided his 1,000,007 killing army members into teams of 100,000 each, and arranged them into 10 human armies. What the 7 killing army members needed to do was to count and record the merits gained by each person in each battle after the battle. There are 200,000 or 300,000 demons in a city. With 100,000 7 killing army soldiers counting them, it would definitely be a matter of minutes. In this way, after the battle, the human army can go to another city in the shortest time to carry out the next round of encirclement and capture. When the merit statistics are completed, the 7 killing army will notify Ye Bufan, and Ye Bufan will go to the corresponding city. 100,000 members of the 7 killing army will send the captured demons to the Heaven Burial Palace, and then Ye Bufan will send them to the Cemetery of Gods and Demons. When everything is over, the members of the 7 killing army can move on to the next city. By that time, I believe the new round of fighting will be almost over. And so on. It can be said that the plan of Ye Bufan and others is completely linked together, and can definitely hunt down the 8th level demon in the fastest and most effective way. In addition, all the demigods of the temple stayed in Shenmue City, and any demon that came would be captured. When everything was agreed upon and the human army was ready to move, Lingu Shui, the saintess of the temple, teleported over from the Shenmue City teleportation array and read out the Palace Master's decree in public. The Palace Master has ordered the Saint's son Ye Bufan to lead the human army to end the battle and withdraw to the human territory immediately. There must be no mistakes. Chapter 1299. When the general is away from home, he may not obey military orders. The Palace Master has ordered Saint's son Ye Bufan to lead the human army to end the battle and withdraw to the human territory immediately. There must be no mistakes. As soon as Lingu Shui said this, the whole place fell into dead silence, and the atmosphere became extremely weird. The Palace Master has ordered us to withdraw our troops immediately. No one present, whether it was the people from the 108 ancient city families or other human members, understood why the Temple Master would give such an order and why he suddenly asked them to withdraw their troops back to the human race. But no matter what, faced with huge benefits, especially when thinking of the sweetness they had tasted before, the major families were obviously very reluctant to withdraw their troops. After all, opportunities are rare and never come back. This is such a good opportunity that allows them to earn a large amount of divine crystals. If they miss it, who knows if there will be such an opportunity again in the future. However, as the master of the temple and the strongest person of the human race, no one dared to disobey Yang Xian's orders. For a moment, everyone's embarrassed and unwilling eyes turned to Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan frowned, then looked at Lingu Shui. Let us withdraw. Reason. Reason. Lingu Shui sneered in her heart. The old man asked you to withdraw because he was afraid that something might happen to you, that you would unfortunately die on the battlefield. If that happened, all his plans would be ruined. So, how could he allow you to stay on the battlefield? Thinking in his heart, Lingu Shui said, I don't know, I am just conveying the Palace Master's decree to you. As for the rest, if you want to know, it is best to ask the Palace Master directly. Yeah. Ye Bufan groaned for a moment, and his eyes became increasingly profound as he looked at Lingu Shui. He always felt that Lingu Shui should know something, but she was unwilling to tell him. But none of this matters. The most important thing is that hunting down demons can not only bring huge benefits to the major families, but also bring huge benefits to Ye Bufan himself. After all, with enough heavenly demons, the inheritance crystals in the cemetery of gods and demons can be quickly condensed, and Ye Bufan's 7 killing army can also accept all the inheritance inside as soon as possible. Therefore, it is impossible to ask Ye Bufan to withdraw his troops at this time. Thinking in his heart, Ye Bufan no longer paid attention to Lingu Shui, but turned to look at the group of demigods behind him and asked, Have you seen the saint girl here? Well, when Ye Bufan said this, people from all the major families were stunned, and even Lingu Shui looked bewildered. Have I been here? What do you mean? I'm here, can't you see it? But at this moment, before Lingu Shui could think about it, nearly 400 demigods in the temple were already looking at Ye Bufan and said in unison, "Your Highness, we have not seen the Saint Lady coming." "What? Didn't you see the saint coming?" When the demigods of the temple said this, everyone present was instantly shocked, with a look of disbelief on their faces. "Didn't you see Lingu Shui? Who is this person in front of me? Are you blind, or are we seeing things?" The people from the major families were confused, but Lingu Shui was furious. How could she not see that these demigods in the temple before her were clearly lying with their eyes open? At this time, Ye Bufan asked again, "Have you received the decree from the palace master?" "Reporting to your highness, we have not received any oracle from the temple master." The demigods of the temple said in unison, "Call." In an instant, the whole place was dead silent. The atmosphere was countless times more weird than when Lingu Shui conveyed the palace master's decree. At this moment, everyone present understood what Ye Bufan was trying to do. Didn't see Lingu Shui. Didn't receive the palace master's decree. To put it bluntly, he just doesn't want to withdraw his troops. But this was not the most surprising thing for everyone. What surprised everyone the most at this moment was the attitude of these demigods of the temple in front of them. They would actually cooperate with Ye Bufan without any hesitation and openly disobey the orders of the temple master. What does this mean? This means that all the demigods of the temple have surrendered to Ye Bufan, and some of them dare to fight against the temple master together with Ye Bufan. Hiss. When they thought of this, everyone present couldn't help but gasp, looking horrified. Even Lingu Shui opened her eyes wide with a look of disbelief. Ye Bufan actually controlled all the demigods in the temple. How long has he been in the temple? If Lingu Shui had not seen it with her own eyes, she would not have believed it at all. Even though she saw it with her own eyes at this moment, it still felt unreal, like a dream. But the facts are the facts. Before everyone could think about it, Ye Bufan turned around again. His sight shifted from the demigods of the temple to the major families. He then smiled and said, "Everyone, what about you? Have you seen our beautiful, lovely, charming Saint Lingu Shui coming?" Hearing this, everyone was stunned, and then they all looked at Lingu Shui. Ye Bufan clearly wanted them to lie with their eyes open. Feeling the strange atmosphere in front of him, Lingu Shui was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Ye Bufan ignored him and spoke again, "Everyone, if you see Her Highness the Saint, why don't you ask her why she came here this time, or what she needs you to do?" In an instant, everyone was confused and speechless. Lingu Shui has made it very clear. She came here this time to convey the palace master's order, asking everyone to evacuate the battlefield and return to the human race. Is there any need to ask? However, everyone knew the purpose of Ye Bufan's words. He was simply telling everyone that if you have seen Lingu Shui, it means that you have received the palace master's decree. Since you have received the palace master's decree, you must retreat. But if you have not seen Lingu Shui, then it is different. Since you have not seen Lingu Shui, you definitely have not received the palace master's decree, so there is no need to retreat. If you retreat, it means you will have no chance of getting the divine crystals. If you don't retreat, you can still earn a lot of merits to exchange for divine crystals. On one side is the palace master's oracle, on the other side is the meritorious divine crystal. How do you choose? Before everyone could make a decision, Tantai Yan was the first to speak up, reporting to His Royal Highness the Saint, "Our Tantai family has never seen the Saint girl coming." After Tantai Yan, the Nangong family, as an ally, did not stop at all, reporting to His Royal Highness the Holy Son, "Our Nangong family has not seen His Royal Highness the Holy Lady coming." After the two major families, the others dared not hesitate any longer, and immediately said, reporting to His Royal Highness the Saint, "We have not seen the Saint girl coming." If a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. This time, all the major families came here with the intention of making a fortune. Now, just when they had tasted a little sweetness, Yang Xian ordered them to retreat. Naturally, they were unwilling and reluctant to do so. Even if the other party was the master of the temple, he had no power to deprive them of the opportunity to make money. In addition, with Ye Bufan taking the lead, they would not choose to leave. After all, as the leader, Ye Bufan is not afraid, so what are they afraid of? Besides, the law does not punish everyone. Can Yang Xian punish all of them? Hearing everyone's response, Lingu Shui's face instantly turned blue with anger. She then looked directly at Lingu Yudao in front of the crowd and said, "Grandpa, are you going to join them in making trouble?" Ahem. Hearing this, Lingu Yudao coughed lightly, then looked at the people around him and said awkwardly, "Second brother, look, the weather is very good today." Hearing these words and seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but twitch their lips. Grandfather. Lingu Shui was so angry that she stamped her feet. Ye Bufan ignored Lingu Shui and just looked serious. He then shouted, "Since we haven't seen Her Highness the Saint, nor received the decree from the Palace Master, what are we waiting for? Let's go." Yes. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, many people responded directly, and even a demigod had stepped onto the teleportation array. "Stop." Seeing this scene, Lingu Shui shouted. Everyone was stunned. Lingu Shui looked directly at Ye Bufan and said, "Do you really want to disobey the orders of the Palace Master?" Disobeying the orders of the Palace Master. Ye Bufan shook his head, then smiled and said, "First, I have not seen you. Second, I have not received any edict from the Palace Master. If that is the case, how can I disobey the Palace Master's order?" "You." Lingu Shui glared at Ye Bufan and said through gritted teeth, "You are making up groundless arguments." "Yeah." Ye Bufan smiled slightly. "Whether it is or not, you know it in your heart." Lingu Shui looked angry. "Okay, even if I'm just making excuses, so what?" Ye Bufan asked back. "So what?" Lingu Shui became more and more angry. "Your Highness, Saint, how about I give you a message?" But at this moment, Ye Bufan suddenly said, "What?" Lingu Shui was stunned and asked instinctively. 9 words. Ye Bufan's expression became serious, and he said, "When a general is on the battlefield, he is not subject to military orders." Chapter 1300 Almeri. When a general is away from the army, is he not subject to military orders? Looking at Ye Bufan, Lingu Shui's heart trembled violently. Lingu Shui had already heard about Ye Bufan's arrogance, but she never expected that Ye Bufan would be so arrogant. This is a blatant disobedience to Ouyang Xian. Who is Ouyang Xian? He is the master of the temple, and also the strongest human being in the realm of serving the gods. Where did Ye Bufan get the courage to disobey Ouyang Xian? And Zhu Ming, Dongfang Chuyu, and those demigod deacons of the temple, are they crazy? They actually dared to accompany Ye Bufan in making trouble. Aren't they afraid that Ouyang Xian will punish them? Lingu Shui was confused and crazy. She found that the world had suddenly become very strange, as if her understanding of the world had completely collapsed. But after just a moment, Lingu Shui came back to her senses. She suppressed her shock and dissatisfaction, glanced at Ye Bufan, and said, "Ye Bufan, I have conveyed the Palace Master's decree. It is up to you whether you listen or not. But I still want to remind you to withdraw your troops quickly. That will be good for everyone." Lingu Shui believed, even firmly believed, that Ouyang Xian would not give up. He would definitely find a way to make Ye Bufan withdraw from the battlefield and return to the temple. However, that was a matter between Ye Bufan and Ouyang Xian. Lingu Shui did not want to ask about it, and she even did not want to be involved in it. After all, in Lingu Shui's eyes, the temple master Ouyang Xian was too scary and too terrifying. Her mission was only to convey Ouyang Xian's imperial decree. Now that the imperial decree had been delivered, there was no need for her to stay any longer. "Thank you, Saint Lady." Ye Bufan smiled slightly, then he looked directly into Lingu Shui's eyes and said, "But I am still very curious, why did the palace master suddenly ask me to withdraw my troops? I wonder if the saint can tell me the reason." As soon as Ye Bufan said this, everyone else present looked at Lingu Shui. They were also curious. After all, Ouyang Xian's order to retreat was too strange and too unreasonable. How would I know what the palace master's intention is? Facing Ye Bufan's question, Lingu Shui was stunned at first, then her eyes slightly avoided. Yeah, Ye Bufan had a smile on his face and pondered for a moment. He always felt that Lingu Shui knew something. The decree has been delivered, goodbye. Lingu Shui didn't say anything more. She left a word and walked directly towards the teleportation array. Etc. Seeing Lingu Shui was about to leave, Ye Bufan immediately spoke out to stop her. "What else does Holy Sun want?" Lingu Shui turned and looked at Ye Bufan, frowning. Ye Bufan did not answer her, but looked at Lingu Yudao in front of the army, then smiled and said, "Old Master Lingu, to be honest, I was deeply attracted to Shui when I first saw her. For this reason, I have been unable to eat or drink every day, and I have even sworn that I will not marry anyone other than Shuei in this life. It just so happens that today, you and Shuei are here. I would like to ask you to marry Shuei to me. What do you think? Holy crap. When Ye Bufan said this, everyone present was shocked. Lingu Yudao was stunned where he stood. What is this? Propose marriage. Isn't this too sudden and too direct? Lingu Shui widened her eyes and looked at Ye Bufan, her face full of shock and disbelief. Old man, what do you think? But at this moment, Ye Bufan looked at Lingu Yudao and asked with a smile again. Lingu Yudao was speechless. For a moment he didn't know how to answer Ye Bufan. I don't agree. But at this moment, Lingu Shui shouted angrily, and then she glared at Ye Bufan and angrily scolded. Ye Bufan, don't dream, I will never marry you. Given Ye Bufan's excellence, Lingu Shui would not object even if she really married him. However, when she thought of Ye Bufan's fate and what would happen to him in the future, she could not help but shudder. If she had a choice, Lingu Shui would rather marry any young talent than marry Ye Bufan. She could even sacrifice her own innocence to help Ye Bufan reach the peak of the semi-god realm as soon as possible, but she still would not marry Ye Bufan because of the temple master Ouyang Xian, because she felt disgusted. Ye Bufan naturally didn't know what Lingu Shui was thinking. Facing Lingu Shui's refusal, he just smiled and said, as the old saying goes, marriage between men and women is decided by the parents and the matchmaker, so you don't have the final say on this matter. Hearing this, Lingu Shui became furious. She stamped her feet, looked at Lingu Yudao, and said resolutely, Grandpa, if you dare to agree to him, I will die in front of you. Lingu Yudao was stunned, then looked at Ye Bufan and said with embarrassment, Your Highness, look. Old man, don't you want to ask me how much I plan to offer as a betrothal gift? Ye Bufan interrupted Lingu Yudao as soon as he opened his mouth. Bride price. Lingu Yudao couldn't help but be stunned. Ye Bufan smiled slightly. Old man, I plan to use 1 million divine crystals as a betrothal gift. What do you think? After a pause, Ye Bufan added, Of course, if Shuei is in danger, I will also accept that this 1 million divine crystal betrothal gift will still belong to the Lingu family. The implication is that even if Lingu Shui committed suicide, Ye Bufan would not take back the 1 million divine crystals, and they would still belong to the Lingu family. When Ye Bufan said this, everyone present couldn't help but gasp. 1 million divine crystals as betrothal gift. I have to say that Ye Bufan's move was incredibly big. For a moment, everyone looked at Lingu Yudao with envy, jealousy and hatred on their faces. Lingu Yudao, or rather the people of the Lingu family, were confused by this sudden change. As long as Lingu Shui married Ye Bufan, the Lingu family would receive a betrothal gift of 1 million divine crystals. It must be said that this offer was too great, so great that it was simply impossible to refuse. Unlike the people of the Lingu family, Lingu Shui's face was pale at this moment. 1 million divine crystals. She didn't know where Ye Bufan got so many divine crystals, but she knew that not only the Lingu family, but even she herself would not be able to find a reason to refuse these 1 million divine crystals. But thinking about herself marrying Ye Bufan, thinking about that incident, that person, Lingu Shui couldn't help but feel like nauseating. But at this moment, Ye Bufan flashed to Lingu Shui's side. While Lingu Shui was distracted, Ye Bufan put his right hand around her neck, placed it on her right shoulder, and held her in his arms. Lingu Shui was furious at the sudden change. If Her Highness the Saint takes action, I cannot guarantee what will happen next. Seeing that Lingu Shui was about to take action, Ye Bufan chuckled and said, Suddenly, Lingu Shui became furious. Ye Bufan lowered his head, put his mouth close to her ear, and whispered softly, If you answer my questions obediently and tell me the secret hidden in your heart, then I will not embarrass you anymore. Otherwise then you will have no choice but to marry me. Hearing this, Lingu Shui suddenly raised her head. She looked at Ye Bufan with a hint of surprise in her eyes. That secret. Has he discovered it? Impossible. If he had already discovered the secret, why would he bother asking me? Besides, if he had discovered the secret, why didn't he run away? He must not have discovered the secret, but he should have noticed something. Tell him the truth. No, if he knew the truth he would definitely run away. He could go to the Shenwu continent, but what about me? I couldn't go to the Shenwu continent. When the time comes, if he runs away, I will have to take over, and I will die. No, no, I absolutely cannot tell him the truth. It is better to live a miserable life than to die. Thinking about this, Lingu Shui made up her mind, looked at Ye Bufan, gritted her teeth and said, I will marry you. Chapter 1301 All mine. All marry. Lingu Shui's two simple words made everyone else present stunned. They looked confused. Just now, Lingu Shui was strongly against it, but now, after only a few minutes, no, just a few seconds, she actually agreed again. What happened in between? There is no doubt that this must be related to Ye Bufan, or to what Ye Bufan said to Lingu Shui. For a moment, everyone looked at Ye Bufan. They were very curious about what Ye Bufan had said to Lingu Shui that made her agree to this marriage so directly. Unexpectedly, Ye Bufan was completely confused at the moment. Looking at Lingu Shui, he asked in disbelief, what did you say? You want to marry? Yes, I will marry you. Lingu Shui smiled slightly. Ye Bufan's face looked messy. Was his original intention really to marry Lingu Shui? No, he did this simply to force Lingu Shui to answer his questions. But unexpectedly Lingu Shui actually agreed. What does this mean? Could it be that Lingu Shui liked her, so she agreed so readily? How is it possible? Ye Bufan is not so narcissistic. He is sure that Lingu Shui agreed to this marriage not because she likes him, but simply because she does not want to answer his questions, or he does not want him to know the secret in her heart. What kind of secret could make Lingu Shui unwilling to reveal it even at the cost of marrying him? Ye Bufan became more and more curious. Lingu Shui did not give Ye Bufan a chance to think. She looked at Ye Bufan and said again, I can marry you, but the time is up to me, and as she spoke, Lingu Shui left Ye Bufan's arms. Then she looked at Lingu Yudao and said, Grandpa, remember to take the 1 million divine crystals. That is the betrothal gift. It is what our Lingu family deserves. This. Lingu Yudao looked at Ye Bufan hesitantly. Don't worry, His Royal Highness the Saint is a man of his word. With so many people here as witnesses, he will definitely not go back on his word. Lingu Shui smiled slightly, then she looked at Ye Bufan and blinked. Don't you agree, His Royal Highness the Saint, my future husband? Hearing this, Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Will I regret it? Damn it, it's just a mere 1 million divine crystals, do I need to go back on my word? It's a really bad feeling to end up losing more than you gain. After all, what I want is the secret in your heart, Lingu Shui, not you as a person. But since things have come to this, I will accept it. However, if you, Lingu Shui, can use the same trick against them, then so can I. 1 million divine crystals to marry the holy maiden of the temple is not a loss to me no matter how you calculate it. Brush. With this thought in mind, Ye Bufan directly hugged Lingu Shui's slender waist, and then pulled her into his arms. Looking at her, Ye Bufan smiled and said, of course, I keep my word. It's just 1 million divine crystals. On the day of our wedding, I will definitely give it to you with both hands. What this means is that before your wedding, forget about getting 1 million divine crystals. After all, although Ye Bufan has countless divine crystals, he is not stupid. Lingu Shui just said that the wedding date is set by her. In this case, if the Lingu family receives a betrothal gift of 1 million divine crystals but then postpones the wedding date indefinitely, then his 1 million divine crystals will be wasted. After being with Qian Duoduo for so long, Ye Bufan would not do any business that would make him lose money. Hearing this, Lingu Shui became angry instinctively, but she didn't say much. Snort. Then, she snorted, broke free from Ye Bufan's embrace, and said, it's up to you. Finally, Lingu Shui added, I have something else to do. I'll leave now. As she spoke, she had already stepped onto the teleportation array. Buzz. The next second, there was a flash of white light, and Lingu Shui disappeared from everyone's sight. Interesting. Looking at the empty teleportation array in front of him, Ye Bufan smiled and pondered for a moment. Now, he became more and more curious about the secret in Lingu Shui's heart. However, Ye Bufan knew that now was not the time to consider these things. The most urgent task was to use the name of the Holy Son of the Temple to capture the demons as quickly and as large scale as possible. In this way, once enough demons are captured, even if something major happens, he can just walk away without causing any losses to himself. Thinking in his mind, Ye Bufan no longer hesitated, nor paid attention to Lingu Shui's affairs, but began to arrange the capture of the demon in the 8th heaven. After a while, according to the previous agreement, all the demigods of the temple continued to stay in Shenmue City and suppress it to prevent the heavenly demon clan from sending reinforcements. The others were led by the demigods and divided into 10 groups to go to the major cities of the 8th heaven to hunt down and capture the heavenly demons. Of course, everyone's main focus is hunting. After all, a living demon is worth twice the merit. In the 8th heaven, Ye Bufan's plan was proceeding in an orderly manner. The 5th heaven, the temple. Inside the central temple, Yang Xian looked at Lingu Shui in front of him and listened to her report. Instead of getting angry, he laughed. What a general who is not obedient to military orders when on the battlefield. This hall master underestimated this little guy. After a pause, Yang Xian continued, but why did this little guy want to capture the demon alive? As he spoke, Yang Xian frowned, and a thoughtful look appeared on his face. At this time, Lingu Shui said, Master, now he is openly disobeying your orders and refusing to return. What should we do next? Lingu Shui didn't know much about Ye Bufan, and because she was eager to achieve her goal, Ye Bufan saw a clue and held on to it. But Yang Xian was different. Lingu Shui knew Yang Xian very well, and she had long been accustomed to how to deal with Yang Xian, so she would not reveal any flaws at all. After Lingu Shui finished speaking, Yang Xian waved her hand and said, You can leave first. This palace master will handle this matter. You don't have to worry about it. Hearing this, Lingu Shui was stunned. Yes. Then she responded again, Master, I'll take my leave. Yang Xian nodded. Lingu Shui left immediately. Sword slave. After Lingu Shui left, Yang Xian said softly. Owner. The next second, a middle-aged man stabbed by a knife appeared out of nowhere in the hall. Yang Xian looked at him and asked, Any news about the people we sent to Shenmue continent earlier? Reporting to the master, I have sent 10 groups of people to the Shenmue continent, with 100 people in each group, for a total of 1,000 people. All of them were at the Shenmue realm. However, they died not long after entering the Shenmue continent. In my opinion, there should be people guarding the teleportation array on the other side of the Shenmue continent, and there are quite a few of them, and their strength is not weak. The people I sent should have chosen to commit suicide after being captured by them. The middle-aged man spoke slowly. Yeah, Yang Xian groaned. The man said, Master, do you want me to send more people? Or we can just attack directly. No. Yang Xian waved his hand and said, The reason why I asked you to send people to Shenmue continent to get information is because I am very curious about where all the divine crystals came from in Shenmue continent. Also, I really can't figure out what this kid wants to do by capturing the heavenly demon alive. However, since our people cannot enter the Shenmue continent, let it go. Anyway. As he spoke, a hint of coldness appeared on Yang Xian's face, and then he continued, No matter whether it is the divine crystal or his true intention to capture the demon alive, as long as it belongs to him, it will be mine sooner or later. Chapter 1302, Demons Gathering. Inside the 8th heaven. Nearly 200 demigods from major human families came out together, and the heavenly demon clan was simply unable to contend with them. That was why the human race, led by the demigods, completely swept all the way and was invincible. Attack cities, plunder land, and capture demons. Today, the devil is no longer the devil. Nowadays, the demons are basically fat sheep, prey, merits, divine crystals, everything. Because of this, all human beings are crazy. For this reason, the human race has gone mad. Catch, catch, catch. Under the leadership of the demigods, the human race frantically captured the demons. On the other hand, the demons are on the side. The sudden attack of the human race caught them completely off guard. Most importantly, facing the human army led by nearly 200 demigods, they were simply unable to contend with them. In the current 8th heaven, no matter which city it is, as long as the human race descends, the demon race will be defeated. Not only will they be defeated, but they will also be defeated so quickly and so thoroughly. Especially in those cities that are not guarded by demigods, facing the invasion of humans, the demons in the city seem so vulnerable. After the defeat, the fate of the demons was to be captured alive by humans, and eventually sent to the cemetery of gods and demons by Ye Bufan, to be turned into nutrients for the rapid condensation of divine crystals in the cemetery of gods and demons. 1 city, 2 cities, 3 cities. 100,000 demons, 1 million demons, 10 million demons. The human race is like wolves and tigers. The human race is like bandits and robbers. Not only does he catch demons, he also robs them of their wealth. Faced with the madness of the human race, the demons in the eighth heaven were all terrified and trembling. But the demons did not sit idly by and wait for death. After all, although the human race is strong, the demons are not weak either. The eighth heaven was the territory of the Sky Demon clan, and it contained countless cities and many sky demons stationed here. Although there were not many demigods among them, the number of sky demons was counted in the billions. 200 demigods of the human race. So what? As the saying goes, a large number of ants can kill an elephant. For this reason, 1.5 hours after the human race invaded the eighth heaven, the demon army began to gather. The eighth heaven, Snow Wind City. Next to the teleportation array, the demons from Fengshe City had been piled together. Without exception, all of these demons had been beaten half to death, with only their last breath left. At this moment, Lingu Yudao stood beside the teleportation array, ignoring the demons that had been captured alive. He looked at his own Lingu family members and the human army in front of him and said directly, "Next city, Wuwang City, let's go." In just an hour and a half, not counting the previous Shenmu City, the Lingu family has led the human army to capture 3 main cities. Although there are not many members of the Lingu family in the army, and even only account for a small part, the Lingu family's strength lies in their powerful strength. Not to mention other things, just look at the 10 demigods leading the team, they are all demigods of the Lingu family. That is why, after capturing the 3 heavenly demon cities, although a large number of heavenly demons were divided up by the accompanying human army, the Lingu family still accounted for the majority. Today, the Lingu family's accumulated merits have exceeded 35 million, reaching a terrifying 37 million. 37 million merits, that's 37 divine crystals. 37 divine crystals in 1.5 hours. Just thinking about it, Lingu Yudao felt that all this was like a dream, so unreal. But the facts are the facts. Faced with such horrific and almost crazy profits, even Lingu Yudao, the head of the Lingu family, which ranks first among the 108 ancient city families, could not remain calm. At this moment, he was excited, thrilled, and even impatient. The same was true for Lingu Yudao, the people of the Lingu family, and the other accompanying human armies. For everyone, capturing the demon was simply the biggest profit among all. Yes, that is why, when Lingu Yudao gave an order, everyone present responded in unison instinctively. The next city is Wuwang City. Lingu Yudao took the lead and stepped directly onto the teleportation array. Buzz. But at this moment, the mother and child true essence stones on his body suddenly vibrated violently. Seeing this scene, Lingu Yudao's body paused, and then he took out the slightly vibrating mother and child true essence stone from his body. Looking at the mother and child true essence stone in his hand, Lingu Yudao couldn't help but frown. Brush. The next second, Lingu Yudao directly activated the mother and child true essence stone in his hand, and a light curtain instantly appeared in the sight of everyone present. The person in the light curtain was none other than Ye Bufan. Master Yi. Looking at Ye Bufan in the light curtain, Lingu Yudao frowned again. He didn't know, but he was very surprised and curious why Ye Bufan suddenly contacted him at this time. In the light curtain, Ye Bufan said directly, "Master Lingu, I order you to resolve the current battle as soon as possible. In 10 minutes, 10 demigods will be teleported directly to Luyun City, and the rest will start teleporting in 15 minutes. Teleport to Luyun City." Lingu Yudao was stunned for a moment, then he instinctively said, "Young Master Yi, hasn't Luyun City been captured by us a long time ago? Even the demons inside have been captured. What are you going to Luyun City for now?" "Yes, Luyun City has indeed been captured by us, but..." Ye Bufan changed the subject and said, "The demons in the 8th heaven have already begun to teleport collectively. They are preparing to gather in Luyun City. If they are allowed to gather together, it will definitely not be a good thing for us, so we must stop them. The sky demons are gathering in Luyun City." Lingu Yudao was stunned again. "That's right." Ye Bufan responded and said, "Remember, go to Luyun City in 10 minutes. Brush." As soon as he finished speaking, the light curtain in front of Lingu Yudao disappeared. Seeing this scene, Lingu Yudao was slightly distracted. Lingu Yudao was like this, and others were no exception. The Sky Demon clan is gathering in Luyun City. How did His Royal Highness the Holy Sun know about this? Ye Bufan would certainly not tell them that there were 6 demigod-level demons in the 8th heaven who were his slaves, and that uniting the demon tribe was something he and the 6 demigod-level demons had discussed in advance. The so-called uniting of troops was nothing more than Ye Bufan's attempt to wipe them out in one fell swoop. After notifying Lingu Yudao of this army, Ye Bufan did not stop at all and continued to send orders to inform the other human armies to teleport to Luyun City at the same time. The Sky Demon clan wants to gather in Luyun City, so naturally the human race can also gather together. Of course, the prerequisite is that the Heavenly Demon clan cannot be allowed to fully unite. After all, once the Heavenly Demon clan has fully gathered, the human race will no longer have any advantage, and will then be able to fight against all the heavenly demons of the 8th heaven. This is definitely not what Ye Bufan wants to see. 10 minutes. This was the time Ye Bufan gave the Sky Demon clan to assemble, and it was also to give the human race enough time to prepare. Ye Bufan believed that in just 10 minutes, the Sky Demon clan would never be able to complete the assembly. And in 10 minutes, nearly 200 demigods of the human race would descend on Luyun City and would surely be able to take over Luyun City with an overwhelming force. Once Luyun City is captured, the demons from other places will surely continue to teleport to Luyun City from various cities in the 8th heaven without knowing the situation inside Luyun City. By then, tisk tisk, the human race does not need to do anything. They just need to guard Luyun City and the teleportation array. Any demons that come will be captured one by one, and no one will be able to escape. Just thinking about it makes me feel that it all is so wonderful. It's a pity that the demon clan is still kept in the dark and knows nothing about all this. The 8th heaven, Luyun City. Damn the human race, they actually dared to invade the 8th heaven. They are simply courting death. Mo Zan, the former demon lord of the Shenwu continent, said this with a ferocious and angry face as he faced the group of demigod demons in the 8th heaven. He then roared, "Quick, quick, quick, quicker, let my demon clan members gather quickly. Once we unite, it will be the time for the human race to be destroyed." That's right, the damn human race actually dared to invade our 8th heaven. They are simply courting death. We haven't invaded the human race yet, but they dared to counterattack our demon race. It seems that our tolerance over the years has made the human race forget the horror of our demon race. It's time to teach them a lesson. Ha ha ha, stupid humans, they definitely don't know that our great demon army has already assembled in the 9th heaven. Once all the demon soldiers in the 8th heaven gather together, then in the 9th heaven, our great demon army will be directly teleported to the 8th heaven. At that time we will attack from both inside and outside, and these damn humans will never be able to return. I heard that there are quite a few demigods from the human race this time. I'm not afraid of him coming in large numbers, I'm just afraid of him coming in small numbers. When the time comes, I'll destroy these demigods and see what the human race can use to resist the army of my great demon race. After 100,000 years, this Shenwu star will eventually belong to my great demon race. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, excited words and rampant laughter. In Luyun City, the celestial demons and demigods cheered in joy. They seemed to have seen the scene of the celestial demons conquering the human race and taking over the Shenwu star. However, they did not notice that the 6 demigod celestial demons including Mokshuan were sneering in their hearts. The troops gather together and cooperate internally and externally. Annihilate the human race and capture Shenwu. Ridiculous. How could you know that all of this is under the control of my lord? What you call joining forces is nothing but a big pit, a huge pit that my lord has dug for you. Really, stupid demon. Chapter 1303. You are unworthy of being a demon. In the 9th heaven, the demigods of the Sky Demon clan have gathered in the central city. Once the Sky Demon clan's army in the 8th heaven has assembled, they will immediately teleport to the 8th heaven and cooperate with the Sky Demon army of the 8th heaven to attack from both sides and catch the killing clan off guard. To this end, the demon army in the 8th heaven is also gathering rapidly. However, they didn't know that their so-called internal and external collaboration had already been known by Ye Bufan, and their so-called large-scale gathering was a huge pit dug by Ye Bufan for them. At this moment, the demigods from all the major families of the human race were already taking it seriously. 10 minutes later, Flowing Cloud City. Members of the Heavenly Demon clan continued to walk out of the teleportation array as usual, but at this time, Lingu Yudao and other heavenly demons appeared on the teleportation array together. Human race. The moment they saw Lingu Yudao, several demons on the teleportation array were stunned. Lingu Yudao ignored it. He took out a seal and slapped it directly at the several demons on the teleportation array. For a moment, a powerful force impacted. Bang bang bang. Several demons on the teleportation array were instantly knocked away by Lingu Yudao. Not only were the marks of the Lingu family left on their bodies, but they also spat out blood and then fainted. Although the sudden change happened in a flash, it also alarmed the surrounding demons. For a moment, the surrounding demons all looked towards the teleportation array, even the semi-god demons who were chatting and laughing were no exception. Human race. The moment they saw Lingu Yudao, all the demons were shocked. Why did the human race come to Luyun City again? The demons were extremely confused. Lingu Yudao did not stop, he flashed and flew directly into the air. In an instant, all the demons came back to their senses. One of the demigod heavenly demons glared at Lingu Yudao and shouted, "Damn human race, how dare you come to Luyun City at this time? Since you are looking for death, then my great demon clan will grant you your wish. Kill him for me." Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, all the semi-god demons in Luyun City, including the 6 demons of Mokshuan, rose into the air and surrounded Lingu Yudao in an instant. Stupid X. Seeing this scene, Lingu Yudao made an undisguised mockery. What did you say? The demons were instantly furious. This human race dares to be stubborn even when facing death. It is so hateful. Hee, what did I say? Lingu Yudao smiled slightly, and then said, I say, you are a bunch of idiots. Do you really think that I would come here alone to die? What did you say? You didn't come here alone. The demons were instantly shocked. Ball. Lingu Yudao smiled and pursed his lips, looking at the teleportation array below and said, see for yourself. Upon hearing this, the expressions of more than 20 semi-god demons changed, and they all looked towards the teleportation array below. This is true for demigods, and other demons are no exception. The moment they saw the teleportation array, all the demons' faces changed drastically. It was seen that, in just a short while, more than 20 humans had appeared on the teleportation array. To be more precise, more than 20 demigods had appeared. Moreover, the number of powerful demigods of the human race on the teleportation array was still increasing. 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. In the blink of an eye, the number of human demigods near the teleportation array had exceeded 40. Buzz. Seeing this scene, all the demons couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. We are exposed. They were shocked and trembling in their hearts. Take them all. Lingu Yudao no longer hesitated. The smile on his face disappeared instantly, and a cold look emerged, followed by another cold shout. Kill. On the teleportation array, more than 40 demigods of the human race did not stop and rushed out instantly. However, they ignored the other demons in the city and rushed straight towards the semi-god demon in the air. Damn it! Seeing more than 40 demigods of the human race coming to kill them, the demons came to their senses instantly and became even more furious. Kill! A demigod demon shouted angrily, all troops, attack! Roar! In an instant, all the demons in the city roared in anger. When two brave men meet in a narrow road, the brave one wins. Now that we meet, let's fight. What's more, this city is full of members of the Sky Demon clan, among which there are more than 100,000 in the Flying Sky realm alone. Although the humans are all demigods, a large number of ants can kill an elephant, so it is still uncertain who will win or lose. I surrender. But at this moment, a demon in the air suddenly spoke in a stern voice. It was none other than the demon lord Mozan. The sudden change stunned everyone present, especially the demons. Mokshuan, what are you doing? The next second, a demigod demon glared at Mozan and roared angrily. You are fucking stupid. There are so many demigods in the human race, how can we defeat them? Do you want to die if you don't surrender? Facing the questioning of the demigod demon, Mozan retorted with a mocking look on his face. You. The demigod demon gnashed his teeth and was furious. Surrender without a fight. You bastard, you are trying to boost the morale of the human race and destroy the prestige of my demon race. The human demigods looked at each other, as if they understood something. Lingu Yudao smiled and said, very good. We humans always treat prisoners well. Since you want to surrender, I will give you a chance. Just stay aside. I will protect your life. Yes, yes, yes. Hearing this, Mozan responded repeatedly, and then obediently stepped aside. What a shame. Seeing this scene, the demigods of the Sky Demon clan went crazy and their bodies were shaking with anger. I surrender. I surrender too. I don't want to die, I surrender. Unexpectedly, after Mozan, 5 more semi-god level demons chose to surrender. You. Puff. In a rage, the leading demon at the peak of the demigod realm couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of hot blood. The demigod surrendered, the leader vomited blood. The series of unexpected events caused the morale of the Sky Demon clan to drop to its lowest point in an instant. Kill. The human demigods did not stop but charged out with swiftness. At this moment, as Mozan and other demons were making such a fuss, nearly 200 demigods from all the major families on the human side had already arrived. Now that 200 demigods had rushed out together, their terrifying aura was simply overwhelming. Seeing the human race coming to kill him again, the leader of the Sky Demon clan suppressed his anger and roared, "The human race only has 200 demigods. We have more than 100,000 flying demons and a constant supply of reinforcements. Why should we be afraid of him? Kill him." The leader of the Sky Demon clan wanted to retreat and escape, but he knew that his side could neither retreat nor escape, because defeat would be like a landslide. If they chose to escape, their side would be completely routed, and at that time, there would be only defeat and death. So they could neither retreat nor escape, and could only fight to the death. Kill. At a command from the demon leader, the demons in the city rose into the air and rushed straight towards the human demigod. No matter whether they were flying or merging souls, or becoming saints or powerful gods, even the demons below the level of powerful gods did not stay out and joined the battle. For a time, nearly 1 million demons covered the sky and besieged nearly 200 demigods of the human race. It's a pity that although the heavenly demons have many demons and are powerful, due to space limitations, only a few of them can actually provide supplies to the human demigods. On the contrary, the human demigods are surrounded by demons at the moment. Relying on their powerful cultivation, they are like wolves among a flock of sheep and can attack at will. Bang bang bang. In the air, dull and heavy sounds continued to be heard as the two sides engaged in a fierce battle. Below the battlefield and inside the city, Mozan and the other 6 great demons were also busy. How stupid, how stupid. My brothers and sisters of the great demon clan, how can an ant shake a tree? You must wake up quickly. We cannot contend with the power of a demigod. You are struggling to survive. You are courting your own destruction. It is better to live a miserable life than to die. Brothers, surrender. The human leader has already said that the human race will treat prisoners well. If we surrender now, at least we won't die. If we die, we will lose everything. If the devil does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. Brothers and sisters, don't you think about it. Even if you kill these humans today, what benefit will you get? You won't get any benefit. Even if there is any benefit, it will belong to the magic master, the leader of the demons. What's more, can you really win? Don't be ridiculous. In this battle, our chance of winning is less than 1 in 10 million, so brothers and sisters, wake up, saving your life is the most important thing. Voices came one after another, and the 6 great demons including Mozan shouted to surrender. Explain with reason and move with emotion. For a moment, many demons were moved and kept reflecting on themselves. Yes, with 200 demigods of the human race coming out together, can we really win? Besides, what good would it matter if we won? Our lives are our own, but merit has nothing to do with us. Is it really worth fighting to the death? As he thought about it, the offensive of the demon army weakened a lot. The demon demigods were furious. Shut up. In midair, the leader of the demons looked at Mozan and the other 6 demons. He glared at them, angrily scolded them, and said with gritted teeth, "As demons, it would be fine if you surrendered without a fight, but now you are even helping the human race to persuade my demon clan to surrender. You are simply a shame to my demon clan, you are not worthy of being demons." Boom. But at this moment, Lingu Yudao's attack directly hit the leader of the demons. Puff. Caught off guard by Lingu Yudao's attack, the demon leader spat out a mouthful of blood. Look, look. Seeing this, Mozan immediately shouted, "I told you, a mantis cannot shake a tree. Brothers and sisters, wake up, we are doomed to fail." Chapter 13:04 Those who surrender will not be killed. I told you, a mantis cannot shake a tree. Brothers and sisters, wake up. We are doomed to fail. As soon as Mozan finished speaking, the anger in the heart of the Sky Demon clan leader instantly reached its peak. His eyes were red, he was filled with murderous intent. As a celestial demon, it would have been fine if he surrendered without a fight, but now he is actually disrupting the morale of the army and helping the human race persuade his own demon clan to surrender. This is simply outrageous and unforgivable. If you can't bear it anymore, then there is no need to bear it anymore. The furious leader of the Sky Demon clan almost lost his mind. He roared, "I will kill you first." After saying this, the heavenly demon leader ignored Lingu Yudao and the others who were besieging him, gave up the already extremely difficult task of letting go, and rushed straight towards Mokshuan below. At this moment, the demon leader had only one thought and one obsession in his mind, that is, even if he died, he would never let Mozan live. The leader of the Sky Demon clan gave up on defense, and all his murderous intent was locked on the demon lord Mozan. Seeing this, Lingu Yudao and his companions naturally would not miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In the battle between demigods, especially when surrounded by several demigods, he actually dared to be distracted and directly give up defense. This was simply seeking death. Immediately, Lingu Yudao flashed, and with the force of thunder, he struck out to kill instantly. Boom! A thunderous sound rang out, and Lingu Yudao struck the demon leader with a powerful blow. The demon leader was caught off guard and his body was shaken. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of hot blood. Not only that, the moment Lingu Yudao's attack landed, the other two human demigods who were besieging the demon leader with him also attacked at the same time. Bang! Bang! A dull, heavy sound rang out, and two powerful forces collided. Puff! The demon leader spat out another mouthful of blood, and then his body flew backwards towards the ground at a high speed like a falling meteorite. Everything happened in a flash. From the moment the demon leader rushed out to the moment the three demigods were struck down, it took less than a second. Boom! With a loud bang, the demon leader's body hit the ground heavily. For a moment, the earth shook, and the entire body of the demon leader was embedded in the earth. However, relying on the power of the demigod realm, although his consciousness was confused, he still stood up tremblingly. But at this moment, Mozan's mocking shouting also sounded instantly. "Look, look, look, our leader has been abused like a dog, do you still want to resist? Let me tell you, the one who knows the times is a hero, surrender, otherwise you will only die." You are so. Hearing this, the demon leader felt like he was about to explode with anger. Puff! Furious and already seriously injured, the demon leader spat out blood again, and then fell straight down. With a bang, the demon leader fell to the ground. He was so angry that he fainted. Seeing this scene, Mozan's expression became solemn, and he shouted sternly, "The leader is dead, those who surrender will not be killed." Buzz! As soon as Mozan said this, all the demons present, without exception, were shocked. The leader is dead, so what should we do? Without a leader, the demon army was in chaos and even stopped attacking. The human race did not stop, and taking advantage of this opportunity, they attacked the demigods of the demon clan at lightning speed. As for the flying demons and those below them, they were simply ignored by them. Nearly 200 human demigods attacked at the same time. They were extremely fast and their offensive was as fierce as thunder. Without the support of the heavenly demon army, facing the nearly 200 demigods of the human race, the mere dozen or so demigods of the heavenly demon race were simply unable to contend with them. Bang, bang, bang. The dull and heavy voices rang out continuously. In just one breath, more than a dozen demigods of the Sky Demon clan were all bleeding and seriously injured. They fell from midair one after another. If they were not worth twice the merit if they were alive, they would have been killed instantly by the human demigods. At this moment, even if they were not dead yet, they had already lost the power to resist. The sudden change and the defeat of all the demigods made all the demons present come back to their senses instantly. They all looked horrified and a little at a loss as to what to do. The leader is dead. All the demigods were defeated. What should we do? Run! Suddenly, a scream suddenly rang out among the demon army. Run! All the demons were stunned. Yes, run! The next second, they no longer hesitated or stopped, and turned around and wanted to run. It's a pity that they want to run away, but the human demigods will never let them do so. You know, the total merits of these demons are astronomical. Merit is the divine crystal, and the divine crystal is the foundation of their strength. In this case, how could they allow members of the demon clan to escape from here? In an instant, nearly 200 demigods from major human families all flashed out. In less than a breath, they had already stood proudly between heaven and earth. With less than 200 people, they completely surrounded all the demons. Not only that, at the second when they surrounded the heavenly demon army, the pressure that belonged only to the demigod realm powerhouses around them also instantly erupted. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying aura instantly swept across heaven and earth, impacting every member of the demon clan present. The demons were shocked. The human demigods shouted in unison with a murderous aura, "Those who surrender will not be killed. If you resist or try to escape, you will be killed on the spot. Those who surrender will not be killed. If you resist or try to escape, you will be killed on the spot. Those who surrender will not be killed. If you resist or try to escape, you will be killed on the spot. Those who surrender will not be killed. If you resist or try to escape, you will be killed on the spot." The stern voice echoed between heaven and earth, and its overwhelming power impacted the minds of all the demons. The demigods roared in anger and attacked one after another. Boom, boom, boom. In front of them, all the members of the demon clan were strangled in an instant without exception, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. Although these slain demons were all meritorious, and although the human demigods were reluctant to let them go, they had no choice. After all, there were too many demons in front of them, and although quite a few had been killed or captured alive by them just now, with less than 200 of them, if these demons fled desperately, they would not be able to keep all of them. For this reason, the human race can only intimidate them, and suppress them. Faced with the bloody massacre, before their eyes and the cold words of the human demigod, all the demons present were panicked, but they dared not act rashly. The whole place was dead silent. Mozan stepped out to the side of the teleportation array, looked at the demon army in front of him and said with a solemn oath, "Listen to me, my fellow tribesmen. In this battle, we demons have already been defeated, so stop struggling in vain and surrender. As the saying goes, a good death is worse than a miserable life. The human race is waiting to be captured. As long as you surrender and cooperate obediently, I, Mozan, can assure you that the human race will never embarrass you." What a shame. Looking at Mozan, most of the demons gnashed their teeth, anger surging in their hearts. "You, if it weren't for you, this damned traitor, would our great demon clan have been defeated so quickly in this battle? Now you are shamelessly helping the human race to persuade us to surrender. You are unworthy of being a demon, and you deserve to die." Although they thought so, no demon dared to say so. After all, they had to admit that Mozan was right. No matter what the process was, the outcome of this battle was already determined. The general trend was that the demons had been defeated. Before the members of the Sky Demon clan could think about it, Mozan spoke again. "Now, all Sky Demons, move to the center, put your hands on your heads, and squat down. Otherwise, I, Mozan, cannot guarantee your safety." After hearing this, the demons looked at each other. Although they were unwilling, they had no choice. For a moment, all the demons gathered together as Mozan said, and squatted down with their heads in their hands. As for the demons that were still being teleported over from the teleportation array, there was no doubt that they had just arrived and had not figured out what was going on before they were ruthlessly suppressed by the 5 semi-god demons behind Mozan. A moment later, Ye Bufan walked out from the teleportation array. "Greetings, Master." Seeing Ye Bufan coming, Mozan and the other 6 semi-god level demons spoke in unison. "Meet Master." After hearing these words and seeing this scene, everyone present, whether they were humans or demons, could not help but be stunned. Although the human demigods had already thought of this possibility, they were still shocked when they got the confirmation. The devil surrenders to the human race. From the time the heavenly demons descended on Shenwu Star to now, such a thing has never happened before. They are really curious about how Ye Bufan did it. The human demigods were shocked and curious, while the celestial demons were gritting their teeth in anger. At this moment, they all wished they could devour Mozan and the other 6 demigod celestial demons alive. As a member of the great demon clan, it would be fine if he surrendered to the human race, but he actually recognized the human race as his master. This is simply a shame that the great demon clan cannot wash away. But at this moment, even though they were angry, they could do nothing. Facing Mozan and the other 6 demons, Ye Bufan nodded, then looked at the demon army in front of him and said, "Have you told them everything?" Reporting to the master, "I have already said that the human race is waiting to be captured, and those who surrender will not be killed." Mozan responded immediately. "Very good." Ye Bufan said this, and then looked at the demon army in front of him and said, "Since Mozan has already said it, I will not waste any more words. Now, all the demons who are willing to surrender will enter the Heaven Burial Palace. After he finished speaking, Ye Bufan directly took out the Heaven Burial Palace. Although the sky demons have surrendered, Ye Bufan is still worried. After all, there are still nearly 1 million sky demons in front of him, and these sky demons are the high-end combat forces of the sky demons in the 8th heaven. Although there are no demigod sky demons here, a large number of ants can kill an elephant, not to mention that these sky demons are not weak. If they fight to the death, the demigods of the major families on the human side will inevitably suffer casualties, which is definitely not what Ye Bufan wants to see. The most important thing is if the sky demons here run away, even if only one runs away, then the other party will definitely notify the other sky demons in the 8th heaven. In this way, the remaining sky demons will never come to Luyun City to die again. If the demons didn't come to Luyun City, how could Ye Bufan take advantage of his leisure time and capture them all alive? Are we really going to capture each city one by one? Not to mention that the demons will never wait for him to come and capture them. Even if they will, Ye Bufan does not have so much time to do so. After all, the demons in the 9th heaven have already assembled. Although they want to cooperate with the demons in the 8th heaven to attack the human race from both sides, if there is no news from the demons in the 8th heaven for a long time, the demons in the 9th heaven will definitely not wait any longer but will directly attack the 8th heaven. Therefore, Ye Bufan does not have much time left. He must fight quickly and decisively, and completely take over the 8th heaven before the demons from the 9th heaven take action. Chapter 1305 The Demon Attacks. Faced with Ye Bufan's proposal to enter the burial palace, the demon clan hesitated for a moment, and then obediently entered the burial palace. After all, they had already surrendered and naturally would not resist anymore. Millions of demons in Luyun City surrendered, and the outcome of the 8th heaven has been decided. There are no more demigods, no more flying gods, and even those who have merged souls or become saints have been wiped out by the human race. Although there are still a lot of demons left, they can no longer cause any trouble. The human race only needs to garrison in Luyun City, wait for the demons to come to them automatically. This is also true. After capturing millions of demons in Flowing Cloud City alive, Ye Bufan left the Heaven Burial Palace and then went to Shenmue City with the demigods from various major families. After all, Ye Bufan knew very well that the demon army in the 9th heaven had already assembled. Although their original plan was to cooperate with the demons in the 8th heaven, if the demons in the 8th heaven did not respond for a long time, they would definitely attack the 8th heaven directly. The teleportation array in Shenmue City is the only passage between the 8th heaven and the 9th heaven. As long as Shenmue City is defended, the entire 8th heaven is defended. In this case, Ye Bufan will naturally arrange all the demigods on his side in Shenmue City, with the most luxurious lineup and the most powerful strength of the human race, to welcome the arrival of the army of the Sky Demon in the 9th heaven. As for Luyun City, it is more than enough to be handed over to the human army. Of course, Ye Bufan did this not to engage in a head-on battle with the Heavenly Demon Clan, but only to defend Shenmue City and the 8th heaven. After all, once the Heavenly Demon Clan entered the 8th heaven, it would be difficult for the human army to retreat. From the beginning to the end, Ye Bufan remembered the purpose of coming to the 8th heaven this time. He came to capture the Heavenly Demon for the Heavenly Palace inheritance of the Cemetery of Gods and Demons, not to declare a full-scale war on the Heavenly Demon Clan. Time passes by every second. 2 hours later, Ye Bufan had gone to Luyun City 7 times. However, because the members of the Heavenly Demon Clan filled the Heavenly Burial Palace, Ye Bufan had to transfer them to the Cemetery of Gods and Demons before he could continue to capture them. During this period, Shenmue City was peaceful and the demon from the 9th heaven never took any action. Another hour later, buzz! A white light flashed, and a demon appeared out of nowhere on the teleportation array. Here I come. Seeing this scene, the human demigods were cheered up. Kill. At the forefront of the teleportation array, 18 peak demigod realm warriors, led by Lingu Yudao, did not hesitate at all, nor did they consider anything before attacking directly. A terrifying aura, a fierce murderous intent, a thunderous attack. Boom, boom, boom. 18 peak demigod realm warriors were knocked down at the same time. Puff. On the teleportation array, the demigod demon spat out a mouthful of hot blood. Bloodstains on his body instantly spread and grew larger. In the blink of an eye, blood from these bloodstains had already spurted out. In an instant, the demon's body was torn into pieces, and flesh and blood were scattered all over the ground. He was instantly killed by 18 human demigod masters. Until his death, he didn't know what had happened. After a breath, Ye Bufan suddenly said, "Prepare to evacuate." Simple, clear and decisive. After saying this, Ye Bufan stepped directly onto the teleportation array in front of him without any hesitation. Brush. With a flash of white light, Ye Bufan disappeared on the teleportation array. However, Ye Bufan did not teleport directly to the seventh heaven to retreat. Instead, he teleported to Luyun City. After all, the human army in Luyun City had not yet evacuated. After Ye Bufan left, the demigods were on full alert. Of course, these were all discussed beforehand. A semi-god level demon entering the 8th heaven was clearly a test from the demon clan. This meant that the demon clan in the 9th heaven could no longer hold back and were ready to take action. It's a pity that the human race, or Ye Bufan, had no intention of confronting them head-on. Once Ye Bufan transferred the human army in Luyun City, the human race would withdraw directly. It's beautifully called, "Quit while you're ahead." The 9th heaven, the central city, Shenyu City. At this moment, the 3 guardians of the heavenly demon clan and the 18 demon envoys gathered in Shenyu City. The location of the teleportation array. Bang! In the hands of the Mo Yan protector, one of the 3 great demon envoys, a purple jade slip suddenly exploded. It was the life tablet of the semi-god demon who had entered the 8th heaven earlier. The shattering of the life tablet meant that the demon was dead. Seeing this scene, all the demons present were stunned. Dead. Instantly killed. The demons seemed to find it hard to believe, and even the 3 guardians of the demon clan couldn't help but frown. After a moment, Mo Yan's expression became serious, and he said, "If there are 10 more demigods, this guardian will not believe it. If the human race can kill 1 demigod in seconds, can they kill 10 demigods in seconds?" Devil Flame, no. As soon as Mo Yan finished speaking, another heavenly demon guardian Mo Wuxin beside him immediately spoke out to stop him, saying, "The situation in Shenmu City is unclear right now. If we continue to send demigods rashly, it would be tantamount to sending ourselves to our deaths. So what do you think we should do?" Mo Yan glanced at Mo Wuxin and asked in a deep voice. Mo Wuxin hesitated slightly. "Why, you can't answer it." Mo Yan said in a stern voice, and then said, "The human race has a saying that speed is the essence of war, but what about us? We knew that the human race had invaded the 8th heaven, but we did not go to reinforce them in the first time. We also said that we should cooperate with the inside and outside, attack from the front and back, and catch the human race off guard. Now, we have directly cut off contact with the 8th heaven. What, are you still planning to wait? What are you waiting for? Wait a bit. Let me tell you, you can wait, but I, Mo Yan, can't. What's more, they are just 10 demigods. My great demon clan can afford the loss." After saying that, Mo Yan pointed at the demigod demon in front of him and said, You, and you, the 10 of you, teleport to the 8th heaven for me now." While speaking, Mo Yan pointed at one of the demons and said, "Remember, after you teleport, don't worry about anything, don't ask anything, just activate the mother and child true essence stones. As for the remaining 9 demigods, you only need to do one thing, that is, defend, and defend again. Make sure to buy him more time. This time, this protector must find out what the situation is in Shenmu City." Yes. After Mo Yan finished speaking, the 10 semi-god level demons he named responded in unison. The remaining 2 great demon guardians looked at each other but said nothing, let alone stop them, because they could not think of any other way to investigate the situation in the 8th heaven Shenmu City. Set off. The next second, Mo Yan waved his hand and shouted sternly. Yes. The 10 great demons responded and simultaneously stepped onto the teleportation array in front of them. There was a flash of white light, and they teleported simultaneously. The 8th heaven, Shenmu City. Buzz. On the teleportation array, white light flashed continuously, and 10 demigod-level demons appeared at the same time. Kill. On the human side, the demigods did not hesitate or stop. When they saw the demon coming, they rushed out instantly. At this moment, the demigods no longer cared about meritorious service, and they had never thought about capturing any demon alive. They had only one thought in their minds, and that was to kill. As long as it was a demon coming, they would not ask any questions, just one word, kill. Seeing hundreds of human demigods coming to kill them, the 10 great demons were stunned for a moment. However, they had already been prepared, and that was why they came to their senses in an instant. The 9 heavenly demons immediately surrounded one of the heavenly demons assigned by Mo Yan and defended with all their might. Among the 9 demons, the semi-god demon assigned by Mo Yan did not hesitate at all. He instantly activated the mother and child true essence stone that he was holding tightly in his hand. Call out. The next second, colorful light flashed, and a light curtain appeared out of thin air above Shenmue City. Chapter 1306 The Demon Lord arrives. The 9th heaven, Shenmue City. Looking at the colorful light curtain in front of them, and seeing the situation in the 8th heaven, Shenmue City, the demigod demons near the Shenmue City teleportation array exclaimed. That's Zhuge Ming, the deputy master of the temple. Not only Zhuge Ming, but another vice palace leader Fang Chuyu is here too. And that one, Lingu Yudao from the Lingu family. These are all demigods. Damn it, all the human demigods are here. What did they want to do? They are violating the demigod agreement. Did they want to have a decisive battle with my great demon clan? The demonic clan had thought that the situation in the 8th heaven was not simple. After all, they had already received the news when the human race was teleported from the 7th heaven. However, they did not expect the situation to be so bad. All the human demigods are out in full force. Such a situation has not occurred for tens of thousands of years, at least none of the demons present have ever encountered it. But what about now? What exactly do humans want to do? The most hateful thing is that their heavenly demon clan was caught off guard by the human race. Now all the demigods of the human race occupy the Shenmue City on the 8th heaven and are defending the Shenmue City teleportation array. If the heavenly demon clan wants to storm the 8th heaven and engage in a decisive battle with the human race, they will inevitably pay a heavy price and suffer huge casualties before they can enter the 8th heaven. What to do? Are we going to give up the 8th heaven just like that? Impossible. The demon clan was originally limited by resources because they only occupied the 8th and 9th heavens, which affected their development. Now, if they lose the 8th heaven, their situation will inevitably become more difficult. What's more, if we give up the 8th heaven just like that, what will happen to the demons in the 8th heaven? There is also a 7th heaven. Although the 7th heaven is a battlefield between two races and does not belong to the human race nor to the heavenly demons, there are still many members of the heavenly demons stationed in the 7th heaven. If we give up the 8th heaven, not only will the demons in the 8th heaven be besieged by humans, but even the demons in the 7th heaven will not escape death. The demon clan could not afford the huge loss of 2 consecutive defeats. In an instant, all the demigod demons present looked at the 3 guardians. The 3 Dharma protectors frowned. What to do? They looked at each other, and then a hint of determination appeared in their eyes. They will not give up and cannot give up the 8th heaven. In this case, let's fight. Call. But at this moment, the colorful light curtain in the air suddenly disappeared. In the 8th heaven, the 10 demigod demons had already died and were all killed by humans. Upon seeing this scene, the hearts of the demigod demons near the Shenmue City teleportation array sank suddenly. How much time has passed since the 10 demigod demons were teleported to now? It was just over 10 seconds. In just over 10 seconds, 10 demigods fell. This rate of casualties is simply terrifying. At this time, Mo Yan, one of the 3 guardians of the Sky Demon clan, suddenly spoke up and said, "Prepare for a strong attack." Hearing these words, all the demigod demons were trembling in their hearts. Storm. They looked at Mo Yan in disbelief, and some demons could not help but persuade him, "Great Protector Mo Yan, no, our demon clan has already lost 11 demigods. If we continue to attack, there will inevitably be greater casualties. By then it will be very disadvantageous for us. Then tell me what to do. Should we give up the 8th heaven?" After Tianmo finished speaking, Moyan looked at him and asked sternly. The demigod demon was speechless. Mo Yan continued to speak, and said slowly, "What's more, this guardian has no intention of letting my great demon clan's semi-god realm strongman to attack the 8th heaven by force." Well, hearing this, all the demons were stunned and looked at Mo Yan with some confusion. Mo Yan did not stop, and shouted, "Pass my order, the army in the city is ready to be transferred to the 8th heaven." After speaking, Mo Yan said in a cold voice, "Doesn't the human race want to kill or defend? Then I will let them kill and defend. I want to see how many they can kill and how long they can defend. When they are exhausted, that will be the day when my great demon army attacks, and it will also be the time when they die." Buzz. Hearing this, all the demons present couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. Let the human race guard, let the human race kill. It has to be said that Mo Yan's idea is extremely crazy and extremely cruel to the members of the Sky Demon clan. However, it has to be said that under the current situation, this is definitely the best way for the Sky Demon clan. All below demigod are ants. If they could use a large number of heavenly demons to weaken the fighting power of the human demigods and take the opportunity to inflict severe damage on them, it would absolutely be 100 benefits to the heavenly demon clan and no harm at all. For this reason, all the demigod-level demons present agreed with Mo Yan's approach, even the other two great demon guardians were no exception. But at this moment, a calm voice suddenly sounded in the air, "Why bother?" Well, hearing this, all the demons present were stunned. Call out. The next second, before the demons could come back to their senses, a purple demon appeared in front of them. Looking at the teleportation array in front of them, the purple demon said with disdain, "Since these human ants have come to our door to seek death, then let them do it." Demon Lord. Looking at the purple demon in front of them, the demigod demons present were stunned again. Then they spoke up. "Greetings to the Demon Lord. Greetings to the Demon Lord." The uniform voice, filled with endless awe, resounded between heaven and earth. The purple sky demon, the demon lord of the Sky Demon clan, the demon Tianyan in the realm of servant gods. Facing the greetings of the demigods, Mo Tianyan put his hands behind his back, nodded, and said, "Let's go, follow this demon lord and kill these human ants." Yes. The demigods responded in unison. Brush. The next second, Mo Tianyan stepped onto the teleportation array. The eighth heaven, Shenmue City. Buzz. A white light flashed, and a figure appeared out of nowhere on the teleportation array. Kill. Seeing someone coming, the human demigods prepared to attack without even looking at them. "It's me." On the teleportation array, Ye Bufan spoke immediately. "Mr. Ye." Hearing this, the human demigods were stunned, and then they all withdrew their attacks. Ye Bufan walked out from the teleportation array. "Master Yi, have all the people been relocated?" Looking at Ye Bufan, Lingu Yudao asked directly. Ye Bufan nodded, then looked at the demigods and said, "Let's all retreat." During the trip to the eighth heaven, Ye Bufan captured tens of millions of heavenly demons. It can be said that the purpose of his trip has been basically achieved, and the heavenly demons have already shown signs of attacking the eighth heaven. In this case, there is naturally no need to stay in the eighth heaven. It is better to quit while you are ahead and retreat. Yes. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, the human demigods responded in unison, and each of them had a satisfied smile on their face. It can be said that this trip to the eighth heaven was a great harvest for everyone. Buzz. But at this moment, a white light flashed on the teleportation array, and a purple demon appeared out of thin air. The demon clan, the demon lord, the servant of the gods, the demon Tianyan, descended on the 8th level of the God Mu City. Chapter 1307 Demon Lord. I only need one move to destroy you. Kill. After seeing a flash of white light on the teleportation array and a celestial demon appearing out of thin air, the human race acted just like before, without even taking a clear look, and attacked directly. The force of thunder and the fierce murderous intent. At the forefront of the teleportation array, the combined attack of 18 demigod realm powerhouses including Lingu Yudao was like a prehistoric ferocious beast, about to devour the demon on the teleportation array. On the teleportation array, Mo Tianyan saw 18 peak semi-gods attacking him at the same time. He frowned and said in a cold voice, "An ant trying to shake a tree, you ants dare to kill me, you are courting death." Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the terrifying aura around Mo Tianyan instantly surged out. The momentum reached the sky. That momentum swept across heaven and earth. The momentum was unprecedented, as if it was going to make all living beings in the world submit to it. That aura made all the human beings present couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. Demon Lord, Demon Tianyan. The sudden change caused a cry of surprise, and Lingu Yudao and others widened their eyes, looking at Mo Tianyan with a look of disbelief. Their originally fierce offensive had already stagnated. They never thought that the Demon Lord Mo Tianyan would actually come to the 8th heaven Shenmue City in person. This is the Lord of the Heavenly Demon, and also an unrivaled powerful person in the realm of servant gods. They are definitely not someone they can contend with. The saying that those below the servants of gods are all ants is not empty talk, which can be easily seen from Liang Xian. Even though the servants of gods are only one level higher than demigods, they are two completely different levels. One of them is the sky, the other is the earth, one of them is a god, and the other is just a mortal. How can mortals compare with gods, and how can mortals compete with gods? Now that the demon lord of the servant god realm has come to Shenmue City in person, what should we do? Walk. Can you still leave? In just a moment, the joy that Lingu Yudao and others had felt for the great harvest disappeared without a trace, leaving only an unprecedented solemnity and fear in their hearts. After all, the servant gods were in front of them, and if they were not careful, these demigods would be buried here today. However, before Lingu Yudao and others could think about it, Mo Tianyan had already made his move, or rather, he just took a step forward, and a terrifying aura surged out from him, turning into a gust of air that swept across the space in all directions. Bang! 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 Under the impact of this air wave, Lingu Yudao and others were directly knocked back several steps away. Although he was not injured, the fact that he defeated 18 peak demigod realm warriors with just one strike was enough to show how powerful and terrifying the servant of the god was. He was simply an invincible existence. In the blink of an eye, he repelled 18 demigods, and the blockade of the human race was completely shattered. The whole place was dead silent. All the human demigods looked at the Mo Tianyan in front of them, their faces extremely heavy. They felt as if a mountain was pressing down on each of them, making it extremely difficult for them to even breathe. On the teleportation array, Mo Tianyan walked out slowly, with his hands behind his back, and his contemptuous eyes swept over all the human demigods in front of him one by one. Finally, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he said, "Deputy Temple Master Zhuge Ming, Dongfang Chuyu, and Old Man Lingu of the Lingu family, I didn't expect you all to come, although I don't know what's wrong with you, you dare to leave the 6th heaven and run to my 8th heaven to make trouble, but since you are here, you all stay here forever for me." As soon as Mo Tianyan said this, all the people on the human side couldn't help but tremble, and their faces looked heavy. On the teleportation array, the demigods of the Sky Demon clan have arrived one after another. "Tell me, how do you want to die?" The next second, looking at the human demigod in front of him, Mo Tianyan smiled slightly. A turtle in a jar and meat on a chopping board. In Mo Tianyan's view, the human demigod is unable to escape even if he has wings. But at this moment, a scornful and disdainful voice suddenly sounded in the human camp, "Just you. You are just a servant of the gods, you can't keep us." Well, the sudden voice made all the human demigods present stunned. Just a servant of God. If the servants of the gods are just a nobody, then what are we? Scum. Everyone's mouth twitched, their hearts were confused, but they all looked at the person who spoke. The person who spoke was none other than Ye Bufan. When the human demigods saw that the person who was speaking was Ye Bufan, they were stunned again, and then a hint of joy appeared on their faces. Why? It's very simple. So far, no one knows Ye Bufan's true strength, and no one knows what kind of trump card Ye Bufan has. But at this moment, Ye Bufan's confident, calm, and even somewhat disdainful expression is telling them that he is not afraid of Mo Tianyan. In that case, what are they afraid of? Hearing Ye Bufan's words and seeing the changes in the expressions of the human demigods, Mo Tianyan frowned. He instinctively looked at Ye Bufan and asked, "Who are you?" Ye Bufan smiled slightly, put his hands behind his back, stood in front of the human demigod, faced Mo Tianyan, and said calmly, "I will not change my name, I am Ye Bufan of the Ye family, and I am the current holy son of the temple." Ye family. Mo Tianyan was stunned for a moment, then he looked at Ye Bufan and asked, "What is your relationship with Ye Tianshang?" "Ye Tianshang is my father." Ye Bufan did not deny it and said it without any hesitation. "Ye Tianshang's son." Mo Tianyan looked at Ye Bufan and murmured, "Ha ha ha." After a moment, Mo Tianyan laughed and said, "I didn't expect that Ye Tianshang, a great man of his generation, would give birth to such a stupid son like you." After a pause, Mo Tianyan's expression became serious again, and then he looked at Ye Bufan with disdain and said, "With your cultivation level of the initial stage of the demigod realm, do you really think you can still run away?" "Run?" Ye Bufan shook his head and chuckled, "Why should I run? Is it because of you? To be honest, you are just a servant of the gods, I really don't take you seriously." "Yeah," Mo Tianyan sneered, he didn't believe it at all. "You don't believe it?" Ye Bufan had a look of contempt on his face, and then pointed at the human demigods behind him and said, "If you don't believe me, you can ask them. I was able to kill demigods when I merged my souls, and now I am already a demigod. You are just a servant god, do you really think I will take you seriously?" The human demigods were stunned, but they had to admit that it was completely true that Ye Bufan had slaughtered the demigods with his soul fusion realm. As for whether Ye Bufan's demigod realm strength could be used to slaughter the servant gods, they had no idea. Mo Tianyan frowned. Ridiculous. After a moment, he shouted angrily, "How dare a mere demigod speak so arrogantly?" After a pause, Mo Tianyan continued, "The divine realm is the sublimation of martial arts and the transformation of life. Do you think you can kill gods? Ant, you are not young and frivolous, but stupid and ignorant." Ignorance. Ye Bufan sneered. "In my opinion, you are just a frog in the well, sitting in the well and looking at the sky. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't do it either. The world of monsters you don't understand." "Yeah," Mo Tianyan said with disdain. "Then let me see how you, as a demigod, can slaughter a transcendent being like me who is at the god-servant realm today." "As you wish." Ye Bufan shouted, "To kill you, I only need one move." Chapter 1308 Young Master Yi wants to run away. To destroy you, I only need one move. Presumptuous. Bold. Arrogant. As soon as Ye Bufan said this, the semi-god demons behind Mo Tianyan could no longer bear it. They glared at Ye Bufan and couldn't help but roar in anger. A demigod at the initial stage can kill the servant god with one strike. It's ridiculous. In the eyes of the demigod demons of the demon clan, Ye Bufan was simply humiliating the servant gods and their demon lord Mo Tianyan, which was simply unforgivable. Not only the heavenly demons, but even the demigods of the human race had a look of confusion on their faces at this moment. Kill the servant god in one move. In their opinion, even if Ye Bufan had concealed his strength, even if Ye Bufan had a powerful trump card, but isn't it a bit exaggerated to kill the servant god with one move? You know, this is a powerful god. However, things have come to this point, and the human demigods have no choice but to believe in Ye Bufan. After all, what can they do if they don't believe it? Mo Tianyan is guarding the teleportation array, so they can't escape at all. At this moment, Mo Tianyan looked at Ye Bufan and couldn't help but twitching the corner of his mouth. Kill this powerful servant of God with one move. To be honest, Mo Tianyan didn't believe it at all, but Ye Bufan didn't look like he was joking. For a moment, Mo Tianyan was a little unsure and dared not act rashly. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan sneered and asked, "Why, are you scared?" "Am I scared?" Mo Tianyan was stunned, and then became furious. "I'm afraid of you, a demigod. I'm so scared of the ball." Unfortunately, Ye Bufan didn't even give him a chance to speak, and said directly, "Of course, it's normal for you to be afraid. After all, who wants to die when they can live?" But, after a pause, Ye Bufan continued, "Don't worry. As the only powerful servant of the heavenly demon clan, if I kill you, it will be equivalent to breaking the balance between the human race and the heavenly demon clan. At that time, if the human race takes the opportunity to directly destroy your heavenly demon clan, then wouldn't the Shenwu star become extremely boring in the future? So, don't worry. Although I can kill you with one move, I won't do that. I will only beat you like a dog as a punishment for your arrogance and ignorance, but I won't kill you directly." Holy crap. When Ye Bufan said this, not only the heavenly demons, but also the demigods of the human race were completely stunned. What's going on? You can kill the demon lord Mo Tianyan with one move, but because you don't want the Shenwu star to become boring in the future, you plan to show mercy to his subordinates and save his life. This could it be that Master Yi is a super powerful person in the game Red Dust, and he has hidden his cultivation level. The human race is no longer calm. The demons were also dumbfounded. In addition, looking at Ye Bufan, Mo Tianyan couldn't help but a drop of cold sweat rolled down his forehead. He reminded himself again and again in his heart that what Ye Bufan said was false and he was trying to scare him, but Ye Bufan's demeanor and even everything about Ye Bufan told him that it was all true. Ye Bufan was not bragging, nor was he trying to scare him. For this reason, even though Mo Tianyan had the cultivation level of a servant of the gods, his mood became extremely heavy at the moment, and he did not dare to act rashly. After all, the unknown is always the most terrifying. For a moment, the whole place was dead silent and the atmosphere was depressing and heavy to the extreme. Brush. But at this moment, Ye Bufan waved his hand and directly took out the Burial Heaven Palace. Seeing Ye Bufan showing his weapon, Mo Tianyan's heart trembled instinctively. He thought Ye Bufan was going to attack, and he was immediately frightened and stepped back repeatedly, and became fully alert. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan found it funny in his heart, but ignored it and said solemnly, "The human demigod should hide in my heaven burial palace for the time being." Well, hearing this, the human demigods were stunned, and the demons were also shocked. Ye Bufan turned his head and glared at the demigods of the human race, saying, "What are you still standing there for?" Although this little demon is very arrogant, what he said is absolutely right. Those below the god realm are all ants. The battles in the god realm are not what you can imagine, let alone what you can endure. Without the protection of the burial heaven palace, once I take action, I cannot guarantee that the aftermath of the battle will not directly take your lives. Well, when Ye Bufan said this, the human demigods were stunned again. But at this moment, Ye Bufan turned his back to the heavenly demon clan and gave a wink to the human demigods. The look on his face clearly meant, quickly go into the heaven burial palace. Holy crap! Seeing this scene, the human demigods were all shocked, but they all understood what it meant. Kill the demon Tianyan in the god-servant realm with one move. Don't kill him, just torture him. Ye Xiao takes action in the battle of servants of the gods. Is the aftermath of the battle enough to kill a demigod? Temporarily take refuge in the heaven burial palace. Damn, it's all bullshit. It was obvious that Ye Xiao was trying to scare Mo Tianyan. He wanted to let himself and others enter the burial heaven palace, and then he could just close down the burial heaven palace and run away. After all, the demon clan didn't know about Ye Bufan's ability to disappear out of thin air, but they knew it very well. When the human race demigods thought of this, they were in a mess and even went crazy. Even their hearts couldn't help but beat rapidly. To play tricks in front of a powerful servant of the god realm, Ye Xiao was really too bold and too fat. However, no matter what they thought, as powerful demigods, they would naturally not reveal their true feelings, and they tried hard not to reveal any flaws. "Yes, Your Highness." Immediately, Zhuge Ming responded and then took the lead to walk towards the burial heaven palace. The other demigods of the human race did not stop either. On the demon side, Mo Tianyan glared at Ye Bufan with his eyes spitting fire and was filled with rage. Little devil. He was the demon lord of the Sky Demon clan, a powerful servant of the god realm, but he was actually called a little demon, by a demigod human. For the demon lord, this was simply a great shame and humiliation. My uncle can tolerate it, but my aunt can't. Unfortunately, before the demon lord could start to attack, Ye Bufan had already turned his head and looked at the demigod heavenly demons behind Mo Tianyan. He waved his hands and said calmly, "Those little demigod heavenly demons should also retreat. Otherwise, if I accidentally hurt you, I will not be responsible." Upon hearing this, Mo Tianyan, who was originally furious, was stunned. Make all the demon demigods retreat. Is this kid really that powerful, and yet he doesn't want to break the balance between humans and demons? Looking at Ye Bufan with suspicious eyes, Mo Tianyan was filled with doubt and uncertainty. Ye Bufan did not stop, but shouted angrily, "What are you still standing there for? If you don't want to die, retreat quickly. Do you really think that I am reluctant to kill you? The demon clan is in chaos. Retreat." Mo Tianyan looked at Ye Bufan with a wary look, gritted his teeth, and shouted. Regardless of whether what Ye Bufan said was true or false, the retreat of the demigod demon would be beneficial to him in every way. After all, if Ye Bufan was really strong, it would mean reducing the casualties of the demon clan. But if he was just bluffing, the demon lord was confident that he alone could destroy Ye Bufan. After Mo Tianyan's words, the demigods of the demon clan no longer hesitated and retreated one after another. At this time, the last demigod of the human race ran into the heaven burial palace, and Zhuge Ming immediately said, "Your Highness, we are safe now." Call. Hearing this, Ye Bufan couldn't help but feel relieved. Then he put away the heaven burial palace, looked at Mo Tianyan and said with a smile, "Come on, little demon, today I will let you see what a demon is. Serving God. In my eyes, you are nothing but a piece of shit. If I torture you, it would be like torture a dog. Take my attack. If you can avoid it, I won't torture you today." After he finished speaking, Ye Bufan suddenly raised his right hand. Brush. Seeing this scene, Mo Tianyan did not hesitate at all. Without even thinking, he immediately dodged and retreated. Not only Mo Tianyan, but even the demigod demons in the distance looked nervous. However, 1 second passed, 2 seconds passed, and until 10 seconds later, nothing happened at the scene, let alone the earth-shattering killing move. For a moment, the demons were stunned, and they couldn't help but look at Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan was looking at Mo Tianyan with a teasing look on his face, and said, "Tisk tisk, you are the demon lord and a powerful servant of the gods. I just said a few words to scare you and you are so scared." You. Hearing this, Mo Tianyan was stunned at first, then he flew into a rage. "Are you kidding me? I'm just teasing you. What's the matter? Are you going to bite me?" Ye Bufan said with a smile. You. Instantly, Mo Tianyan gnashed his teeth, his anger surging, and his murderous intent boiling as he said, "You are looking for death. Call out." As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed towards Ye Bufan. "Bye-bye." Ye Bufan waved to him and then disappeared on the spot. Boom. Mo Tianyan's attack came belatedly, and landed at the place where Ye Bufan was originally located. The heaven and earth shook, and the space shattered, but there was no trace of Ye Bufan anymore. Chapter 1309 I Can't Stand It. The heaven and earth shook and the space shattered. It can be said that Mo Tianyan's furious attack was simply not something a demigod could withstand, but after this attack, there was no trace of Ye Bufan at all. Where are the people? It was a strange scene. Ye Bufan's disappearance out of thin air made Mo Tianyan stunned. Not only Mo Tianyan, but the demigods of the Sky Demon clan in the distance also had a look of shock and confusion on their faces. Where are the people? Why did that boy suddenly disappear? Could it be that the Demon Lord had destroyed him instantly with one strike? Impossible. Although the Demon Lord is powerful, he definitely cannot destroy a demigod with just one strike. But if that human boy had not been killed by the Demon Lord to the point where no trace of his body remained, where else had he gone? It was a strange scene, the space was dead silent. "Find it for me." After a moment, Mo Tianyan roared angrily and said, "Even if you have to turn over the entire 8th heaven, you must find this damned human kid for me." In Mo Tianyan's opinion, the reason why Ye Bufan disappeared out of thin air was that he must have used some means to escape, so he must still be in the 8th heaven. Yes. At the command of the Demon Lord, the semi-god demons present did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. They responded and immediately scattered, starting with Shenmue City as the center and searching outside of Shenmue City. Looking at the departing demon demigod, Mo Tianyan's face was gloomy and even more ferocious. As the lord of the heavenly demons, a powerful servant of the gods, it was bad enough that he was fooled by an ant-like human boy in front of a group of demigod subordinates. Now he even let this human escape from his hands. For Mo Tianyan, this was simply a great shame and humiliation. If he didn't kill Ye Bufan, it would be difficult to eliminate the hatred in his heart. The next second, Mo Tianyan flashed and landed directly on the teleportation array, but he did not leave. Instead, he waited quietly. After all, this teleportation array was the only passage leading to the 7th heaven. As long as he guarded here, Ye Bufan would never be able to leave the 8th heaven. As long as Ye Bufan could not leave the 8th heaven, he would definitely be able to find Ye Bufan, it was just a matter of time. Mo Tianyan, I advise you not to waste your time here. That guy is no longer in the 8th heaven. But at this moment, a plain voice suddenly sounded in the air. Who? Upon hearing this, Mo Tianyan immediately looked up in the direction of the source of the sound in midair. At this moment, in midair, a man in white stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Mo Tianyan quietly. It's you, Yang Xian. The moment he saw the man in white, Mo Tianyan spoke immediately. It is the old man. Yang Xian smiled slightly and said, Mo Tianyan, long time no see. You. Mo Tianyan gritted his teeth and asked, why are you here? Why can't I be here? Yang Xian smiled and said, the holy son of my temple led the human army to attack the territory of your Tianmo clan. He was a new holy son and didn't know how dangerous this was. But I am different. After all, I have to guard against your conspiracy. But now it seems I underestimated him and overestimated you, Mo Tianyan, you are nothing special. You. Hearing this, Mo Tianyan became furious. Brush. Yang Xian ignored him. He flashed in front of Mo Tianyan and then slowly walked towards the teleportation array, saying, well, now that this battle is over, it's time for me to leave. However, I still want to remind you again, don't waste time here. He is no longer in the 8th heaven. Do you think I will believe it? Mo Tianyan looked at Yang Xian with gloomy eyes and said in a cold voice. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Yang Xian smiled slightly and didn't explain any further. Mo Tianyan said nothing, but stood in front of Yang Xian. Why, you want to fight with me? Yang Xian paused and said something, then looked at Mo Tianyan and said with a smile, "You should know very well that we are both in the third level of the God-servant heaven. Even if we fight, neither of us can do anything to the other. If that's the case, why bother doing this?" Although Mo Tianyan was not convinced, he had to admit that what Yang Xian said was true. However, even so, he gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "Leave the boy to me, I can pretend that nothing happened, otherwise." "What else?" "Otherwise, I will personally lead the army to attack your human race." "Yeah, if you don't believe me, you can try it. In that case, I will wait for your demon army to arrive." Yang Xian, do you really want to go to war with my heavenly demon clan?" Mo Tianyan, are you stupid or too naive? Our tribes are hostile to each other, and we have always been at war. It's just that we can't do anything to each other, or no one is sure of completely defeating the other, so we haven't started a full-scale war. Now you are threatening me with going to war, do you think it will work? Or do you think I will be afraid? Well, I still say the same thing. If you want to fight, our human race will fight. Goodbye. After that, Yang Xian said no more. He walked directly around Mo Tianyan and walked onto the teleportation array. Mo Tianyan turned around and looked at Yang Xian, gritting his teeth, but did not make a move to intercept, because he knew very well that there was no point in doing so. "Call out." With a flash of white light, Yang Xian disappeared directly on the teleportation array. "Asshole." Mo Tianyan clenched his fists and roared angrily, angry and unwilling. Half an hour later, the semi-god demons who had gone out to search for Ye Bufan returned to Shenmue City one after another, and at the same time came in front of Mo Tianyan. "Where is the person? Have you found him?" Looking at these demigod demons, Mo Tianyan asked in a cold voice. The demons shook their heads. Although he had known this would be the result, Mo Tianyan still found it difficult to accept it. After all, how could a person just disappear out of thin air? Even he, a powerful god, couldn't do that. "Grown-ups." Before Mo Tianyan could think about it, Mo Yan spoke again, but he looked as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. "If you have something to say, just say it." Seeing this scene, Mo Tianyan said sternly. "Yes." Mo Yan responded with a worried look on his face. "Sir, in the 8th heaven, 1/3 of the members of my great demon clan are missing, including all the demigods, flying gods, soul-melting gods, and saints." "What do you mean?" Mo Tianyan was stunned, then looked at Mo Yan and asked in a cold voice. "This." Mo Yan hesitated for a moment and said, "I suspect that all these people have been kidnapped by the human race." "Fart." Mo Tianyan roared angrily and said, "How many members of my great demon clan are there in the 8th heaven?" 1/3. That should be at least 50 or 60 million. How long has the human race been invading the 8th heaven? How could they cause such a huge loss to my heavenly demon clan? And they were not killed, but captured alive. Do you want to tell me that the members of my great demon clan are all idiots who just let the human race capture them without knowing how to resist? Mo Yan said with a bitter face, "My lord, we had originally planned to cooperate with the outside forces to catch the killing race off guard, so I and others ordered the tribesmen in the 8th heaven to gather in Luyun City. I think the human race must have known this, so bullshit." Before Mo Yan finished speaking, he was interrupted by Mo Tianyan's angry voice. "Are you trying to tell me that the human race knew our intentions, so they besieged Luyun City, causing my Tianmo clan to be defeated and tens of millions of clansmen to be captured alive by them? Yes, it should be like this. Waste." Mo Tianyan couldn't help but curse. Originally, Ye Bufan's matter had already made him furious. Now, Mo Yan actually told him that 1/3 of the demons in the 8th heaven were captured by humans, and all the demons in the Holy Realm, including the demigods, were annihilated. How could Mo Tianyan bear it any longer? Damn the human race, they are bullying the demons too much. With a roar of anger, Mo Tianyan's eyes turned red as he shouted coldly, "Pass on my order, summon all the demigods of my race immediately and follow me to the human race temple. It is impolite not to return the favor. Today, I will demolish the temple of the other race, otherwise I will never be able to get rid of the hatred in my heart." Chapter 13:10 Yang Xian, I give you 3 choices. The 6th heaven, the temple. Everything was as usual, teams of temple guards were scattered around the square, patrolling back and forth around the huge temple complex. As the only passage connecting the 5th heaven and the 7th heaven, there are naturally temple guards guarding the teleportation array in the square. However, this is also a temple after all, a concentration camp of the peak forces of the human race. Therefore, the force responsible for guarding the teleportation array is not strong. There are only 4 flying sky realm warriors, and their cultivation has not even reached the peak of the flying sky realm, but only the initial and intermediate stages of the flying sky realm. At this moment, beside the teleportation array, 4 flying realm warriors were standing at 4 different locations of the teleportation array, chatting idly. Is that person the palace master? It should be correct. Fuck, when did the palace master go out? Why didn't I notice it before? Tisk, what are you thinking? We are only in the flying sky realm, and the palace master is a powerful person in the servant god realm. If he doesn't want us to find out, how can we find out? That's right, but what did the palace master do just now? Of course he went to the 8th heaven. Did something happen in the 8th heaven? How is it possible? If something happened in the 8th heaven, how could the palace master come back so quickly? In my opinion, the demons in the 8th heaven have most likely been killed by His Royal Highness the Saint Sun and his men. The palace master saw that His Royal Highness the Saint Sun and his men were all safe and sound, so he did not stay in the 8th heaven for long. Tisk tisk, our new holy son is really domineering. Not long after taking office, he directly led our human army to attack the 8th level of the Sky Demon clan. Compared with him, Yin Chofeng is just a coward. Do you think everyone can be as crazy as our new holy son? Don't you think about what he did before he became our holy son? He is a complete lunatic, known as Madman Yi. Yi Kwang Ren. Since he is a lunatic, shouldn't we call him Yi Kwang Ren? Why is there another Yi Kwang Ren now? He even dared to challenge our palace master, a powerful servant god realm expert. Tell me, is he arrogant? That's right. So, this time the Sky Demon clan is going to be in trouble, and it's going to be very bad luck. Haha, who said it wasn't? It's a pity that we can't go to the 8th heaven. Otherwise tisk tisk, 1 million merits can be exchanged for 1 divine crystal. With our strength, we should be able to get a few divine crystals. What's the hurry? The life motto of our saint is to follow him, so we must have meat to eat and wine to drink. Think about the previous city of heaven. Now that he has become the saint of our temple, how can he not give us some benefits? That's right. Buzz. But at this moment, a white light suddenly appeared on the teleportation array in front of the 4 people. The 4 of them glanced at each other instinctively. However, just one glance and they were shocked and dumbfounded. On the teleportation array, a body appeared before our eyes. Purple scales, a whip-like tail, blood-red eyes, sharp claws. This is clearly a demon. The most important thing is that this is actually a demon with a completely purple body. Among the human race, there are definitely not many people who know the demon Lord Mo Tianyan, but most people know that the demon Lord Mo Tianyan is purple all over, and in the entire demon clan, only the demon Lord Mo Tianyan has purple scales. Isn't this the purple demon in front of us? Holy crap. This guy is not only a celestial demon, but also the demon lord of the celestial demon clan, Mo Tianyan. The devil descends upon the temple. The 4 flying sky realm guards felt as if thousands of alpaca horses were galloping through their hearts. But despite being shocked, they came to their senses in just a moment. The next second, they acted decisively and shouted, "Quick, quick, the demon lord has invaded the temple, request reinforcements, request reinforcements." The anxious voice, filled with deep dread and fear, resounded between heaven and earth. Boom. In an instant, the entire temple was boiling. The demon lord invades the temple. Although shocked, all the guards inside the temple did not stop. They quickly rushed out and rushed to the teleportation array in the square. The location of the teleportation array. Ant. Mo Tianyan glanced at the 4 flying realm humans in front of him and said in a cold voice. The next second, he waved his right hand. Call. A terrifying force suddenly surged out and attacked the 4 flying realm guards. At this moment, the 4 flying realm guards were trembling with fear in their bodies and their souls were shaking. The crisis of death was sweeping over them, but they found that their bodies could no longer move. Bang! But at this moment, a light curtain appeared out of thin air in front of the 4 Fatian realm guards, directly blocking the demon lord's casual attack, but it was a fatal blow to the Fatian realm. Mo Tianyan, don't go too far. In mid-air, Ouyang Xian stared at Mo Tianyan and shouted angrily. Then he flashed and came directly in front of Mo Tianyan. At the same time, he waved his right hand, and the 4 Fatian realm guards instantly retreated dozens of feet away. Call. After escaping danger, the Forfeitian realm guards couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The feeling of surviving a calamity was so strong in their hearts. At the same time, they finally witnessed the horror of the powerful servants of the gods. Although the demon lord's attack just now was very casual and simple, if it weren't for Yang Xian, they would have been killed instantly by the demon lord, or even turned into ashes. This is the power of the god-serving realm. Those below the god-serving realm are ants. This is absolutely true. When Yang Xian rescued the Forfeitian realm guards, the temple guards also arrived one after another. In an instant, they surrounded the teleportation array. However, neither Yang Xian nor Mo Tianyan cared about these things. I'm overdoing it. Looking at Yang Xian, Mo Tianyan shouted angrily, then he looked directly at Yang Xian, and said angrily, Yang Xian, it is you humans who bully the demons too much. Hearing this, Yang Xian frowned. He really couldn't understand why Mo Tianyan became so angry just after they parted not long ago. Mo Tianyan ignored him. He stared at Yang Xian, suppressing his rage, and continued, Yang Xian, now, I will give you 3 choices. First, release all the members of my clan that you captured in the 8th heaven. Well, hearing this, Yang Xian couldn't help but be stunned, and even the temple guards present were the same. Release the members of the demon clan captured by the human race in the 8th heaven. The demon lord descended upon the temple just for this. After a moment, Yang Xian slowly spoke, saying in disbelief, You, Mo Tianyan, would come to my human temple for a few demon captives. Do you think I would believe it? Tell me, what do you want to do? Just a little. Still some. Mo Tianyan was so angry that his body was shaking. He pointed at Yang Xian and roared, That little bastard named Ye openly violated the demigod agreement and attacked my demon clan. He captured 1/3 of my demon clan members in the 8th heaven, and even took away all the saintly demons. You still have the nerve to say that to me. What else? Hiss. As soon as Mo Tianyan said this, all the members of the temple guard present could not help but gasp. Yang Xian was also stunned. 1/3 of the demons in the 8th heaven. That's at least 50 to 60 million, not to mention that it includes all the Holy Realm demons. Yang Xian already knew about Ye Bufan's capture of the heavenly demons, but he never expected that Ye Bufan could capture so many heavenly demons in such a short time. These are not just a few, they are clearly all the demons in the 8th heaven being wiped out. After all, the demons below the Holy Realm can be completely ignored. No wonder Mo Tianyan was so angry, no wonder Mo Tianyan would go berserk. Yang Xian asked himself, if he were Mo Tianyan, he would do the same. Before Yang Xian could think about it, Mo Tianyan had already glared at him and spoke again, angrily asking, Yang Xian, are you going to let him go, or not? Chapter 13:11, You demolish my human temple, I will smash your star battleship. Yang Xian, are you going to let go, or not let go? Mo Tianyan's furious roar resounded between heaven and earth. For a moment, all the demigod demons and human guards present looked at Yang Xian. Yang Xian frowned. After a moment, he looked at Mo Tianyan and said slowly, Mo Tianyan, you are the lord of the heavenly demons. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. Tell me, why should the human race let go of the heavenly demon that the holy son of my temple captured with his own ability? Are you still relying on your own abilities? Mo Tianyan went berserk in an instant. Yang Xian, don't forget the demigod agreement between us. You are blatantly violating the demigod agreement. You are a sneak attack. Oh. Yang Xian sneered and said disdainfully, how dare you talk about the demigod agreement with this hall master? After a pause, Yang Xian continued, the so-called demigod agreement means that except for the demigods in the 7th heaven, no other demigods from your and my races are allowed to participate in the war. But why did your 2 demon envoys Mo Ying and Mo Yu die in the residence of Yi Tianshang, the deputy commander of my human race? They should not belong to the 7th heaven, right? Does this count as a violation of the demigod agreement? You. Hearing this, the demon lord was furious. His eyes were red and he gnashed his teeth. After a moment, he roared again, Yang Xian, stop talking nonsense. Just tell me, are you going to let this man go or not? No. The word Yang Xian was said cleanly and neatly. You fucking. Mo Tianyan wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Yang Xian. Don't worry, you are still mine. Tell me, what is your second condition? Call. Mo Tianyan took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart and said, My second condition is I can give up the captured demon, but you must hand over the boy named Ye to me, the demon master. Hand over my human race's holy son to your demon clan. Liang Xian sneered. Mo Tianyan, are you still asleep? Ask my human race soldiers whether they agree or not. No, no, no. In an instant, all the members of the temple guards present shouted in unison. Did you hear everything? Liang Xian smiled slightly. You are just dreaming if you want my human race's holy son. You. Mo Tianyan's expression was distorted. So, you are going to choose the last one. The last one. Declare a war with my human race, Liang Xian asked with a smile. No. Mo Tianyan rejected it with one word, saying, the last one, this demon lord will demolish your human temple. Well, when Mo Tianyan said this, Liang Xian couldn't help but be stunned, and everyone else present was no exception. Demolish the human temple. What is this? Since you, the demon race, can't do anything to my human race, are you going to take your anger out on the temple buildings? Puff. In an instant, many of the temple guards present couldn't help but laugh out loud. It's just a temple building. It will be destroyed and rebuilt. There is no point at all. Son of a bitch. Feeling the contempt, disdain, and even mocking looks from the human race members, Mo Tianyan's expression was instantly distorted with anger and his face became ferocious. Buzz. But at this moment, a white light suddenly flashed on the teleportation array surrounded by the demon demigod. For a moment, both the demons and humans were attracted by the teleportation array. Call out. Ye Bufan appeared out of nowhere on the teleportation array. Well, the moment they saw Ye Bufan, both the humans and the demons were stunned. The same is true for Ye Bufan. The whole place was dead silent. Ye Bufan and the surrounding demigod demons stared at each other. After a moment, Ye Bufan smiled awkwardly and said, what a coincidence, everyone is here. Well, you guys are busy, I'll take my leave first. After saying this, Ye Bufan immediately wanted to teleport away. Want to run? Mo Tianyan came back to his senses instantly, roared angrily, and said, catch him for me. Kill. Mo Tianyan roared angrily, and the demigod demons instantly rushed towards Ye Bufan. Hundreds of demigods attacked with such momentum that it was like a raging storm, destroying the heaven and earth. What the hell? Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan exclaimed. The next second, a dragon roar sounded between heaven and earth, and Ye Bufan instantly performed the 9 steps of the soaring dragon. Without waiting for the demigod of the Sky Demon clan to get close, he turned into a divine dragon and flashed directly behind Liang Xian. Everything happened in a flash, and the demigods of the heavenly demon clan were instantly left empty-handed. Come on. Seeing Ye Bufan escape, Mo Tianyan roared angrily and rushed straight towards Ye Bufan without stopping. Mo Tianyan, you are too presumptuous. Seeing this scene, Liang Xian also roared angrily, and then he immediately took action to intercept Mo Tianyan. Boom! In an instant, the two powerful servants of the gods struck, the heaven and earth shook, and terrifying energy impacted in all directions. Bang, bang, bang. Without exception, all the members of the temple guards present were instantly knocked away. Even Ye Bufan and the demigods of the Sky Demon clan were all knocked back several steps. Mo Tianyan ignored him and continued to attack Liang Xian. Leave this old immortal to me, you guys catch that kid, dead or alive. Yes. The demigods of the Sky Demon clan responded in unison, and then rushed out instantly. How dare you? Seeing this scene, Liang Xian roared angrily. Why wouldn't this demon lord dare to do that? Mo Tianyan shouted loudly and attacked Liang Xian frantically with fierce momentum. Bang, bang, bang. In midair, the two great gods were fighting each other, and the space was shaking continuously, as if the heaven and earth were about to collapse. Kill. The demon demigods did not stop and rushed towards Ye Bufan. Fuck. Seeing hundreds of demons attacking, Ye Bufan cried out in surprise, and then said sternly, there is a road to heaven but you don't take it, there is no door to hell but you insist on rushing in. Don't you even look at where this is? Do you think you can run wild here? Do you think you can capture me? It's just a foolish dream. Come out, elites of my race, it's time to capture the demon and earn merit. Brush. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan directly summoned out the Heaven Burial Palace. The demigods of the Sky Demon clan were furious. Catch the devil and earn merit. What the fuck do you take us for? It's simply unforgivable. Boom. As soon as they thought of this, the murderous intent of the demon demigods instantly cooled by 3 points. Unfortunately, before they could reach Ye Bufan, the human demigods in the Burial Heaven Palace had already arrived. Although they didn't know what had happened here, when they saw Ouyang Xian and Mo Tianyan fighting, as well as the demigod demon in front of them, they didn't hesitate at all and rushed out to fight with the demon demigod. All those below the level of demigod, evacuate the temple. At this time, Ye Bufan shouted without stopping. Although he didn't understand exactly what was happening here, the battle in the demigod realm was obviously not something that these members of the royal guards could participate in. Yes, Your Highness. The members of the royal guard did not stop and immediately evacuated the temple. After all, the battle between two servant gods and a large group of demigods was not something they could participate in. Not to mention helping, the aftermath of the battle between the two sides would be enough to shock them to death. As soon as the royal guards withdrew, the place immediately became a battlefield between the gods and demigods. Mo Tianyan, do you really want to perish together with my human race? Suddenly, above the 9 heavens, Ouyang Xian, who was fighting against the demon lord, suddenly shouted loudly. This is all because of you humans. Mo Tianyan said with a ferocious look, I have made it very clear. There are 3 conditions. First, release the members of my clan. Second, hand over the kid surnamed Ye to me. Third, I will demolish your human temple. It's a pity that you don't choose the first or second. In this case, I can only choose the third one for you, which is to demolish your human temple. As for dying together, do you really think that my great demon clan will be afraid? What's more, it's not certain who will win or lose. You. Suddenly, Ouyang Xian gritted her teeth and became furious. Boy, let him go. The next second, he suddenly spoke in a sharp voice. Well, when Ouyang Xian said this, both humans and demons were stunned. Let him go. Is Ouyang Xian giving in and compromising? Fart. Unexpectedly, Ye Bufan gave a stern rebuke and directly refused. Palace Master Ouyang, he is just a mere demon, why should we be afraid of him? If he wants to fight, we will accept the challenge. You. Faced with Ye Bufan's rejection, Ouyang Xian was almost angry to the point of vomiting blood. Mo Tianyan was also angry. Originally, Ouyang Xian had planned to release the people, but he did not expect to be rejected by Ye Bufan. Helplessly, he could only threaten again. In this case, I will have no choice but to demolish your human temple. Tear it down, go ahead and tear it down, do as you please, but don't be polite to me. As soon as Mo Tianyan finished speaking, Ye Bufan spoke immediately. You really are you going to force me? The demon lord was furious. The next second, before Mo Tianyan could think about it, Ye Bufan's expression became serious. He then pointed at Mo Tianyan in the air and said in a loud voice, Mo Tianyan, right. You want to scare people, right. You want to demolish my human temple, right. Fuck it, I'll just tell you one thing. I will not release those captives of your Sky Demon clan. However, if you dare to demolish my human race's temple today, I will bring people to smash your Sky Demon clan's space battleship tomorrow. Chapter 13:12 Let me ask you, are you afraid? Fuck it, I'll just tell you one thing. I will not release those captives of your Sky Demon clan. However, if you dare to demolish my human race's temple today, I will bring people to smash your Sky Demon clan's space battleship tomorrow. Ye Bufan's stern voice resounded between heaven and earth, shocking everyone present, whether they were humans or demons. The next second, everyone on the human side felt their blood boiling, and even the demigods who participated in the battle saw their momentum and combat power increase by 3 points in an instant. If you demolish my human temple, I will smash your space battleship. You are worthy of being the holy son of our human race, worthy of being the madman of the Ye family, your highness you are indeed domineering. However, unlike the human race, the demigods of the demon race were stunned at this moment. The human temple can be rebuilt after being demolished, but if their star battleship is destroyed, can it be rebuilt? Obviously not. The most important thing is, if there is no starry sky battleship, even if their Sky Demon clan takes over the Shenwu star, what can they do? They still cannot leave here, and they will still be trapped on this Shenwu star. When they thought of this, the demon demigods immediately panicked. The demon lord Mo Tianyan couldn't help but look at Ye Bufan. His eyes were red with anger. If looks could kill, Ye Bufan would have been killed by Mo Tianyan thousands of times in seconds at this moment. You what? Facing Mo Tianyan's murderous eyes, Ye Bufan sternly rebuked him, how can I allow you, the demon clan, to act so recklessly in our human land? Now, I will give you 10 seconds to think about it. If you still don't get out after 10 seconds, don't blame me for being rude to you. Son of a bitch. Facing Ye Bufan's unbridled shouting, the murderous intent surrounding Mo Tianyan seemed to purify the heaven and earth. Are you rude to me? You bastard, if it weren't for the human servant god stopping me, I would have killed you 1,000 times or 10,000 times. Ouyang Xian, are you really not going to let him go? Without paying any more attention to Ye Bufan, Mo Tianyan suppressed the anger in his heart and turned to Ouyang Xian, questioning him in a cold voice. Ouyang Xian frowned. Before he could speak, Ye Bufan was already shouting angrily from a distance, "Let you go, damn it. To tell you the truth, all those demons are in my hands. I can only let them go if I say so. No one else can release these captives. You're looking for death." Ye Bufan provoked him again and again. Unable to bear it any longer, Mo Tianyan let out an angry roar. Boom. The next second, he and Ouyang Xian collided with each other. The terrifying energy caused spider web-like cracks to appear in the space. Fortunately, this was the heaven beyond heaven, and the space was relatively stable. If it were the Shenwu continent, the attack from the two servants of the gods alone would be enough to destroy this space. But even so, after the powerful attack of the two servant gods, a terrifying air wave instantly swept across heaven and earth, causing the outermost temple building to collapse immediately and turned into ruins in an instant. Mo Tianyan didn't care about this at all. After the attack, Mo Tianyan no longer paid attention to Ouyang Xian, he rushed straight towards Ye Bufan. At this moment, Mo Tianyan had only one thought in his mind, or one obsession, which was to kill Ye Bufan at all costs. It's a pity that Ouyang Xian would never let him get his wish. Mo Tianyan, your opponent is me. Almost at the moment when Mo Tianyan rushed out, Ouyang Xian had already blocked his way. Ouyang Xian, get out of my way. Mo Tianyan roared angrily, trying to break through Ouyang Xian's interception and rush straight towards Ye Bufan. Unfortunately, Ouyang Xian refused to let him go, making it impossible for him to get close to Ye Bufan. Boom 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 boom. The fight between the two powerful servants of the gods escalated instantly. Although they still did not use their full strength, the powerful aura and the terrifying aftermath of the battle made the powerful demigods of the two races around them avoid and retreat. Come on, don't you want to kill me? Come on, come on. Ye Bufan also retreated, but looking at Mo Tianyan who was intercepted by Ouyang Xian, he still shouted with disdain and mockery. After hearing this, everyone present was speechless, especially Ouyang Xian. You little brat named Yi, don't you see that the demon lord is about to go berserk? If you continue to provoke him like this, the situation will really get out of control. Unfortunately, Ye Bufan didn't have this awareness at all. At this moment, he changed his rogue look and became serious. He pointed at Mo Tianyan and said, 10 seconds have passed. Mo Tianyan, since you are looking for death, I will grant your wish. Boy, you're the only one who can do that. Let me tell you, in my eyes, you are worse than an ant. If it weren't for that old man Ouyang Xian stopping me, I would have killed you 1,000 times, 10,000 times. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Mo Tianyan couldn't help but roared angrily. Yeah, Ye Bufan sneered, you are the lord of the heavenly demons and a powerful servant of the gods. Don't you know that verbal disputes are meaningless? Humph, aren't you talking nonsense here too? Don't you want to kill me? If you have the guts, come on. Are you provoking me? What if I provoke you? Okay, then I'll do as you wish. Then come on. There is a road to heaven but you don't take it. There is no door to hell but you force your way in. You don't even look at where you are. This is the land of the human race. How can I allow you, the demon, to run rampant here? After a pause, Ye Bufan continued, just wait until I kill all the demigods of your demon clan, and then I will come and beat you up. Hearing this, Mo Tianyan frowned, and the others also looked puzzled. How could Ye Bufan destroy these demigods of the Sky Demon clan? Before they could think about it, Ye Bufan spoke again and shouted, where are the temple guards? In the distance, outside the demigod battlefield, the temple guards were stunned for a moment, then they immediately came to their senses and shouted in unison, Your Highness, the guards are here. Ye Bufan did not stop and said in a loud voice, Guards, listen up, pass on my order, and immediately summon all the Soul Fusion Realm and Flying Realm warriors of my human race to the temple to participate in the battle. In addition, all the Saint Realm and Divine Martial Realm warriors should gather near the Fifth Heaven Teleportation Array. If all the Fatians die, they will become the fusion souls. If all the fusion souls die, they will become the saints. And so on. Today, I will use all my clan's strength to settle the matter with the Sky Demon clan and determine the winner. Even if it means sacrificing human lives, we must kill these demigod-level demons and this damn demon lord. As long as the lord dies and the demigod-level demons are destroyed, the demon clan will have nothing to fear. We humans can easily destroy them. Boom. Never stop until your words are shocking. As soon as Ye Bufan said this, everyone present, whether they were demons or humans, couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. Use the whole clan's strength and risk their lives to kill the demon lord and a group of demigod demons. This guy is absolutely crazy. Ant, stop trying to scare me here. I will use all my clan's strength. Do you dare? Can you do it? The next second, the demon lord Mo Tianyan shouted and roared angrily. Scare you? Ye Bufan sneered. I am trying to scare you. What's the matter? I just want to ask you, are you afraid? Chapter 13:13 The demon lord fled. Yang was seriously injured. I'm just trying to scare you. What's the matter? I just want to ask you, are you afraid? Ye Bufan's words almost made Mo Tianyan so angry that he vomited blood. After all, he, Mo Tianyan, was the lord of the demons and a powerful god servant. But now, a demigod ant was provoking him again and again, and he had no way to deal with him. The most hateful thing was that he originally just wanted to come to the sixth heaven to tear down the human temple to vent his anger, but he didn't expect that instead of venting his anger got even bigger. Are you trying to scare me? Are you asking me if I'm afraid? You've said that. If I am still scared away by you, then how can I have the face to lead the demon clan in the future, and how can I have the face to live in this world? As soon as he thought of this, Mo Tianyan immediately roared angrily, afraid. Ant, let me tell you, I have been practicing for so long, but I still don't know what fear is. Very good, in that case, if you have the guts, don't run. Ye Bufan immediately said with a smile. What do you mean? Mo Tianyan couldn't help but be stunned. Ye Bufan ignored him. He looked at the guards again and shouted, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and tell the human race to come to the temple for reinforcement. Today, I will destroy the Sky Demon Lord and all the high-end combat power of his Sky Demon race. Hearing this, the members of the temple guard were stunned again, but they all responded, yes, your highness. Then they began to contact the major cities of the human race. Holy crap. Seeing this scene, Mo Tianyan was shocked. Boy, are you serious? What do you mean I'm serious? You don't really think I'm trying to scare you, do you? Ye Bufan said with a teasing look. I have already said it before, there is a road to heaven but you don't take it, there is no door to hell but you force your way in. This is the territory of my human race. Now you idiot brought so many demigods to die. This once in a lifetime opportunity, this once and for all opportunity, if I don't seize it, then won't I become as stupid as you? After saying that, Ye Bufan added, little demon, don't forget what you said just now. You are not afraid, so you must not run away. Today, we will fight to the death. Until you, the demon, die, the human race will not rest. You. Hearing this, Mo Tianyan's face instantly turned ashen, and he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He really couldn't imagine how a person could be so shameless. Just now he said that he didn't know what fear was. If he ran away now, wouldn't it be the same as slapping himself in the face? In this way, how could he have any dignity in front of these demigod demons in the future? Thinking in his heart, Mo Tianyan looked at Yang Xian and said, Yang Xian, do you really want to perish together with my Tianmo clan? Destroy everything. Before Yang Xian could speak, Ye Bufan sneered and said, Mo Tianyan, you think too highly of yourself. Today, we are not going to perish together, but we humans will gang up on you idiots who have fallen into our trap. Just shut up. Hearing this, Mo Tianyan immediately cursed angrily. He swore that in his entire life he had never hated someone as much as he did now. This guy named Ye, even if he killed him 10,000 times, it would still be difficult to eliminate the hatred in his heart. Before Mo Tianyan could think or say anything, Yang Xian in front of him had already slowly opened his mouth and said, as the holy son of the temple and the acting palace master, I will not interfere with any of his decisions. Since he said to fight, then our human race will fight. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Xian's aura suddenly exploded. What the hell? Seeing this scene, Mo Tianyan's pupils shrank in shock. In his opinion, Yang Xian was simply crazy. Start a war directly. Fight to the death. Yang Xian's decision has definitely touched the bottom line of both the human race and the demon race. After all, if both sides really wanted to fight to the death, they would not have waited until today. However, Mo Tianyan had to admit that, as Ye Bufan said, this moment was really a good opportunity to wipe out the high-end combat power of his Sky Demon clan. After all, in the final analysis, the sixth heaven was the territory of the human race. If he and the demigods of the Sky Demon clan faced the power of the human race, they would definitely be the ones who would be defeated and destroyed in the end. At this moment, Mo Tianyan was filled with regret. Why did he come to the sixth heaven when he was doing so well? Kill. Before Mo Tianyan could think about it, the cold shouts of the demigods on the human side had already started. Since the Holy Son of the Temple and the Lord of the Temple had already decided to fight, what were they afraid of? What were they hesitating about? In one word, do it. Crazy attack. Ling Lai's murderous intent. For a moment, the human demigods seemed to be possessed, and their attacks were several times more fierce than before. The demons, on the other hand, were complaining bitterly. Withdraw. But at this moment, the word Mo Tianyan rang out. Call. The demon demigods couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They were really worried that Mo Tianyan would get carried away and directly order a fight to the death with the human race. Fortunately, he did not do that. Following Mo Tianyan's order, the demon demigods no longer hesitated and approached the teleportation array one after another. Depend on. Seeing this, Ye Bufan cursed angrily, Mo Tianyan, you are the lord of the heavenly demons and a powerful servant of the gods. What did you say just now? What are you doing now? Do you still have any shame? Do I have any shame? If I lose my face, I'll lose my life. If I lose my life, what's the point of keeping my face? The corner of Mo Tianyan's mouth twitched. He simply ignored Ye Bufan and stopped fighting with Yang Xian. He just flashed and immediately came to the side of the teleportation array. Roll. The next second, he roared at the human demigods who were chasing the demon. The human demigods were stunned. The demigods of the Sky Demon clan rushed towards the teleportation array. I will cover you, you guys retreat quickly. Seeing the demigod of the Sky Demon clan coming to the teleportation array, Mo Tianyan immediately said something. The demigods of the Sky Demon clan were not pretentious either. Swish, swish, swish. They disappeared one by one on the teleportation array, and the teleportation speed was extremely fast. Faced with the god-servant Mo Tianyan, the demigods of the human race did not dare to step forward at all. In the blink of an eye, half of the hundreds of demigods of the demon clan had been teleported away. Call out. At this time, Ye Bufan flashed and came directly in front of the human demigod. He didn't know when a longbow appeared in his hand. At this moment, he grasped the longbow and looked directly at Mo Tianyan on the teleportation array, saying, Mo Tianyan, do you dare to fight with me? It will decide the victory or defeat, and life or death. I'll fight your sister. Mo Tianyan didn't even think about it and immediately cursed angrily. Although he really wanted to tear Ye Bufan to pieces, he knew clearly that he couldn't kill Ye Bufan at the moment, and it was not advisable to stay here for long. I am only a demigod. As a servant of the god, you dare not fight me. Is your cultivation in vain? Ye Bufan cursed provocatively. Snort. Mo Tianyan snorted coldly and ignored Ye Bufan. At this time, a demigod behind Ye Bufan suddenly suggested, Your Highness, there are only a few demons left. With our strength, we are fully confident that we can keep them all. Otherwise, let's charge forward. Good idea. Hearing this, the eyes of the human demigods all lit up. No. Ye Bufan waved his hand and refused with a serious expression. The demon lord is also a powerful servant of the god realm after all, we must not act rashly. Hearing this, everyone's mouth twitched involuntarily. Serve God. What happened to the servant of God? Didn't you want to challenge him just now? Besides, we still have Palace Master Yang, so what are we afraid of? However, since Ye Bufan had said so, the demigods present naturally couldn't say anything more. Time passes by every second. On the teleportation array, the demons kept fleeing. After a while, only Mo Tianyan was left. Mo Tianyan had just retreated to the teleportation array and was about to leave when Ye Bufan suddenly shouted, Palace Master Yang, take action. What? When Ye Bufan said this, everyone was shocked, even Mo Tianyan was no exception. Ye Bufan did not stop. He grasped the longbow in his hand, pulled the bow, and tightened the string. In an instant, a purple arrow took shape on Ye Bufan's longbow. At the same time, Ye Bufan shouted loudly, "Humans, listen to my order. Palace Master Uyang will lead the attack, and the other demigods will assist with all their strength. Kill the demon lord here at all costs. Boom. Never stop until your words are shocking." As soon as Ye Bufan said this, everyone's mind could not help but buzz. Even the demon lord is no exception. At this moment, he understood clearly that the reason why Ye Bufan did not stop those semi-god demons from leaving was because his target was himself, and he wanted to gather all the strength of the human race to kill himself. When he thought of this, Mo Tianyan's mind was shaken, his soul trembled, and his face turned pale. Uyang Xian alone was already a match for him. What if all the demigods of the human race came to help? By then, he, Mo Tianyan, would surely die. This guy is so insidious, treacherous, cruel and vicious. Run. Without any hesitation, Mo Tianyan immediately stepped onto the teleportation array. It's a pity that Ye Bufan would never let him leave here easily. Yin. Between heaven and earth, the sound of a phoenix rang out. Call out. The sharp arrow had already left Ye Bufan's longbow, carrying the phoenix shadow straight towards Mo Tianyan. Half a step to supernatural power, the phoenix sings in the sky. Everything had already been calculated by Ye Bufan. As long as he used Fengming Judian to interrupt Mo Tianyan's teleportation, Uyang Xian would have enough time to intercept Mo Tianyan. Once Mo Tianyan could not teleport and escape, he would surely die. This is also true. Bang! The Fengming arrow attacked, and Mo Tianyan instinctively blocked it with a palm. At the same time, Mo Tianyan's teleportation was also interrupted. Brush. In just a moment, Mo Tianyan thought of the purpose of Ye Bufan's arrow, and his face changed immediately. But at this moment, Uyang Xian sighed and said, "Forget it, let him go. If the servants fight to the death, I'm afraid the casualties of our human race will be considerable." Well, when Uyang Xian said this, everyone was stunned. "Boy, next time we meet, I will kill you." Mo Tianyan did not stop. He looked at Ye Bu with cold eyes, said something in a cold voice, and then stepped directly onto the teleportation array. Call out. The next second, there was a flash of white light, and Mo Tianyan disappeared directly on the teleportation array. Seeing that Mo Tianyan had left, Ye Bufan suddenly became confused and even a little dissatisfied. Ye Bufan was like this, and the others were no exception. It was originally a godsend opportunity to kill Mo Tianyan, but unexpectedly, they let him escape so easily. You know, once the demon lord died, the Sky Demon clan would be finished. But what about Uyang Xian? If the servants of the gods fight to the death, our human race will suffer heavy casualties, so let him go. Nima, are we afraid of getting hurt? Are we afraid of death? As long as the demon lord can be killed, the casualties won't matter. But, all of a sudden, all the demigods present turned around and looked at Uyang Xian behind them. Ye Bufan glared at him and asked, "Palace Master Uyang, what do you mean by this?" Puff. Unexpectedly, as soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Uyang Xian suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Holy crap. Seeing this scene, everyone present was shocked. Uyang Xian is injured. Chapter 13-14 The Sun's Mission. Everyone was stunned by the sudden change and the scene of Uyang Xian vomiting blood. No, it should be said that everyone was frightened. After all, Uyang Xian was not only the master of the temple, but also the strongest man of the human race and the only powerful god-serving man of the human race. Looking at the entire Tianhui Tianren race, he was the only one who could balance the demon lord of the Tianmo clan, Mo Tianyan. As long as Uyang Xian is not dead, the human race will not be defeated, but what if something happens to Uyang Xian? The consequences are simply unimaginable. It would definitely be a nightmare and a catastrophe for the human race. Now, Uyang Xian was actually injured. This fact shocked everyone and made everyone feel deeply frightened. What would Mo Tianyan do if he knew this news? He would definitely go to war with the human race without hesitation. As long as Uyang Xian died, the human race would no longer be able to resist the invasion of the demon clan. Thinking back to what had just happened, everyone suddenly realized what was happening and couldn't help but feel a little scared. No wonder Uyang Xian didn't want to fight Mo Tianyan head-on, but directly asked Ye Bufan to release the demon captives. No wonder Uyang Xian gave up this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to encircle and kill Mo Tianyan. All of this was not because Yang Xian didn't want to, but because he was willing but unable to do so. Just because he was injured. But how could Yang Xian be injured? He and Mo Tianyan were both powerful warriors of the third heaven of servant god, and their strengths were evenly matched. This situation should not have happened. Even if Yang Xian was injured, the demon lord should not be an exception. But obviously, this was not the case now. Yang Xian was injured, but the demon lord Mo Tianyan was not. Palace Master Yang, what's going on? You. Everyone present looked at Yang Xian with serious eyes, and there was concern on their faces. Although there are many conflicts and even internal fights among the major families of the human race on a normal day, when facing foreign enemies, their attitudes are unusually consistent, that is, they share the same hatred and are united in facing the external enemies. After all, they are not fools. They all understand the principle that when one prospers, all prosper, when one suffers, all suffer. In the war between the two races, if the human race is defeated, what awaits them will surely be extinction. Therefore, no matter from what angle, they didn't want anything to happen to Yang Xian. But now, nothing. Facing the strange looks and concerned eyes of the demigods around him, Yang Xian waved his hand, then wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, I was trying to break through to the 4th level of servant god, but I didn't expect that the demon Tianyan would suddenly arrive. I forcibly suppressed my cultivation and stopped the breakthrough. I was counterattacked. I will recover after 2 days of recuperation. Call. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As long as Yang Xian was okay, it was fine. However, no one expected that Yang Xian was actually trying to reach the 4th level of servant of God. If Mo Tianyan had not arrived, if he had not stopped halfway, wouldn't Yang Xian be about to enter the 4th level of servant of God? Although there is only a difference of 1 level, but when they were both at the 3rd level of servant of the gods, Yang Xian and Mo Tianyan were evenly matched. If Yang Xian advances to the 4th level of servant of the gods, wouldn't he be able to suppress Mo Tianyan? What a pity. Of course, most of the people present were like this, but there were exceptions. For example, Ye Bufan. For example, Lingu Yudao. Yang Xian was trying to reach the 4th level of God servant but stopped halfway, causing his cultivation to backfire. As the master of the temple and a powerful person in the realm of servants of gods, is it necessary for Yang Xian to explain all this to everyone? To explain is to cover up. At this moment, they had a feeling that Yang Xian was clearly trying to cover up something that was only making it more obvious. However, they did not say much, nor did they ask too many questions. After all, if they continued to dig deeper, it would not be of any benefit to them or even to the entire human race. This matter should be handled in a low-key manner. Okay, that's the end of it. Before everyone could think about it, Yang Xian spoke again. Although this incident caused me to fail in my advancement, and I may not be able to reach the 4th level of servant god in the short term, it has at least dealt a heavy blow to the heavenly demon clan. Therefore, I will not pursue your rash actions this time. Disperse. This. Everyone hesitated slightly. Yang Xian ignored him and looked at Ye Bufan, saying with some dissatisfaction, Boy, I will wait for you in the temple. Well, hearing this, everyone couldn't help but be stunned. After all, they all felt the dissatisfaction in Yang Xian's words. However, they felt relieved after thinking about it. After all, this attack on the Sky Demon clan was led by Ye Bufan. If it weren't for Ye Bufan, they wouldn't have had the opportunity to capture tens of millions of demons. If they had not captured tens of millions of demons, the demon Tianyan would not have descended on the temple in such rage. If Mo Tianyan had not come to the temple, Yang Xian would not have tried to stop him. If Yang Xian had not tried to stop him, he would not have failed to break through. It can be said that Ye Bufan should bear a great responsibility for Yang Xian's failed breakthrough. In this case, it is natural for Yang Xian to be dissatisfied with him. For a moment, the demigods from the major families looked at Ye Bufan with complicated eyes. If you want to say that he was wrong, what was wrong with him attacking the demon clan? But you can say he was not wrong. After all, it was he who indirectly caused Yang Xian's failure to break through. All I can say is that fate plays tricks on us. As soon as she finished speaking, Yang Xian's figure flashed and she disappeared from the spot. Everyone looked at Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan frowned, then directly took out the Heaven Burial Palace and released the human army inside, and said, I will go first, and come back later to exchange the divine crystals for you. Upon hearing the word divine crystal, everyone immediately perked up, and even the regret caused by Yang Xian's failure to break through disappeared without a trace in an instant. After all, no matter how strong Yang Xian is, that is only his personal strength. But it is different with the divine crystal. As long as they have the divine crystal, each of them can become extremely powerful, and they even have the opportunity to become servants of the gods. Especially the people from the major families present, their gains this time were not small. Immediately, everyone looked at Ye Bufan and said with a smile, Your Highness, please go ahead. We are not in a hurry. We will just wait here. Ye Bufan didn't say anything more. He put away the burial heaven palace and went straight to the temple. The so-called temple is the center of the temple, the residence of the masters of the temple throughout the ages. As soon as Ye Bufan stepped into the temple, Yang Xian was already waiting there. Looking at Yang Xian who was sitting on the throne of the palace master in the depths of the palace, Ye Bufan frowned, then asked calmly, I wonder why did palace master Yang come to see me? Others are afraid of Yang Xian, but Ye Bufan is not. Without answering Ye Bufan's question, Yang Xian's expression became serious and he asked in a deep voice, I ordered you to withdraw from the 8th heaven before, why didn't you do that? Retreat from the 8th heaven, Ye Bufan pretended to be stunned, then asked in surprise, Palace Master, when did this happen? How come I don't know about it? Snort. Hearing this, Yang Xian snorted coldly. He knew very well that Ye Bufan was pretending to be confused. Just as Ye Bufan had said to Lingu Shui before, when a general is away from the battlefield, he is not always subject to military orders. However, Yang Xian obviously didn't care about these things, and didn't pursue them further. He looked at Ye Bufan and said with a gloomy face, Originally, this hall master planned to let you live for a while longer. At least, I won't do anything to you before you cultivate to the peak of the semi-god realm. But since you are eager to die, then this hall master can't be blamed. Brush. Hearing this, Ye Bufan's expression changed, and he asked warily, What do you mean? What's the meaning? Yang Xian stood up with a sneer and looked at Ye Bufan with a teasing and amusing expression. Do you know what the true mission of the Son of God is? Chapter 13:15, Too Insidious. Do you know what the true mission of the Son of the Temple is? The Son's mission. Yang Xian's sudden change in words made Ye Bufan stunned. He even had an ominous premonition in his heart, which made Ye Bufan nervous and instinctively alert. But in just a moment, Ye Bufan's mood returned to normal. Yang Xian, the master of the temple, a powerful servant of God. So what? With the cemetery of gods and demons as his backing, Ye Bufan doesn't need to be afraid of him at all. As soon as he thought of this, Ye Bufan felt a hint of amusement in his heart. Looking at Yang Xian, he smiled and said, Palace Master Yang, you are joking. As the Holy Son of the Temple, how could I not know the Holy Son's mission? Yeah, Yang Xian chuckled and said, Then tell me, what is the mission of the Holy Son? Isn't it just to assist Palace Master Yang in managing the temple, commanding the human race, and resisting the demons? Hee. Yang Xian smiled but said nothing. Isn't it? Ye Bufan pretended to be surprised. Don't you already have doubts in your heart? Oh, the Palace Master is worthy of being the Palace Master. You figured this out. However, I am really curious, what exactly is the mission of this Holy Son? You'll know soon enough, so it doesn't hurt to tell you. What is it? 100,000 years ago, when the first master of the temple, Shi Feishuan, founded the temple, there were only 12 commanders and 3 deputy masters, and there was no such thing as a saint son or a saint daughter. In fact, the temple has always been like this. Today, the reason why the temple has a saint son and a saint daughter is because my talent is limited, and my lifespan is coming to an end. I need to prepare a new body for myself. Therefore, whether it is a saint son or a saint daughter, the value of their existence is to let me take over their bodies when I am a demigod, so that I can be reborn. Fuck. When Yang Xian said this, Ye Bufan was shocked. He widened his eyes and looked at Yang Xian in front of him with a look of disbelief. This temple is really too dark. Ye Bufan was already shocked by what the deputy hall master Gaston had done before, but he did not expect that the hall master Yang Xian was even crazier than Gaston. The value of the Holy Son and the Holy Daughter is to allow Yang Xian to possess their bodies and be reborn when they become demigods. Just thinking about it is enough to make one's hair stand on end. Although Ye Bufan had already thought that Yang Xian had ill intentions towards him, he never imagined that Yang Xian could be so cruel. However, because of this, many of Ye Bufan's doubts were instantly answered. No wonder Yang Xian reminded himself to improve his cultivation as soon as possible when he just became the holy son of the temple. No wonder Lingu Shui pushed himself to reach the peak of demigod as soon as possible when he became the holy son of the temple. Damn it, these two guys really have bad intentions. They want me to reach the peak of demigod as soon as possible so that Yang Xian can take over my body and make it their own. Too despicable, too shameless, too insidious and too vicious. Etc. Suddenly, Ye Bufan was stunned again, feeling puzzled. Yang Xian reminded herself this in order to take over her body, but why did Lingu Shui do this? As if seeing through Ye Bufan's inner doubts, Yang Xian asked with a smile, "Are you curious why this little girl Lingu Shui also deliberately provoked you to make you reach the peak of demigod as soon as possible? You actually knew this?" When Yang Xian said this, Ye Bufan was shocked. Hee. Yang Xian smiled slightly and said, "As a powerful person in the god-servant realm, do you think that what happened in this temple can be hidden from me?" After a pause, Yang Xian continued, "That little girl is just being clever. She found out my secret by chance, so she reminded you like this because she knows that between you and her, once you reach the semi-god perfection realm, I will definitely take over your body instead of hers. In other words, once I take over your body, she will be safe. But she doesn't know the reason why she is still alive is because I haven't made the final choice yet. Once I choose you and take over your body, she will definitely die." Damn. Listening to Yang Xian's narration, Ye Bufan felt confused and even crazy. So is Xuanyuan Wudi, so is Jia Saitong, so is Lingu Shui, and so is Yang Xian. This temple is simply a den of filth and the people here are more sinister than each other. But this has nothing to do with Ye Bufan. After a while, Ye Bufan calmed down, looked at Yang Xian, and said slowly, "I am very curious. Before I appeared, Lingu Shui and Yin Chofeng were already at the peak of the semi-god realm. If so, why didn't you possess their bodies?" Peak of demigod. Yang Xian shook her head. Although both of them are at the peak of demigods and their combat power is not weak, their cultivation base is rapidly improved by relying on resources, so they are far from meeting the requirements of this hall master. With their talents, their foundation can be made even more solid and more stable, so this hall master has not taken action against them yet. Fortunately, this hall master did not take action against them, otherwise how would this hall master have the opportunity to meet you? Compared with you, they are two scumbags. So that's why you killed Yin Chofeng without hesitation. Since there are better options, why should I keep this useless person like him? Haha, so you are planning to take over my body now? Certainly. But I have not yet reached the demigod perfection you expected. I am still only at the initial stage of demigod. Doesn't this affect your possession of another's body? Of course there will be some impact, but now that things have come to this, I have no choice. After all, you have seen that I was injured in the previous battle with Mo Tianyan. If it were before, I would have waited, but now, I no longer have time to wait for you to cultivate to the perfection of a demigod. I must take over your body immediately. But what if I don't agree? No. Yang Xian sneered, do you think you have the right to refuse? What's more, it's just a possession, I don't need to ask for your consent at all. After a pause, Yang Xian continued, do you know why I didn't hold you accountable for emptying the inner palace of the temple? Do you know why I didn't ask you about forming cliques and factions in the temple and bribing demigods? That's because your fate was determined the moment you entered the temple. After I possess your body, I will become you. At that time, everything about you, including your secrets, will belong to me. Not only that, after I take over your body, I will kill that little girl Lingu Shui. With the death of the hall master and the demise of the saint, it will be natural for me, as the son of the temple, to take over the position of hall master. What's mine still belongs to me. Yours will also be mine. Pa. As soon as Yang Xian finished speaking, Ye Bufan clapped his hands and said with a smile, Yang Xian, Palace Master Yang, I have to say that your plan is indeed perfect, but I regret to tell you that ideals are beautiful, but reality is very cruel. You want to take over my body. With your strength, you are not worthy. Yeah, Yang Xian chuckled. If you don't believe me, you can try it. Ye Bufan was full of confidence. Although I am not your opponent, if I want to leave, you can't stop me with your mere servant god realm. Then give it a try. Call out. As soon as she finished speaking, Liang Xian flashed and attacked Ye Bufan directly. Goodbye. Ye Bufan smiled slightly, and then immediately communicated with the cemetery of gods and demons. However, the next second, Ye Bufan's expression changed drastically, because he found that at this moment, he could no longer communicate with the cemetery of gods and demons. Call out. At this time, before Ye Bufan could come to his senses, Liang Xian had already arrived in front of him. Looking at Ye Bufan, Liang Xian looked teasing and amused. Are you surprised? After a pause, Liang Xian spoke again. Now that I know you have the ability to disappear, do you think I will be unprepared before attacking you? This temple master has already told you that from the moment you entered the temple, your fate has been determined. Your body, your secrets, everything you have belongs to me, this temple master. Want to run? You ignorant boy, do you think you can still run away? Chapter 13-16 Junior, you are so insolent. You ignorant boy, do you think you can still run away? Buzz. After Liang Xian finished speaking, Ye Bufan's body shook violently, and his mind trembled as well. At this moment, Ye Bufan could no longer communicate with the cemetery of gods and demons. Since he could not communicate with the cemetery of gods and demons, it meant that he could no longer use the cemetery of gods and demons to escape. This kind of situation has never happened before, but now, Ye Bufan can be sure that it was definitely Liang Xian's doing, and Liang Xian has also admitted it. What on earth did you do to me? Suddenly, Ye Bufan looked at Liang Xian and asked in a deep voice. What did I do to you? Liang Xian shook his head and said with a teasing look. This palace master did not do anything, but while speaking, Liang Xian deliberately prolonged the tone, and then changed the subject and asked, do you know why this palace master did not attack you anywhere else but chose here? Is there something strange about this place? Ye Bufan glanced at the temple he was in and immediately thought of the key. That's right. Liang Xian did not deny it and said, this place is indeed strange, because the place where you and I are now, that is, this sacred temple, is actually like your burial heaven palace, it belongs to the space treasure. What? In an instant, Ye Bufan's eyes widened, and his heart was filled with shock as if the world was overwhelmed. Is the temple also a spatial treasure? How is this possible? The Heaven Burial Palace was built by Feng Hen himself in order to suppress and hide the heart of the world of the Shenwu continent. Apart from this, it is impossible for a second space treasure to appear in the Shenwu star. This was admitted by Feng Hen himself. But now, are you surprised and find it hard to accept? Before Ye Bufan could think about it, Liang Xian spoke again, smiling and saying, it's not your fault. After all, this spatial treasure was left by the first temple master, Shi Feishuan, as a treasure for the clan. It has been controlled by successive temple masters. Apart from the temple master, no one else has left it. Was this thing left behind by Shi Feishuan? Nima. In an instant, Ye Bufan became confused and even crazy. If this thing was left by Shi Feishuan, then everything can be explained. After all, although Shi Feishuan was just a clone back then, she came from outside Shenwu. The space treasure is unique in the Shenwu continent, but it is different for her, and Shi Feishuan came to the Shenwu continent 100,000 years ago. At that time, Feng Hen and the cemetery of gods and demons had already entered the Shenwu continent, so it is natural that he did not know the existence of this space treasure. But I am at least half a disciple of Shi Feishuan. It would have been fine if she didn't leave the space treasure to me, but she left it to the temple. The most hateful thing is that this master of the temple actually used the space treasure left by Shi Feishuan to plot against me. What the hell is going on? The more he thought about it, the more confused Ye Bufan became. The more he thought about it, the crazier Ye Bufan became. It was as if thousands of alpaca horses were galloping through his heart. Even at this moment, Ye Bufan wanted to say, Shi Feishuan, fuck your uncle. But now that things have come to this, Ye Bufan is very clear that complaining and blaming others is no longer meaningful. He must find a way to leave as soon as possible. Otherwise he will really be possessed by Liang Xian, the hypocrite. Call out. When he thought of this, Ye Bufan did not stop, nor did he hesitate for a moment. He flashed and came directly to the door of the temple which had been closed at some unknown time. Liang Xian didn't care about this at all, and didn't even try to stop it. Ye Bufan did not hesitate at all. He instantly displayed his half-step magical power, the divine martial 8 Desolation's force, gathered all the strength in his body, and punched the closed door of the temple in front of him with the force of thunder. As for other half-step magical powers, although Ye Bufan wanted to use them very much, whether it was the Sword of Heaven killing or the Phoenix crying in the 9 heavens, these half-step magical powers required the support of magical weapons to be used. Unfortunately, in the space treasure, other weapon spirits would be suppressed, so that Ye Bufan could not use the Heaven Burial Palace at all. Without the Heaven Burial Palace, how could he take out the weapons in the Heaven Burial Palace? Without weapons, how could he use half-step magical powers like the Sword of Heaven killing and the Phoenix crying in the 9 heavens? Therefore, the only power Ye Bufan can use for attack now is the Divine Martial 8 Desolation's power. Boom! Ye Bufan punched down with a violent force that caused the entire space to tremble. This was Ye Bufan's most powerful and strongest attack so far. He tried to use this attack to break the temple and escape from Yang Xian's cage. What a pity! Buzz! In front of the temple gate, where Ye Bufan's fist was heading, a layer of 9 colored ripples appeared out of thin air. It is a restriction and also a barrier. The moment Ye Bufan's fist touched the barrier, the violent force disappeared instantly like a stone sinking into the sea. One punch, and the temple was not moved at all. Such a scene made Ye Bufan slightly dazed. At this time, Yang Xian's teasing voice sounded again from behind Ye Bufan. You ignorant young man, this hall master has already said that you can't escape today even if you have wings. After a pause, Yang Xian added, this temple is not only a space treasure, but also a space treasure of the sub-divine weapon level. Even this temple master, a powerful servant of the gods, may not be able to break it. You are just a beginner demigod, and you actually want to escape. Don't you think it's ridiculous? Temple, sub-divine weapon. The holy weapon is pregnant with spirit, and after overcoming the calamity it can become a divine weapon. The Heaven Burial Palace is just a pseudo-divine weapon, but this temple is actually a sub-divine weapon. How can you escape from a space treasure of the sub-divine weapon level? Can you still escape? Etc. Suddenly, Ye Bufan seemed to have thought of something and was stunned. A sub-divine weapon, a space treasure, an unbreakable barrier. Since it cannot be broken, then refine it. Bang bang. As soon as he thought of this, Ye Bufan immediately placed his hands on the magic weapon barrier in front of him. Seeing this, Yang Xian couldn't help but sneer. You ignorant youngster, this hall master has already explained it so clearly, don't you understand? Today, you can't escape even if you break your wings, so just let this hall master possess you obediently. Ye Bufan ignored this. Or rather, since it was a matter of life and death, Ye Bufan had neither the mood nor the time to pay attention to Yang Xian, this hypocrite. Boom! The next second, purple flame suddenly burst out from Ye Bufan's body. Divine Flame Devouring Heaven Art, activate. No matter whether it is a secondary magic weapon or a space treasure, it is just a barrier. Just refine it. Buzz buzz buzz. Under Ye Bufan's frantic refining, the temple barrier vibrated involuntarily. Feeling the changes in the temple, Yang Xian was stunned, and then he shouted angrily. Young man, you are so insolent. Chapter 13:17, Invincible. Young man, you are so insolent. As the master of the magic weapon, Yang Xian naturally felt the abnormality in the temple. Although he didn't know what was going on with the purple fire around Ye Bufan, he knew clearly that if he didn't stop it, Ye Bufan would inevitably open a gap in the magic weapon barrier. At that time, once Ye Bufan escaped and left the strange treasure space, it would be difficult for him to capture Ye Bufan again, let alone take over his body and use it for his own purposes. This was simply a fantasy and completely impossible. In this case, Yang Xian dared not delay any further. Call out! He flashed and came directly behind Ye Bufan. At the same time, he stretched out a claw and grabbed the back of Ye Bufan's neck. Junior, I have to say that I underestimated you. Although I don't know how you did it, but unfortunately, you don't have a chance anymore. Damn it! Feeling the change behind him, Ye Bufan gritted his teeth and couldn't help but scold in his heart. If he was given a little more time, he would definitely be able to open a gap in the barrier. As long as he left the temple space, Yang Xian would not be able to attack him anymore. But it was obvious that Yang Xian would not give him this opportunity at all. Now that Yang Xian is attacking, Ye Bufan has to give up refining the barrier. Call out! He flashed and retreated to the side, narrowly avoiding Yang Xian's attack. At the same time, because Ye Bufan no longer continued to refine, the small gap that Ye Bufan had opened in the barrier just now healed instantly, and Ye Bufan's previous efforts were instantly wasted. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan was angry but helpless. At the same time, he had to accept the fact that as long as Ouyang Xian was still there, he would not have the possibility and chance to escape from this space treasure. With this thought in mind, Ye Bufan looked directly at Ouyang Xian, who was not far away. Call. Seeing the barrier healed, Ouyang Xian couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then he looked at Ye Bufan and said angrily, "Boy, just surrender. Don't struggle anymore. It's meaningless. Give up." Ye Bufan sneered, "Do you think it's possible? In my world, there is no such thing as surrendering without a fight. Since you are going to die anyway, let me see how strong your so-called servant of God is." Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan's semi-god aura burst out. "Since there is no way to retreat, let's fight. You don't know your own limits." Feeling Ye Bufan's change, Ouyang Xian rebuked him coldly, and then said with disdain, "Mortals are just mortals after all. Since you want to see the power of the God realm, then this palace master will do as you wish." As soon as she finished speaking, Ouyang Xian flashed and rushed straight towards Ye Bufan. "War!" Ye Bufan shouted. The fiery red elemental power on his body instantly condensed into a fiery red armor. Half-step magical power, Lingshu armor. As soon as the armor was completed, Ye Bufan did not stop. He took a step forward and rushed straight towards Ouyang Xian. "How is the palace master? So what if I serve God?" War. Seeing the fiery red armor around Ye Bufan, Ouyang Xian couldn't help but frown, and then a hint of joy appeared on his face. "I didn't expect that you have mastered so many half-step magical powers. You are just a demigod, and your talent can indeed be called the best at that time. However, after today, all of this will belong to this hall master." While speaking, Ouyang Xian did not stop for a moment. "If you want it, come and get it. However, that also depends on whether you have the ability." Ye Bufan shouted loudly. In an instant, he and Ouyang Xian collided with each other. Ouyang Xian threw a punch, and Ye Bufan met the blow with a punch under the power of the 8 desolations. Boom! The two fists collided, and under the powerful force, strong winds raged, the space vibrated, and a sonic boom sounded instantly. Puff! The next second, Ye Bufan spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body flew backwards instantly. Bang! A muffled sound. Ye Bufan's body hit the barrier heavily, and then he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body slid from the barrier to the ground. Ouyang Xian's body did not move at all. With one strike, the strong and the weak are determined. However, Ouyang Xian did not pursue the victory, but looked at Ye Bufan, sneered and said, "Is this your true strength? I didn't expect that a mere demigod at the initial stage could burst out with a power that almost surpassed the peak of demigod. No wonder Yin Chofeng was not your opponent at the beginning. It's a pity that the person you are facing now is not Yin Chofeng, but me, the Hall Master, who is an extraordinary life that you will never be able to contend with." Ahem. Ye Bufan coughed lightly, then stood up and looked at Ouyang Xian with a helpless look on his face. This was Ye Bufan's first time fighting against a servant of the god, and it was also his first time truly experiencing the servant of the god's power. All below the realm of gods are mortals. Demigod and servant god, although there is only a difference of one level, there is a world of difference between them. The realm of demigod, servant of god, invincible. Do you want to continue? Without waiting for Ye Bufan to think more, Ouyang Xian asked with a smile. "Go on, why not?" Ye Bufan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, then looked at Ouyang Xian with a determined look and said, "If you want to take over my body, you can't do it unless I die. As you wish. Call out." As soon as he finished speaking, Ouyang Xian's figure flashed. His speed was extremely fast. Before Ye Bufan could react, he had already arrived in front of Ye Bufan. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan's pupils shrank and he was immediately shocked. Ouyang Xian said, "You used all your strength in the attack just now, but I didn't." Call. As soon as he finished speaking, Ouyang Xian threw a punch. One punch, as fast as lightning. A punch, as powerful as thunder. Bang! A punch landed, and powerful force hit Ye Bufan's waist and abdomen. Puff! Ye Bufan spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body instantly bent around his waist and abdomen. Ouyang Xian did not stop, he slammed another palm down on Ye Bufan's bent back. Boom! A powerful force hits. Bang bang bang! The fiery red Lingshu armor on Ye Bufan's body was instantly shattered. Puff! Bang! He spat out another mouthful of blood, and his body hit the ground head-on. Bang! Yang Xian stepped on his back, then lowered her head, looked at Ye Bufan, sneered and said, "Well, now you should know the gap between us, right?" A teasing voice. A playful tone. 2 punches and a kick took less than a second, and Ye Bufan didn't even have a chance to resist. Servant of God, invincible. Chapter 13:18. Desperate situation. Well, now you know the gap between us, right? Ye Bufan's eyes were red and he gritted his teeth. He heard Yang Xian's teasing and playful voice in his ears. He wanted to resist, and he wanted to break free from Yang Xian's restraints. However, Yang Xian stepped on his back like a mountain, making Ye Bufan unable to break free. At this moment, Ye Bufan truly realized the power and terror of the Divine Realm warriors. Demigod and Servant God, although there is only one word and one rank difference between the two, there is a world of difference between them. Facing a Servant God, a demigod has almost no ability to resist and seems to be able to only allow himself to be slaughtered by the other party. But are we just going to sit there and wait for death, surrender without a fight? No. Thinking in his heart, Ye Bufan roared, "Yang Xian, I'll fuck your uncle." The next second, he immediately started to practice the divine flame devouring heaven art. Life goes on, and the fight never ends. As long as I am still alive, I will resist to the end and never compromise. Boom. In an instant, purple flames burst out from Ye Bufan's body and soared into the sky. The purple fire instantly enveloped Yang Xian. Yang Xian clearly felt that although this purple fire could not threaten him for the time being, if he stayed in it for a long time, his body would inevitably be corroded by the purple fire, and might even be melted and refined in the end. When Yang Xian thought of this, he did not hesitate at all. He immediately withdrew his right foot that was stepping on Ye Bufan's back. At the same time, his body flashed and he retreated directly to Ye Bufan's left side, away from the purple fire on Ye Bufan's body. Bang! Without Yang Xian's suppression, Ye Bufan put his hands on the ground and jumped up. At this time, Yang Xian looked at him, gritted his teeth, and said angrily, "Damn it, Junior, what on earth is this thing of yours?" Yang Xian swore that Ye Bufan's flame was definitely not an ordinary flame. After all, how could an ordinary flame threaten him, a powerful god servant? Unfortunately, Ye Bufan simply ignored Yang Xian's questions. It was a matter of life and death. Yang Xian was going to take his life, and he had already threatened his life. In that case, Ye Bufan would not waste time talking to him. Kill. Without any hesitation, Ye Bufan shouted angrily, then took a step forward and rushed directly towards Yang Xian in front of him. The enemy is strong and we are weak. Ye Bufan knew very well that he was no match for Yang Xian, but at this moment, he had no choice but to fight to the death since he couldn't escape. Fight, maybe there is still a glimmer of hope. If you don't fight, you will surely die. Snort. Seeing Ye Bufan rushing towards him, Yang Xian snorted coldly and said, "A mere demigod dares to fight with me. It's like an ant trying to shake a tree. It's meaningless." Then Yang Xian changed the subject and said, "Let me tell you, although I don't know what your purple flame is, it is not enough to threaten me." As soon as Yang Xian finished speaking, Ye Bufan had already arrived in front of him. Without any hesitation, Ye Bufan punched Yang Xian head-on. "You don't know your own limits." Yang Xian shouted loudly, then slapped out with his palm. "Call out." But at this moment, Ye Bufan gave up his original attack. He flashed and came directly to Yang Xian's left side, and at the same time he punched out again. Crazy. The power of the 8 wildernesses. With the support of 2 half-step magical powers, Ye Bufan's punch was as fast as lightning and as fierce as thunder. Yang Xian frowned at the sudden change. He did not expect that Ye Bufan's punch was a feint. Therefore, Yang Xian's punch missed instantly. Bang! But at this moment, Ye Bufan punched Yang Xian directly on the left side of the waist. Powerful force impact. Yang Xian's body immediately moved 3 steps to the left uncontrollably. However, it's only 3 steps. Ye Bufan succeeded in his first attack and without stopping, he attacked Yang Xian again. It's a pity that Yang Xian obviously won't make the same mistake a second time. Bang! He slapped out with his palm, easily blocking Ye Bufan's punch, then chuckled and said, "Your speed is good, and your strength is also okay, but mortals are still mortals after all." No matter what you do, you are destined to not threaten me. Hearing this, Ye Bufan felt angry, anxious, hateful and furious, yet also deeply helpless. Yang Xian was right, he and he were like a child and an adult, he could not threaten him with fists and feet alone. But as for weapons, all of Ye Bufan's weapons were in the Burial Heaven Palace and could not be used at the moment. Moreover, even if he used weapons, he might not be able to threaten Yang Xian. Serve God. These two simple words have become an insurmountable mountain in front of Ye Bufan at this moment. Young man, let's stop here. Before Ye Bufan could think more, Yang Xian suddenly shouted harshly. In an instant, Ye Bufan's expression changed. Call out. The next second, Yang Xian threw a punch at an extremely fast speed, even faster than Ye Bufan in the Wind Demon state. Ye Bufan had no time to dodge. Bang! Puff! Under the powerful impact, Ye Bufan spat out a mouthful of blood and his body flew backwards. Yang Xian didn't stop, he just shot out and chased after Ye Bufan. Bang! Without waiting for Ye Bufan to land, Yang Xian threw another punch, knocking him flying. Then Yang Xian followed closely and continued attacking. Bang! 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 In midair, Ye Bufan's body was unable to land on the ground and could only be beaten again and again. Waves of severe pain came over Ye Bufan, almost making him fall into a coma. However, Ye Bufan didn't care about it at all. At this moment, there was only helplessness and unwillingness in his heart. For the first time, Ye Bufan truly experienced what it meant to be at the mercy of others. In front of Yang Xian, the servant god, he didn't even have the qualifications to resist. After a series of severe blows, Ye Bufan's consciousness was blurred and he was almost in a coma. Bang! Yang Xian condensed the power of elements and turned it into a giant palm, directly suppressing Ye Bufan to the ground. Puff! Ye Bufan spat out a mouthful of blood. Yang Xian said calmly, "Young man, since you have contributed such a perfect body to me, please tell me if you have any unfulfilled wishes. If there is a chance in the future, I will help you fulfill them one by one." Fuck you, Yang Xian, I want you to die, can you agree? Ye Bufan cursed angrily. Stubborn. Yang Xian scolded him harshly, since you have nothing to say, I will not be polite. Call out. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Xian's soul left his body without stopping. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan's heart skipped a beat, it's over. Chapter 13:19, A Deadly Situation, the Hongmeng Emperor scripture appears. The soul leaves the body and takes over the physical body. Although Ye Bufan didn't know the specific process of possession, he was clear and understood that once Yang Xian possessed his body, he would completely disappear from now on, just like when he possessed that fool. Although Ye Bufan would still live, he would no longer be himself. Both of them were possession of another's body, the only difference was that when he possessed the body of the Ye family fool, the other party had already died, while Yang Xian was going to possess his body alive, devour him, and replace him. Ye Bufan wanted to resist, but he was simply powerless. He was unwilling to give in, but he could do nothing about it. Etc. Suddenly, Ye Bufan seemed to have thought of something. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Then he gritted his teeth, looked at Yang Xian, and said, Yang Xian, you win. How about you promise me one last thing? Hearing this, Yang Xian, who was about to seize Ye Bufan's body, was stunned, and then asked, what's the matter? Kill me. Ye Bufan said solemnly and resolutely. Kill you. Yang Xian was stunned again. That's right. Ye Bufan responded, although I don't know how you will take over my body, I think the whole process will not be easy, and it may even be painful, right? So give me a quick death. I'm sorry, I really want to agree to your request, but I can't. Yang Xian frowned and said. Why? Ye Bufan was puzzled. It's very simple. I not only want to take over your body, but also everything about you, including all your memories. Therefore, I must devour your soul. Therefore, I cannot kill you. Yang Xian said slowly. Nima. Hearing this, Ye Bufan felt confused and even crazy. The reason why he suddenly proposed to let Yang Xian kill him was not because he was really afraid of pain, but because he thought of Dao Wuya and the 3 life-saving divine patterns that Dao Wuya had left for him. Under Hongmeng, the 3 divine patterns can protect one from death 3 times. Therefore, Yang Xian could not kill him at all, and he was only at the 3rd level of the God Servant. With such strength, if he could kill him with one blow, he would definitely suffer the backlash of the divine pattern left by Dao Wuya. If it backfires, with Ouyang Xian's cultivation level, he will most likely be seriously injured. Once Ouyang Xian is seriously injured, Ye Bufan may not be without a chance to turn the tables. But fuck, what does it mean that I can't kill myself? If Ouyang Xian didn't want to kill him, then he could find a way to make him change his mind. But since he couldn't kill himself, how could he make him change his mind? The more he thought about it, the angrier Ye Bufan became. The more he thought about it, the more dissatisfied Ye Bufan became with Dao Wuya. Dao Wuya, you bastard, the life-saving divine pattern you left behind, fucking has a loophole. Before Ye Bufan could think about it, Ouyang Xian spoke again. Okay, it's almost time, kid, let me send you on your way, but don't worry, after I take over everything for you, I will definitely take good care of your family and treat them well. I'll take care of your uncle. Hearing this, Ye Bufan became angry instantly. It's fine if you take care of my family, but does my woman need you to take care of her? Call out. It's a pity that Ouyang Xian no longer paid attention to Ye Bufan. In the air, his soul was shining with golden light. Afterwards, Ouyang Xian's body shrank rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, until it turned into a mummy. After falling to the ground with a bang, Ouyang Xian's soul pounced directly at Ye Bufan. The body is dead, but the soul has taken over. Ouyang Xian cut off all his retreat routes. If he failed, he would die. Of course, in his mind, there was no way he could fail. Seeing Ouyang Xian's soul rushing towards him, Ye Bufan was suddenly shocked. Buzz. The next second, before Ye Bufan could say anything, Ouyang Xian's soul had forcibly invaded his body. Ye Bufan's body trembled violently. The world is quiet. At this moment, time seems to have completely stopped and solidified. Ye Bufan's mind was clear. At this moment, he forgot his fear, forgot his terror, and forgot all the unwillingness in his heart. At this moment, he thought of Qin Xin, the spirit of the magic weapon that brought him from the distant blue water star to the Shenwu continent and gave him a new life. At this moment, he thought of the imperial princess Luo Qinmo, who was as kind as a blank sheet of paper in Tianwang City. At this moment, he thought of old man Yi Hong, who ignored the poison and forcibly unsealed his own cultivation in order to rescue him in Tianwang City. At this moment, he thought of the scene in Tianwang City when he abducted the purple Mars lion and pursued Qin Yao. At this moment, he thought of the emperor's concubine Leng Ningsheng, who was so heroic when they first met her on the battlefield of demons and barbarians. At this moment, he thought of Qian Duoduo, who had all the wealth in the world but still cheated people everywhere. At this moment, he thought of the eccentric Qian Rumeng in the Kangchong Martial Academy. At this moment, he thought of Ning Chushui, who had made him so angry that he slaughtered her entire family. At this moment, he thought of Ni Zi, the acting dean of Kangchong Martial Academy, who was plotted against by him but ended up being with him by some accident. At this moment, he thought of Ji Yu Qingyan, the girl who was abducted by Qian Rumeng and was about to marry him because of a song of killing gods. That pure girl is a blank sheet of paper. In addition, there are Yi Fu, Yi Shuang, Yi Wang and others who have accompanied him all the way from Tianwang City. The little devil and evildoer Long Xiaobao, the extremely wretched Hao Peng. Lu Yang, the first opponent after coming to Shenwu continent, the hidden Uncle Kai, the Captain Tang Yi, the General Zi Qinhao, Han Nuo, the eldest son of the Han family, the real and fake stand-in Madame Han, the wretched and cunning Snow Wolf Demon King, Tantai Tianyi who insisted on worshipping him as his master, Dao Wuya, the Lord of the Heavenly Palace, and Uncle Feng who has great strength but cannot leave the cemetery of gods and demons. The secret realm of the Martial Arts Academy, the cemetery of gods and demons, the eternal abyss, humans, monsters, barbarians, and demons. From Tianwang City to the Human War Department, from the War Department to the Monster Battlefield, from the Monster Battlefield to the Human Martial Arts Academy, from the Shenwu continent to the Tianwai Heaven, from the City of Heaven to the Human Temple. The past is still vivid in my mind. Along the way, he experienced too many people and too many things. At this moment, Ye Bufan realized that although he came from outside the Shenwu continent and although he did not originally belong to this world, he had already integrated into this world unknowingly. Now, here, there are too many people for him to let go and too many things that concern him. Sadly, all this will soon be over. Hate it. Hate it. Are you unwilling? Of course you are unwilling. However, compared to these, Ye Bufan felt more guilty and worried at the moment. After Yang Xian takes over his body, how will he treat those he loves and cares about? Will these people find out that there is something wrong with him? Ye Bufan didn't know, and he didn't have time to think about it. In the sea of consciousness space, Yang Xian's soul broke through Ye Bufan's body and descended directly here. Buzz buzz buzz. The moment Yang Xian's soul arrived, Ye Bufan's soul could not help but tremble, and flames flickered around his body. Unfortunately, the soul of the Saint Realm warrior had just condensed, and even his facial features had not yet taken shape, so naturally he could not utter any words. However, the trembling of his soul said it all. He already felt threatened. Looking at Ye Bufan's soul, or the fire man in front of him, Yang Xian's soul frowned slightly. Is this a divine soul? So this kid's purple flame comes from his own soul. But, what is going on? Why is his soul like this? And what exactly is this purple flame? Yang Xian naturally didn't know that this purple fire was condensed from the strange fire of heaven and earth, and the reason why Ye Bufan's soul was different from ordinary people was because the practice method of the divine flame devouring heaven art was different from others. Naturally, Ye Bufan's soul would also be different from others. Of course, although Yang Xian didn't understand, he didn't care about it at all. He had waited for this day for too long. At this moment, he had already been thinking about it day and night. Although Ye Bufan's appearance made his selection of the Holy Son and Holy Daughter redundant, it didn't matter. The process was not important as long as the ending was satisfactory. Call out. At this moment, Yang Xian did not stop or think anymore. He rushed straight towards Ye Bufan's soul. At this point, his body was already dead and he had no way to retreat. In front of Ye Bufan's soul, Yang Xian's soul suddenly opened its mouth and bit down. Swallow it, refine it, replace it, and from now on, he, Yang Xian, will be reborn. Buzz buzz buzz. Yang Xian's soul attacked, and Ye Bufan's soul couldn't help but tremble and shudder. It was afraid and terrified. It wanted to resist, but it was helpless. Puff. The next second, Yang Xian didn't stop and bit Ye Bufan's soul directly. Ye Bufan's soul struggled violently, but it was all in vain. Buzz. But at this moment, a purple light suddenly burst out from Ye Bufan's soul. Bang! Purple light descended, and before Yang Xian could figure out what was going on, his soul was instantly blown away. Puff! A few meters away, Yang Xian spat out a mouthful of blood. What's going on? Looking at Ye Bufan's soul in front of him, Yang Xian looked horrified. No, it should be said that he was terrified. Swish, swish, swish. The next second, before Yang Xian could think about it, the purple light around Ye Bufan's soul had quickly condensed, and then took shape in an instant. A purple scripture full of ancient, antiquated, sacred and majestic aura lay across Ye Bufan's soul, with 4 words written on it, Hongmeng Emperor Scripture. Wudao Quangtu Book Friends Group, Group Number, 669,523,554. Chapter 1320, Killing. Ye Bufan's Sea of Consciousness Space. When the Hongmeng Emperor Scripture came out, Yang Xian was completely stunned, dumbfounded, and confused. Although he didn't know what had happened just now that caused him to be directly knocked back, he was sure that all of this must be related to the purple scripture that suddenly appeared out of thin air in front of him. What shocked Yang Xian the most was that with the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra in front of him, he could no longer get close to Ye Bufan's soul. Or rather, it was not that he couldn't, but that he didn't dare. Yang Xian had a feeling that if he continued to get closer to Ye Bufan's soul, he would be immediately killed by this purple scripture. Although it is just a feeling, it is an extremely strong feeling. What on earth is this? Looking at the Hongmeng Emperor Scripture, Yang Xian couldn't help but let out a surprised voice. He felt shocked and confused, but more than that, he felt unwilling and nervous. If he couldn't get close to Ye Bufan's soul, he couldn't devour his soul and take over Ye Bufan's body. What should he do if he can't take over Ye Bufan's body? You know, his physical body is dead now. If he is unable to possess Ye Bufan's body, it means that he has to find a new body to possess. Who to choose? Undoubtedly, in the temple, apart from Ye Bufan, Lingu Shui became his best choice. But if he were to take over Lingu Shui's body, Yang Xian would feel unwilling. After all, in his opinion, compared with Ye Bufan, Lingu Shui was a scum. With this thought, Yang Xian made up his mind and looked at the Hongmeng Emperor Scripture in the distance. He gritted his teeth and said, "This palace master doesn't believe it. You want to protect this kid's soul with just a scroll of scriptures. You are dreaming. After saying this, Yang Xian took a step forward. At this moment, the Hongmeng Emperor scripture above Ye Bufan's soul in the distance suddenly shook slightly. The next second, above the Hongmeng Emperor scripture, a holy purple light shot up into the sky. Seeing this scene, Yang Xian couldn't help but be stunned, and his steps stopped instantly. Call. Before Yang Xian could think more, the purple light emitted by the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra instantly enveloped the entire Sea of Consciousness. Yang Xian was in Ye Bufan's Sea of Consciousness, and was naturally enveloped in purple light at this moment. What on earth is going on here? The sudden change made Yang Xian lose her mind and even more shocked. Everything before him had already exceeded his expectations and even overturned his cognition. However, before Yang Xian could figure out what was going on, a majestic and solemn voice came from nowhere in his mind. Within the Emperor's scripture, the Hongmeng Purple Realm, and all foreign creatures will be killed. Boom! The empty voice and the endless murderous intent made Yang Xian's heart tremble. Ah! The next second, an extremely shrill scream suddenly came out of his mouth uncontrollably. Yang Xian clearly felt that under the influence of the purple light, his soul was actually slowly dissolving, as if someone was cutting off his flesh and removing his bones. That kind of pain goes deep into the bone marrow. That kind of pain goes straight into the soul. That kind of pain is heart-wrenching. Run! In a flash, Yang Xian stopped thinking and wanted to escape immediately. As for taking over someone else's body, go and take over someone else's body. At this moment, Yang Xian was extremely sure that if he didn't run away, he would die in Ye Bufan's Sea of Consciousness and completely disappear between heaven and earth. However, when Yang Xian was about to escape, he found that his soul was unable to move. The strange scene made Yang Xian's heart tremble wildly and his soul tremble. At this moment, he was completely confused. Enveloped in purple light, the Emperor's scripture was killing, and the sense of death came in waves. Ah! Yang Xian screamed again and again. The disappearance of his soul made him feel like dying. You must know that the soul is the foundation of a living being. The pain caused to the soul will be 10, 1,000, or even 10,000 times that of the physical body. At this moment, Yang Xian wanted to struggle and escape, but under the suppression of the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra, his soul could not move at all, so that he could only silently endure the pain of his soul disappearing with endless howls. Mr. Yi, what the hell did you do to me? Let me go now, otherwise I will definitely regret letting you come into this world. Ah! You son of a bitch, let me go. Ye Bufan, I am the master of the temple and the only servant of the human race. Only I can fight against the demon Tianyan. If you kill me, you will be committing a crime against the entire human race. Ah! Brother Yi, Grandpa Yi, I was wrong, I really know I was wrong, please let me go. Woo, Grandpa, Ancestor, please let me go, please let me go. Screams again and again, wailing again and again. From anger to fear, from threats to begging for mercy. At this moment, Yang Xian was really scared. He didn't want to die, and he didn't want to die. If Yang Xian had known that there was such a terrifying scripture hidden in Ye Bufan's Sea of Consciousness, and if she had known that taking over Ye Bufan's body would threaten her own life, she would never have thought of taking over Ye Bufan. It's a pity that there is no if in the world, and what has happened cannot be repeated. Unless Yang Xian has the ability to travel back in time to the present, but it is obvious that he is only at the third level of the God of Servant and does not possess such a heaven-defying ability. In the Sea of Consciousness, Yang Xian wailed in pain and begged for mercy. Outside the Sea of Consciousness, Ye Bufan, who was already in despair, was dumbfounded at this moment. After all, although he was invaded by Yang Xian's soul, his consciousness was very clear, and he knew clearly everything that happened in the Sea of Consciousness. Hongmeng Emperor Scripture. Within the Emperor's scripture, the Hongmeng Purple Realm, and all foreign objects will be killed. Although Ye Bufan didn't understand what was going on, there was one thing he was sure of, that is Yang Xian had invaded his Sea of Consciousness and was now being suppressed by the Hongmeng Emperor's Sutra, being killed. At this moment, Ye Bufan could clearly feel that Yang Xian's soul was constantly dissolving in his Sea of Consciousness. I originally thought that I was doomed, but I didn't expect such a shocking reversal to happen. Now, he doesn't have to die, but Yang Xian is doomed to die. The attempt to steal a chicken ended up with loss of a handful of rice, and he shot himself in the foot. Liang Xian is definitely the biggest tragedy of this century. As soon as he thought of this, the haze in Ye Bufan's heart disappeared without a trace in an instant, and was replaced by the joy of surviving the disaster, and unprecedented happiness. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, Liang Xian, aren't you awesome? Aren't you going to take over my body? Come on, if you don't take over my body today, I will look down on you. Fuck, you're a servant of the gods. You're a supernatural being. Let me tell you, you're nothing in front of the Hongmeng Emperor scripture. But, I really have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I really wouldn't have known that the Hongmeng Emperor scripture actually had such a heaven-defying ability. Not only me, I'm afraid even Dao Wuya doesn't know this. Within the Emperor's scripture, the Hongmeng Purple Realm, and all foreign creatures will be killed. What a great Hongmeng Purple Realm. What a great way to kill them all. Although I don't understand what this means, from now on, whoever dares to enter my sea of consciousness will die. In the sea of consciousness space, Ye Bufan's soul had not yet fully formed, so he was unable to speak. However, at this moment, Ye Bufan's inner thoughts turned into words and echoed in Liang Xian's ears. Liang Xian was angry, anxious, furious and hateful, but he had no choice but to beg Ye Bufan for mercy. It's a pity that Ye Bufan didn't pay any attention at all. Of course, even if Ye Bufan wanted to spare his life, he didn't know how to do it. After all this was the autonomous behavior of the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra, and Ye Bufan had no control over it at all. However, even if Ye Bufan could control the Hongmeng Emperor scripture, he would not let Liang Xian go. If you want to take my life, you must be prepared to die. Everything seemed to take a long time, but from the time when the purple light released by the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra melted Liang Xian's soul to now, it was only a little over a second. At this moment, the purple light on the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra became fuller and brighter, as if all this was declaring the wrath of the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra. Holy breath, endless pressure. Enshrouded in purple light, Liang Xian not only endured the pain brought by the dissolution of his soul, but also the rising pressure from the Hongmeng Emperor scripture. 1 second, just 1 second, and Liang Xian could no longer withstand the terrifying pressure of the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra. No! He screamed, and then with a bang, Liang Xian's soul exploded. The dignified master of the temple, a transcendent life form in the realm of servants of the gods, the strongest person of the human race, could not even last 2 seconds before being mercilessly killed by the Hongmeng Emperor scripture. Wudao Quangtu Book Friends Group, Group Number 669,523,554. Chapter 13:21 The Sky is Falling. Inside the temple, outsiders were unaware of the fact that the temple master Liang Xian had taken over the body of the holy son Ye Bufan. Now, inside the temple, with the retreat of the demon lord Mo Tianyan and a group of semi-god demons, as well as the departure of Ye Bufan and Liang Xian, although the members of the major families and the human army were still waiting for Ye Bufan and had not left, the members inside the temple had all returned to their respective posts, each performing their own duties. Temple, Hall of Merit. This is where the temple records the merits of each temple member. In addition, there is also a worship room in the Hall of Merit, where the life tablets of all the demigods in the temple are placed. The life card represents life and death. If the destiny card is there, then the demigod is alive. But if the life plate of a demigod suddenly shatters, it means that the demigod is dead. In addition, a special person was arranged to guard the worship room so that the temple could be the first to know the situation after the demigod's death. At this moment, in the offering room, a warrior was sitting cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed, in a state of cultivation. His cultivation was only at the divine martial realm, but it was more than enough for him to guard the offering room. In front of the warriors in the divine martial realm are life tablets. These life tablets are divided into 4 layers from top to bottom. The first layer, which is also the highest layer, has only 1 purple life tablet. This is the life tablet of Liang Xian, the master of the temple and the strongest man of the human race. The second layer is 3 golden life tablets, which clearly represent the remaining 2 deputy masters of the temple, Liang Ming and Dongfang Chuyu, as well as the Saint Lingu Shui. The third layer consists of 11 red life plates, which represent the remaining 11 commanders in the temple. The fourth floor, which is also the bottom floor, is densely packed with hundreds of white life tablets, representing all the demigods inside the temple. In the somewhat empty offering room, in the dead silence, suddenly, with a bang, the only purple life tablet placed on the first floor exploded. The warrior in the divine martial realm who was in the state of cultivation was instantly awakened and he suddenly opened his eyes. Buzz. When he saw the only purple life card on the first layer shattered, his eyes widened, and his whole body and even his soul couldn't help but tremble. The purple life card shattered. The palace master is dead. How is this possible? The mind of the warrior in the divine martial realm went blank in an instant. If the other life cards were shattered, he could totally accept it. After all, this had happened before. But the purple life card is different. It is the life card of the temple master Yang Xian. How could the palace master's life plate be broken? How could the palace master die? That's impossible. In a brief moment, a cry of surprise suddenly rang out from a warrior in the divine martial realm. Brush. The next second, he stood up suddenly and ran directly to the purple life card. With trembling hands, he picked up the purple life card that had broken into pieces. Although he didn't dare to believe it and didn't want to believe it, the facts were before him and he had no choice but to believe it. The purple life plate shattered and the master of the temple died. In an instant, the body of the warrior in the divine martial realm couldn't help but tremble, shiver, and shake. He felt like the sky was falling. Brush. The next second, the warrior in the divine martial realm did not hesitate at all. Holding the shattered purple life tablet in his hand, he hurriedly ran out of the offering room and the hall of merit. The death of the temple master was such an earth-shattering event, how could he dare to be negligent in the slightest? Such an earth-shattering event must be reported immediately. Temple of the Holy Maiden. Now, as Ye Bufan led the human army to withdraw from the eighth heaven, and as the Mo Tianyan and the demigods of the heavenly demon clan who suddenly descended on the temple have also retreated, Lingu Shui no longer intends to wait any longer, she plans to take the initiative to attack. At this moment, she was sitting in front of the dressing table dressing herself up. She planned to wait for Ye Bufan to leave Yang Xian, and then go directly to find Ye Bufan, and then use her innocent body and secret techniques to help Ye Bufan improve his cultivation to the peak of demigod. Otherwise delay will lead to changes. This time, Ye Bufan dared to ignore Yang Xian's orders and led the human army to invade the 8th level of the demon clan. Although he returned safely in the end, who can guarantee that Ye Bufan will continue to be so lucky next time, or the next time after that? If Ye Bufan died in an accident, she would become Yang Xian's only target. Thinking of being possessed by Yang Xian, Lingu Shui instinctively felt horrified. Therefore, Ye Bufan cannot die. Therefore, she must help Ye Bufan improve his cultivation as soon as possible. Bang bang. But at this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door, and then Lingu Shui's maid pushed open the door, walked in, looked at Lingu Shui, and said, "Your Highness, there is a divine martial realm warrior outside who wants to see you. He said he has something extremely urgent that he needs to report to you, Your Highness." A warrior in the divine martial realm. Which part? He won't say. Lingu Shui was stunned for a moment, then ignored him and said, "Forget it, no matter who he is, Ye Bufan is the acting hall master now, let him go to Ye Bufan if he has anything to do. He said he had looked for it but couldn't find it, so he had to come to you, Your Highness. Then let him wait." "Yes." The maid responded, then turned around and was about to leave, but at this moment, the divine martial realm warrior outside the door seemed unable to wait any longer, and he ran in directly. "You, what's wrong with you? This is His Highness's boudoir. Who let you in? Get out." Seeing this scene, the maid was shocked and immediately shouted angrily. Bang! The warrior of the divine martial realm ignored him and knelt down behind Lingu Shui. He then hurriedly said, "Your Highness, I know that I deserve death, but I have something urgent to report to Your Highness. No matter how urgent your business is, you cannot enter His Highness's boudoir without permission. Get out now." The maid glared at the warrior in the divine martial realm and pointed at the door and shouted, "Forget it, Xiao Ruo." But at this moment, Lingu Shui suddenly spoke. "Your Highness." The maid was stunned. Lingu Shui had already spoken, and with her back to the divine martial realm warrior, she said, "Tell me, what urgent matter do you have that you need to tell this saint?" "Your Highness, regarding this matter I can only tell you, Your Highness." The warrior in the divine martial realm glanced at the maid beside him, then said with a determined look, "You." The maid was furious. She glared at the warrior in the divine martial realm and then said, "Your Highness, I will leave first." "No." Unexpectedly, Lingu Shui directly refused and said, Xiao Nuo is not an outsider. Just tell me what you want to say. This. The warrior of the divine martial realm hesitated for a moment, then looked at Lingu Shui's back, gritted his teeth, and said, Your Highness, I am from the Hall of Merit, the offering room, and I am the guard of the offering room. Just now, the Hall Master's life tablet was shattered. I dare not neglect it, so I came here to report to Your Highness. What? Hearing this, Lingu Shui's body shook involuntarily, and then she stood up suddenly, turned around and looked at the divine martial realm warrior in front of her. With a look of horror, and even more disbelief, she said, What did you say? Say it again. The warrior of the divine martial realm did not dare to neglect it, and immediately took out Yang Xian's life card, held it in both hands and handed it to Lingu Shui, saying, Your Highness, this is the life card of the Palace Master, and it just broke a few minutes ago. Boom. Never stop until your words are shocking. After the divine martial realm warrior finished speaking, Lingu Shui and her maid couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. Looking at the shattered purple life card in the divine martial realm warrior's hand, they were both stunned and dumbfounded, and their minds were blank. The purple life card is shattered. The Palace Master died. The sky of the human race has collapsed. Chapter 13:22, The Temple ran away. Who is Yang Xian? He is the master of the temple, and also the strongest human being in the realm of serving the gods. Although Lingu Shui had always been afraid and worried that Yang Xian would take over her body, she did not want anything to happen to Yang Xian, and she did not want to see Yang Xian die. After all, if Yang Xian died, who among the human race could check and balance Mo Tianyan, the powerful servant of the god? The combat power of the demigods on both sides is evenly matched between the human race and the demons. If the human race did not have Yang Xian to balance the servant god Mo Tianyan, then once Mo Tianyan led the demon army to attack, the human race would not be able to compete with him at all. At that time, what awaits the human race will be genocide. In this way, Lingu Shui will die, everyone in her Lingu family will die, and everyone will die. Therefore, even though Lingu Shui was afraid of Yang Xian and hated Yang Xian, she did not want anything to happen to Yang Xian. But now, the guard in the worship room of the Hall of Merit actually told her that Yang Xian was dead, and took out Yang Xian's broken life tablet. How could Lingu Shui accept this sudden bad news? Yang Xian is dead, what should the human race do? In an instant, Lingu Shui's mind was in chaos and she was completely confused. You farted. But at this moment, Lingu Shui's maid suddenly pointed at the warrior in the divine martial realm and angrily scolded. The Palace Master is a powerful warrior in the divine servant realm. Even the only demon lord who can compete with him cannot kill him. How could the Palace Master die suddenly? Your life card must be fake. Tell me, who are you and why did you do this? The warriors in the divine martial realm were instantly confused, speechless and bitter. Did I lie to you? Why would I lie to you? The Palace Master is really dead, okay. As for why the Palace Master died suddenly, I have no idea. Before the warrior in the divine martial realm could think more, Lingu Shui came back to her senses instantly. After the maid's reminder, her confused thoughts were instantly calmed down. Although she did not think that the warrior in the divine martial realm was deceiving her like the maid did, the maid was right about one thing, that is, how could Yang Xian, as a powerful warrior in the divine martial realm, suddenly die for no reason? In this world, if there is anyone who can kill Yang Xian, it must be the demon lord. But the demon lord has already left, and there has been no movement in the entire temple from just now until now, which means that no battle has taken place here, so Yang Xian could not have died in the battle. Since he didn't die in battle, how did Yang Xian die? Etc. Suddenly, Lingu Shui thought of Ye Bufan, just because Ye Bufan had left with Yang Xian just now, and now Yang Xian is dead, so what about Ye Bufan? Thinking in his heart, Lingu Shui looked at the divine martial realm warrior in front of him and said, except for the Palace Master, how is Ye Bufan? Is he dead or alive? Holy Sun! The warrior of the divine martial realm was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said, reporting to Her Highness the Saint, I don't know whether Her Highness the Saint is alive or dead. How could you not know? Aren't you in charge of guarding the offering room? This reporting to Her Highness the Saint, His Highness the Saint has not left a life tablet in the worship room. Yes, Lingu Shui couldn't help but be stunned. Only then did she remember that Ye Bufan had just become the Holy Sun and had not had time to leave behind his life plate. So, the current situation is that Ye Bufan is very likely still alive. Did he kill the palace master? But why did he want to kill the palace master? Could it be because Yang Xian took over his body? Or maybe he discovered the secret and that's why he killed Yang Xian in anger. But that's not right. Ye Bufan is only at the initial stage of demigod. How could he kill Yang Xian, and kill him silently? The more Lingu Shui thought about it, the more confused he became. The more Lingu Shui thought about it, the more confused she found it. But Lingu Shui was very clear and understood that no matter what, the news of Yang Xian's death must not be leaked. Otherwise, once the Heavenly Demon clan learned of the news, they would surely lead their army to invade the human race, and at that time, a catastrophe would inevitably await the human race. Thinking of this, Lingu Shui looked at the divine martial realm warrior in front of him and asked in a deep voice, "Besides you, does anyone else know about this?" This. The warrior of the divine martial realm thought for a moment and said, reporting to the saint, "After the palace master's life tablet was shattered, I went to the temple to look for the saint's son, but the gate of the temple was closed at that time, and the guards outside said that the palace master had ordered that no one could enter the temple before he came out. After that, I came to look for you, saint, so up to now, the three of us should be the only ones who know about this. The palace master and the holy son are both in the temple." When the warrior in the divine martial realm finished speaking, Lingu Shui couldn't help but be stunned. Yes, the warrior of the divine martial realm responded, and then said, "I suspect that something may have happened in the temple, and His Royal Highness the Holy Sun may have fallen." Something happened in the temple. Lingu Shui also thinks so. Not only that, if she was just guessing just now, then now, she can be completely sure that Yang Xian wanted to take over Ye Bufan's body, so she was killed by Ye Bufan. If not, why did Yang Xian instruct the guards outside not to let anyone approach the temple after entering it? There must be a reason for everything being unusual. Yang Xian must want to take over Ye Bufan's body in the temple. As for why Yang Xian took over another's body early and why he was killed by Ye Bufan, Lingu Shui didn't know, and it didn't matter anymore. What mattered was that Yang Xian was dead, and it was Ye Bufan who killed him. But, Yang Xian was dead. Why didn't Ye Bufan leave the temple? Did they both die together? Lingu Shui frowned and kept thinking in her heart. In her opinion, it was possible that Ye Bufan and Yang Xian would die together. After a moment, Lingu Shui looked at the divine martial realm warrior in front of him again, and a cold light flashed in his eyes, which was an undisguised murderous intent. Buzz. Feeling Lingu Shui's murderous intent, the warrior in the divine martial realm couldn't help but tremble in his heart. "Your Highness." His trembling and frightened voice rang out instantly. Lingu Shui ignored him and didn't even stop, but slapped him with his palm. Boom. Before the warrior in the divine martial realm could think more, Lingu Shui had already slammed down on him with a palm. Lingu Shui is a powerful warrior at the peak of the demigod realm. How could a mere warrior in the divine realm withstand her palm? Bang! As Lingu Shui's palm fell, the warrior in the divine martial realm exploded into a ball of blood mist. His body perished and his soul was annihilated. After killing the warrior in the divine martial realm, Lingu Shui looked at the maid beside her again. The maid's heart trembled, and then she looked at Lingu Shui tremblingly and said, "Your Highness, I know nothing, I won't say anything. Xiao Nuo, the news of the palace master's death is too important. Once the Heavenly Demon clan knows about it, it will definitely become a catastrophe for our human race, so I'm sorry. Call." As soon as he finished speaking, Lingu Shui slapped out with his palm instantly. "Your Highness." Bang! As soon as she uttered the word maid, she was hit by Lingu Shui's palm, and her body exploded into a bloody mist. "Sorry." Lingu Shui said something inexplicably, and then walked out of her boudoir. Temple, the central temple. At the entrance of the temple, 18 guards stopped Lingu Shui. One of them said, "Your Highness, the palace master has ordered that no one is allowed to enter the temple before the palace master comes out. So please don't make things difficult for us. What if I have to go in?" Lingu Shui's expression became serious and he spoke in a cold voice. The reason why Lingu Shui wanted to enter the temple at this time was because she was always worried. Although Yang Xian was dead, Ye Bufan was still there. If she had not done anything before, she would naturally not have gotten involved in this mess, but she knew Yang Xian's intention before, but did not tell Ye Bufan, and was instead anxious for Ye Bufan to improve his cultivation. Now Yang Xian's possession of another's body has been exposed, so Ye Bufan must have guessed her intention at the time. Will he let her go after leaving the temple? Definitely not. Even if he could, Lingu Shui wouldn't dare to gamble with his life. Now, Yang Xian is dead, but Ye Bufan has not left the temple yet. In Lingu Shui's opinion, there are only two possibilities for this situation. First, Ye Bufan and Yang Xian died together. Second, although Ye Bufan killed Yang Xian, he was seriously injured, so he had to stay in the temple to heal his wounds. In this case, it would be best if Ye Bufan died. If he was not dead, he could kill him while he was seriously injured to eliminate the trouble forever. Otherwise, after Ye Bufan leaves the temple, it would most likely be Lingu Shui who would die. If your highness insists on forcing his way in, we will have to forgive you for the offense. As soon as Lingu Shui finished speaking, the 18 guards immediately assumed a fighting stance. Snort. Lingu Shui snorted coldly and said, "You guys think you can stop me? Roll." The next second, she roared angrily and swung out with her palm at the same time, impacting with powerful force. Bang bang bang. All 18 flying sky realm guards were knocked away in an instant. Lingu Shui took a step forward and walked directly towards the temple gate in front of him. 18 Fatian realm guards fell to the ground, looking at Lingu Shui with bitter expressions. As Lingu Shui was at the peak of demigod, they were simply no match for him. After all, no matter what, their existence is just a formality, because no one in the temple dares to break into it. But now, bang! Under the helpless gazes of the 18 guards, Lingu Shui pushed directly towards the temple door with both hands. The next second, Lingu Shui couldn't help but frown, as she found that the door of the temple couldn't be opened. Call. Despite this, Lingu Shui did not leave. Instead, he swung his palm and hit the temple gate directly. Seeing this scene, the 18 Fatian realm guards were dumbfounded. They did not expect that Lingu Shui not only broke into the temple, but now he was going to attack the temple. This is simply crazy. Boom. Before the guards could think about it, Lingu Shui had already slammed down on the temple gate with one palm. However, the door did not move at all. It was a strange scene that not only stunned Lingu Shui, but also the 18 guards. Lingu Shui is a powerful demigod, but she can't even blast open the door of the temple with one palm. How is this possible? Buzz. Before Lingu Shui and the 18 guards could think about it, the entire temple suddenly shook, as if the temple had come alive. The sudden scene and strange picture made Lingu Shui and others open their eyes wide in an instant, looking at the temple in front of them with a look of surprise and shock. Boom. But at this moment, a powerful aura suddenly surged in the temple. Run. Lingu Shui's expression changed, and without the slightest hesitation, he moved and retreated violently. The 18 guards also felt that powerful force, and without any hesitation, they all stood up and retreated. Boom. The next second, a horrifying sonic boom sounded, and the entire temple exploded directly. For a moment, a horrifying energy storm swept in all directions, and countless pieces of rubble smashed in all directions like a violent storm. Bang bang bang. Huge rocks flew everywhere and crashed onto the surrounding buildings, and dull sounds rang out one after another. Seeing this scene, Lingu Shui was dumbfounded, and the 18 Fatian realm guards were also stunned. What the hell? The temple exploded. Swish, swish, swish. Before they could think about it, figures in the distance were already rushing over here. It was obvious that the huge noise of the temple explosion had alarmed the other people in the temple. In just a moment, the air in front of the temple was already full of people. Some of these people were inside the temple, and some were those who were waiting for Ye Bufan in the temple square. But without exception, these people were all powerful demigods. At this moment, all the demigods were dumbfounded seeing the scene before them. The temple was blown into ruins, or rather, the original temple was blown into ruins. At this moment, only a transparent temple was left in everyone's eyes. That's right, it's a transparent temple, like a temple made up of a barrier. Call out. The next second, before the demigods could take a closer look or think more, the transparent temple in front of them suddenly shrank rapidly. In less than a breath, the transparent temple had disappeared without a trace. Only a fist-sized crystal ball was left floating in the air in front of everyone. This is the aura of a divine weapon, and it has surpassed the pseudo-divine weapon. This is a sub-divine weapon. Sensing the aura of the divine weapon on the crystal ball, all the demigods present were shocked. The temple exploded and turned into a sub-divine weapon. What the hell is going on? Call out. However, before they could think about it, the crystal ball suddenly turned into a cold light and shot up into the sky, disappearing into the sky without giving anyone a chance to intercept it. This. For a moment, the demigods were all stunned. The holy temple ran away. Chapter 13:23 Keep an eye on Lingu Shui. The temple exploded and turned into a pile of rubble. The completely transparent temple turned into a crystal ball, which flew away and disappeared. The series of unexpected events dumbfounded the demigods present, but they were all powerful demigods after all, and they came to their senses after a short while. Moreover, as demigods, each of them was a meticulous person. So, not long after they came back to their senses, they had already figured out the key point. After the explosion of the temple, a transparent temple appeared. Later, this transparent temple turned into a sub-divine weapon-level crystal ball. Finally, the crystal ball flew away and disappeared without a trace. At that moment, a bold hypothesis was born in the hearts of everyone present. The temple is a semi-divine weapon, or in other words, the temple was built on the basis of a semi-divine weapon. Hiss. Upon thinking of this, the demigods couldn't help but gasp. It is a great feat to build a temple using only a semi-divine weapon. But why did the temple suddenly explode? Also, where has the magic soldier gone now? Unable to figure it out, everyone looked at Lingu Shui. After all, she was the holy maiden of the temple and should know more than others. Shui, what on earth is going on? When everyone looked at Lingu Shui, Lingu Yudao couldn't help but ask. What's going on? The corner of Lingu Shui's mouth twitched imperceptibly. Although she was not sure, she already had a guess in her mind, which was this temple was indeed a second-rate divine weapon. Now that Yang Xian was dead, the divine weapon had become ownerless. Her attack on the temple just now might have scared the spirit of the divine weapon, so that the spirit took the divine weapon and ran away. But, does Lingu Shui dare to say this thought in her heart? Can she say it? I dare not and I cannot. In her opinion, the news of Yang Xian's death must not be exposed. Thinking of this, Lingu Shui glanced at everyone present and said, since things have come to this, I have nothing to hide. In fact, what you saw just now was indeed a sub-divine weapon. It was only because the divine weapon refused to recognize its master that the temple had to suppress it under the holy temple. Now maybe because of the passage of time, the seal has been weakened a lot, so that the divine weapon broke free of the seal, which led to the collapse of the holy temple and the divine weapon fled away. I see. After hearing this, everyone understood. That's not right. But at this moment, a Fatian realm guard who was originally outside the temple suddenly exclaimed, Your Highness, the palace master and the Holy Sun just entered the temple. Now the temple is gone, so where are the palace master and the Holy Sun? What? Yang Xian and Ye Bufan are both in the temple. When the flying sky realm guard said this, all the demigods present were shocked. Then, they all looked towards the temple in front of them. However, at this moment, there was no temple except a pile of rubble and ruins. The temple is gone, what about Ye Bufan and Yang Xian? Everyone was shocked. Lingu Shui couldn't help but twitch his lips. He actually forgot about these 18 guards. Damn it. Once the news of Yang Xian's death comes to light, the entire human race will be in despair. Before Lingu Shui could think more, the demigods present looked at her again with strange eyes. Saint Lady Lingu, what is going on? Are the palace master and Saint Yi really in the temple? Yes, if Palace Master Yang and the Holy Sun are both inside the temple, then where are they now? Your Highness the Saint. With so many inquiries coming one after another, Lingu Shui suddenly felt overwhelmed. Calm down, calm down, calm down. She kept reminding herself in her heart, then her expression became serious, she stared at the Fatian realm guard, and angrily said, Who told you that the Palace Master and the Holy Sun are in the Holy Temple? I. Facing Lingu Shui's angry rebuke, Fatian realm guard was in a mess and was speechless. I saw with my own eyes the palace master and the Holy Sun walk into the temple. And not only me, but the other 17 guards also saw it. How could this be false? Although the Fatian realm guard thought so in his heart, facing Lingu Shui's angry eyes at this moment, he did not dare to refute at all. He could only lower his head and remain silent. But at this moment, a demigod in the crowd suddenly looked at Lingu Shui, frowned, and said, Your Highness, since you said that the Palace Master and the Holy Sun are not in the temple, then I wonder where they are now. Brush. As soon as this person finished speaking, Lingu Shui looked directly at him. Then, Lingu Shui's face darkened and she asked in a cold voice, "Why? Do I need to tell you where my temple master and the Holy Sun are going?" Hearing this, the demigod who was speaking was stunned, and clasped his hands together and said, "I dare not." Then, he gritted his teeth and spoke again, "However, today's incident is already strange, and it involves the Holy Sun of the temple and the palace master. This is no longer just a matter of the temple, but concerns the entire human race, so I have to ask, and please tell the whereabouts of the two palace masters." As he spoke, the demigod looked at the others present and said, "Everyone, don't you agree? Please ask the saint to tell the palace master and the saint son where they are. Please ask the saint to tell the palace master and the saint son where they are. Please ask the saint to tell the palace master and the saint son where they are." In an instant, all the demigods present turned to Lingu Shui and spoke. Seeing this scene, Lingu Shui became furious. Snort. The next second, she snorted coldly and said with great dissatisfaction, "Okay, since you want to know so much, then this saint girl will tell you that the palace master and the saint son went to the Shenwu continent. Now, are you satisfied? The palace master and the holy sun went to the Shenwu continent." Hearing this, the demigods were stunned and looked at each other. Afterwards, they all looked at Lingu Shui. The demigod said, "Saintess, are you kidding? Everyone knows that warriors that are above the soul fusion level cannot set foot on the Shenwu continent. The palace master and the saint son, one is a servant of the gods, and the other is a demigod. How could they possibly go to the Shenwu continent? Just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't do it either." Lingu Shui rebuked, "Don't forget, Ye Bufan is from the Shenwu continent, and the one who cut off Deputy Hall Master Jia's arm, Long Xiaobao, was also from the Shenwu continent, and he was a demigod." Suddenly, everyone was stunned. I have to say that what Lingu Shui said was true. But, did Palace Master Ouyang and Yi Shengji really go to the Shenwu continent? Also, why did they suddenly go to the Shenwu continent? Snort. Before anyone could think about it, Lingu Shui snorted coldly and said, "I have said everything I should say. Don't ask me why the two of us went to the Shenwu continent. Is this what you should ask? Is this what you can ask? Please put yourself in the right place. The affairs of the temple are not for you to ask about. Now, please leave immediately. Have you forgotten the rules of the temple? Or do you want to be the enemy of my temple?" Hearing this, the demigods from the major families couldn't help but gasp. Being hostile to the temple? They dare not. However, at this moment, everyone could feel that Lingu Shui was angry. Come to think of it, if it were them, they would definitely get angry if a saint was being interrogated. "Your Highness, I will take my leave now." For a moment, the demigods from the major families left a word and went away. Seeing that all the demigods from the major families had left, Lingu Shui couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "I managed to get away with it, even if it's only temporary. But for now, it's better to hide it for a while." But is this really the case? 20 minutes later. The second heaven, Yulin City. Although on the surface this place is still the former Yulin City, in fact, it has changed a lot. It has long been the territory of Linglong Chamber of Commerce, and all the people here are wealthy. It can be said that the entire Yulin City is completely ruled by Qian Duoduo. At this moment, in Yulin City, in Tianyahage, a demigod was reporting to Qian Duoduo what happened in the temple. As for this demigod, if Lingu Shui saw him, he would definitely recognize him at a glance. This was the demigod who had just forced him to answer questions about the whereabouts of Ye Bufan and Ouyang Xian. He was also one of the demigods controlled by Ye Bufan. You mean Ouyang Xian was seriously injured in the battle with the Demon Lord, and then went to the temple with Xiao Fan. Then the temple turned into a sub-divine soldier and ran away, but Ouyang Xian and Xiao Fan disappeared. Lingu Shui's explanation for this is they went to the Shenwu continent. After listening to the report from the demigod warrior, Qian Duoduo frowned and said, "Yes." The half-god warrior responded, "However, I always feel that there is something wrong here, especially when it comes to Lingu Shui's reaction. I always feel that something is wrong." Qian Duoduo thought for a moment and said, "Okay, I already know about this matter, you can go back first." "Yes." The demigod warrior responded and left. Shadow. After the demigod warrior left, Qian Duoduo immediately said something. "Call out." In an instant, a man in a black robe appeared out of nowhere. He looked at Qian Duoduo and clasped his fists. President. Qian Duoduo said, "Send someone to Shenwu continent immediately. I want to know whether Xiaofan has returned to the God and Demon Cemetery or Shenwu continent. Remember, let the person who goes there bring the Chamber of Commerce token, otherwise they will not be able to enter Shenwu continent." "Yes, President." The man in black robe responded and left. 20 minutes later, the black-robed man returned and said, "President, the people we sent to the Shenwu continent have sent back news that the Seven Killing Palace has confirmed that young Master Yi has not returned to the Shenwu continent, nor has he appeared in the God and Demon Cemetery." "No." Qian Duoduo groaned for a moment, then he tapped the table with his right fingers and murmured, "So the saint of the temple is lying. But why would she lie? And where did Xiaofan go?" After a moment, Qian Duoduo said slowly, "Shadow, tell the demigods in the temple to keep a close eye on this saint. From now on, I want to know what she is doing every moment, where she goes, and who she meets." Chapter 13:24 If you dare to escape from prison, I will strike you to death. Bang! In Ye Bufan's sea of consciousness, with a muffled sound, Ouyang Xian's soul exploded and his body disappeared. After Ouyang Xian's death, the purple light in the sea of consciousness instantly converged and merged into the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra in an instant. Then, the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra turned into a purple air and entered Ye Bufan's soul. Ye Bufan's sea of consciousness also returned to calm, as if nothing had happened from the beginning to the end. After completing its mission, the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra disappeared without a trace. Call. The feeling of surviving a disaster made Ye Bufan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, but the feeling of his life hanging by a thread made Ye Bufan unforgettable in his life. This time, if it weren't for the Hongmeng Emperor scripture, he would have been possessed by Ouyang Xian long ago. No matter what, it was because his own strength was too weak. Ye Bufan had never imagined that a strong man in the divine realm would be so powerful. You know, Ouyang Xian was only at the third level of the divine servants. Thinking back to the past, with his cultivation level of entering the saint realm, he could cross 3 major realms to compete with demigods, and even defeat them. But now, he is already at the initial stage of demigod, and there is only one major realm difference between him and Ouyang Xian. But the result is that he doesn't even have a chance to resist or struggle in Ouyang Xian's hands. Ye Bufan knew very well that this situation occurred not because Ouyang Xian was so strong, but simply because there was a realm suppression between him and Ouyang Xian. Although Ye Bufan really dislikes Ouyang Xian now, what Ouyang Xian said is true: if you don't reach the divine realm, you will always be immortal. The divine realm is the sublimation of martial arts and the transformation of the level of life. In the divine realm, although there is no shortage of geniuses and even monsters who can fight across levels, for warriors below the divine realm who want to challenge warriors in the divine realm across levels, it is like an egg hitting a stone. No matter how hard the egg is, it is impossible for it to smash the stone. Ouyang Xian is like this, and as a powerful servant of the gods like Ouyang Xian, Mo Tianyan must be the same. Now that Ouyang Xian is dead, who among the human race can fight against Mo Tianyan? Buzz. Before Ye Bufan could think more, his soul suddenly trembled violently in his sea of consciousness. Fuck, what is going on? When Ye Bufan saw the situation in his sea of consciousness, he was stunned for a moment. At this moment, in his sea of consciousness, a little bit of tiny golden light was like stars in the sky, filling the entire sea of consciousness. But this is not the point. The point is at this moment, Ye Bufan's soul is actually constantly absorbing these golden light spots. No, to be exact, these golden light spots are actively merging into the soul, and the soul also shows a state of enjoyment. What is going on? Where do these golden spots come from? The scene before him made Ye Bufan completely confused, and he was a little confused about the situation. Etc. Suddenly, Ye Bufan was stunned. He seemed to have thought of something. Could it be that these golden dots are Ouyang Xian's soul? Yes, that should be the case. Just now, Ouyang Xian's soul was suppressed by the Hongmeng Emperor scripture. Although it exploded directly, it did not perish. In other words, these golden spots are fragments of Ouyang Xian's soul. We are both souls, so this is the situation we are facing. But this is after all a fragment of Ouyang Xian's soul. Will I be fine after my soul absorbs it? Ye Bufan couldn't help but look solemn. After all, he had just experienced Ouyang Xian's possession of his body, so he was inevitably frightened. However, Ye Bufan soon felt relieved. Ouyang Xian's soul couldn't take over my body, and now only these soul fragments are left. Can he still threaten me? It's impossible. Besides, with the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra, there is nothing to be afraid of. In addition, Ye Bufan could clearly feel that as these golden light spots continued to merge, his soul was also constantly improving. Although the improvement that each golden light spot can bring to the soul is almost negligible, but at this moment, there are hundreds of millions of golden light spots in Ye Bufan's sea of consciousness. After all, these are the golden light spots that were broken into pieces from the complete soul of a powerful god servant of the third level. Saint Realm warriors, no matter they are entering sainthood, merging souls, flying into the sky, or becoming demigods, cultivate elements, but their ultimate goal is to enhance their own spirits. When the mind and soul are detached, one can enter a trance. Now, since these golden spots of light can enhance my soul, then if I swallow them all, where will I go? Directly step into the realm of serving the gods. This may not be impossible, after all, Yang Xian is a powerful servant of the gods. Is this the legendary saying that those who survive a great disaster will have good fortune in the future? Yang Xian, you are a tragedy. You must not have thought that you failed to possess my body and harmed yourself. Instead, you helped me. In this case, I should really thank you. Hee. Let's leave here first, and then go back to the God and Demon Cemetery to retreat and refine these soul fragments. Thinking in his heart, Ye Bufan withdrew his mind and no longer paid attention to the situation in his sea of consciousness. After all, he was now in the temple, and with Yang Xian's dried corpse beside him. If someone saw this, he would not be able to wash himself clean even if he jumped into the Yellow River. However, when Ye Bufan opened his eyes and saw the scene in front of him, he was stunned. What the hell, what is this place? Ye Bufan clearly remembered that he was in the temple hall just now, but now this was no longer the temple hall, it was clearly a completely independent and completely unfamiliar space. What on earth is going on? Where is this place? Why am I here? Ye Bufan stood up and looked around in astonishment. Suddenly, he was stunned instinctively. Wait, Yang Xian said this temple is a space treasure of the sub-divine weapon level. Could it be that I am now in the inner space of this space treasure? As soon as he thought of this, Ye Bufan shouted sternly, "Spirit of the weapon, come out to me." As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, an angry voice suddenly came out of nowhere. "Humph, shameless human, this fairy doesn't want to come out." Shameless human. This fairy. What the hell, I don't want to come out. Ye Bufan's mouth twitched, his heart was confused, but he had already verified that he was now in the space treasure in the temple. Thinking in his heart, Ye Bufan said, "Little fairy, right. I want to discuss something with you." No, I don't want it. Why? Humans are all liars and bad people. This fairy doesn't want to talk to you. Don't talk to me, what are you doing now? Ye Bufan's mouth twitched, but he continued, "How is that possible? Do you think I look like a bad guy? In the outside world, I am known as Ye Da Shanren, a good man rarely seen in 1,000 years. It's a lie. If you don't believe me, go out and ask around." Humph, you still say you are not a bad person, are you trying to trick this fairy out and then capture her? Absolutely not. You don't need to quibble anymore. No matter how sweet your words are, this fairy won't believe them. Also, let me tell you, this fairy has already run away. Don't even think about catching me again. After you die of old age here, this fairy will be completely free. You ran away. What do you mean? Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. Fool. The spirit cursed and said, "What I mean is that I have left your temple. Moreover, I blew up the temple when I left. From now on, don't even think about catching me again." Fuck, you blew up the temple. Ye Bufan was shocked. The temple collapsed, doesn't that mean that the entire temple has been alarmed? What the hell is going on? Before Ye Bufan could think about it, the weapon spirit said angrily, "Yes, it exploded. Who told you to deceive this fairy? Cheat you. Who cheated you? And how did they cheat you? It's that stinky girl named Shi Feishuan. Shi Feishuan. And a stinky girl. Yes, it's her. How did she lie to you? HMPH, I only agreed to temporarily recognize her as my master because she brought me out of the Hongmeng ruins, and I only promised her to be my master for 1,000 years. But her clone suppressed me before she died, and she also let those people force me to recognize her as their master generation after generation. Woohoo, 100,000 3,763 years and 87 days, it's already been 100,763 years and 87 days, and I only promised her 1,000 years. Tell me, is she a bad person? Is she a liar? HMPH, I will never trust you again. After the weapon spirit finished speaking, Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Promised for 1,000 years. But in the end he was forced to accept the master for 103,763 years and 87 days. What the hell, come to think of it, Shi Feishuan was indeed a bit unkind back then. Ahem. Ye Bufan couldn't help but coughed lightly and said, but I'm not Shi Feishuan, and I'm a good man, a kind person. Look, I was the one who killed Yang Xian, who forced you to recognize him as the master. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't be free. Humph, I won't listen, I won't listen, I won't listen, no matter how sweet your words are, this fairy won't believe them. Quote. Then you can just let me go, is that okay? No. Why? No means no. You humans have deceived me for 103,763 years and 87 days, so I will also lock you up for 103,763 years and 87 days. Okay, I'm going to start bathing. Just stay here and be quiet. If you're still alive after 13,763 years and 87 days, I'll let you go. You are a spirit of an artifact, and you want to learn how to bathe like a human. You still want to keep me locked up for 103,763 years and 87 days. You really won't let go. Immediately, Ye Bufan said with a cold expression. No. The spirit of the weapon said directly, with an attitude that there was absolutely no room for negotiation. In that case, don't blame me for being rude to you. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the weapon spirit immediately said angrily, you still say you are a good person. Would a good person be like you? Originally, this fairy planned to lock you up for a few days to observe. If you were really a good person, then this fairy would let you go. Now humph, this fairy will be sorry if I don't lock you up for 103,763 years and 87 days. Hearing this, Ye Bufan's mouth twitched and became messy in an instant. Detain me for a few days and observe me. Why didn't you say so earlier? But now that things have come to this, Ye Bufan knows that it is useless to explain further. Call out. The next second, Ye Bufan flashed and came directly to the edge of the strange treasure space. Boom. Without any hesitation, Ye Bufan instantly placed his hands on the 9-colored light curtain at the edge of the strange treasure space, and then directly performed the divine flame devouring heaven art. Previously, he couldn't escape because of Yang Xian's obstruction. Now that Yang Xian's interference is gone, Ye Bufan doesn't believe that the divine flame devouring heaven art cannot break through this divine weapon space. What do you want to do? Sensing the changes in the strange treasure space, the spirit of the weapon spoke in a deep voice. Snort. Ye Bufan snorted coldly. Since you don't plan to let me go, then I will refine you. Then, let's see how you can still imprison me. Bold. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the weapon spirit shouted angrily, you want to escape from prison. Prison break. Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. I'm your uncle, but I'm not your prisoner, so why should I break out of prison? Besides, I have escaped from prison, what can you do? Ignoring the weapon spirit, Ye Bufan continued to use the divine flame devouring heaven to refine the light curtain in front of him. You. Facing Ye Bufan's disregard, the weapon spirit said angrily, back then, this fairy imprisoned billions of lives, and even the great emperor Hongmeng didn't dare to escape. How dare you, a mere mortal in the demigod realm, escape from prison? I am so mad at you, fairy. This fairy is going to punish you. Boom. As the weapon spirit finished speaking, a thumb-sized golden lightning bolt appeared out of nowhere within the space. Golden tears fell from the sky and headed straight towards Ye Bufan. What the hell is this? Seeing the golden lightning coming, Ye Bufan was stunned and exclaimed. Puff. The next second, Ye Bufan didn't even have a chance to dodge before he was struck by golden lightning. Not only that, the golden lightning actually penetrated Ye Bufan's body directly and struck his soul, causing his soul to tremble uncontrollably and even a burst of shock. Although the golden lightning did not cause any harm to Ye Bufan, the heart-wrenching pain instantly spread throughout his body, causing him to cry uncontrollably. Ye Bufan howled. Fuck you, what the hell is this? And how can your space treasure control lightning? Space treasure. The spirit of the weapon said with disdain, who told you that this fairy's true form is a space treasure? How can that weak and shabby thing be compared with this fairy? Aren't you a space treasure? When the spirit of the weapon said this, Ye Bufan was shocked. Humph, of course I am not a fairy. The spirit of the weapon snorted coldly and said, the stinky girl Shi Feishuan deceived this fairy, but this fairy never believed her. It's just this fairy never thought that this liar would not even let go of a space treasure. Woo woo woo, it's just a space treasure. She actually betrayed her for a space treasure. Has the dignity of the God King gone to hell? Ah, and you bad guy, you liar, you actually dared to escape from prison in front of this fairy. I am so angry, this fairy is going to chop you to death. I chop, 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 chop. Boom 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 boom. As the weapon spirit finished speaking, golden lightning bolts continued to strike Ye Bufan in the space. Ye Bufan was stunned and confused. Where is the promised space treasure? What the hell is this, a magical weapon that can drop thunder? Also, Shi Feishuan lied to you, and you concealed it from Shi Feishuan. That is a matter between the two of you. It has nothing to do with me, right? Besides, jailbreak. This is not a prison and you are not a jailer. There is no way I can escape from this prison. The next second, before Ye Bufan could think about it, countless golden lightning bolts had already fallen on him. Ah! Ye Bufan let out a howl. He felt as if millions of silver needles were piercing his soul at this moment. The pain was so excruciating that he wished he was dead. Chapter 13:25. I'll give you another chance. Ah! 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 Inside the temple, Ye Bufan fell to the ground, struggling, rolling, and wailing constantly. His heart-wrenching screams of pain moved the heaven and earth and made all things pity him. Ye Bufan swore that he had never experienced such pain before, or rather he had never dared to even imagine this kind of pain that almost tore apart his soul and annihilated his consciousness. But now every time a golden thunder struck, he felt so painful that he was almost suffocated and almost died. However, after the power of thunder and lightning disappeared, everything would return to normal, as if nothing had happened. But soon, the next bolt of lightning will strike, leaving Ye Bufan no chance to breathe. Over and over again, Ye Bufan has already sensed that this golden thunder will not hurt people, but will only torture them. In just a moment, his whole body was soaked in sweat and his teeth were bleeding. However, the spirit that had refused to show up turned a blind eye to all of this, and even enjoyed it. I'll let you escape from prison, I'll kill you with this fairy sword. Ha ha ha, it's been a long time since I last chopped anyone off. Was it 1,000,000 years? Tens of millions of years? Or hundreds of millions of years? Ha ha ha, this is so fun. I'll chop you, I'll chop you, I'll chop you, I'll chop you. It's fun, sir. Listening to the weapon spirit's cheering voice, Ye Bufan really wanted to kill her. Unfortunately, Ye Bufan was in so much pain that he couldn't even stand up, and he had no idea where the spirit of the weapon that called herself Little Fairy was. Therefore, killing the spirit of an artifact is simply a fantasy. What's more, a real man can bend and stretch. Since he was powerless to resist, he could only beg for mercy. Fairy sister, I know I was wrong. I will never escape from prison again. Please, have mercy on me and spare me. Enduring the incomparable pain, Ye Bufan gritted his teeth and spoke with great difficulty. Who is your sister? Unexpectedly, the weapon spirit shouted angrily, call me fairy. Little fairy. You're just a little devil. Ye Bufan cursed in his heart, but he didn't dare to show it. He could only agree and said, yes, little fairy. Little fairy, you, please show mercy. I promise that I will never escape from prison again. Snort. The little fairy snorted and said, don't even think about it. After she finished speaking, she added, okay, I will strike you for 20 hours first. I am going to take a bath. I will cancel your punishment when I come back. Just take a shower, why are you bathing? Besides, you are just a spirit, how can you take a bath? The most important thing is, just take a shower. Why the hell do you have to take a shower for 20 hours? 20 hours, that is 40 hours, almost 2 days. By the time you come back, I will probably have died of pain. Ye Bufan felt confused. Stop. The next second, he endured the heart-wrenching pain all over his body and shouted angrily, come back quickly and remove this golden thunder, otherwise believe it or not, I will refine you. Okay. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the little fairy immediately said, how dare you threaten me, and you still say you know you were wrong. HMPH, originally, this fairy wanted to give you a chance to test you. If you really knew you were wrong, then this fairy would withdraw your punishment and then go to bathe. Now you have escaped from prison and threatened me, so I decided to extend your punishment for 3 days. Why does this sound so familiar? For a moment, Ye Bufan was about to cry. Damn, this trick was too good. Test after test, and test again. It was like this just now, and it's like this again now. This is completely impossible to guard against. Haha, we finally found the water source. Let's go and take a bath before Ye Bufan could think about it. The little fairy's excited voice sounded again. Are you trying to test me again? Ye Bufan instinctively thought that he was like a frightened bird. The next second, he asked tentatively, Little fairy, are you still there? Little fairy, this time, I really know my mistake. Quickly withdraw this golden thunder. You should say something. Little fairy, I know you are still here, come out. Oh we have something to discuss, you say something. 10 minutes later, seeing that the little fairy still didn't respond to him, Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. Nima, are you really gone? Fuck you, what the hell is this? Ah, it hurts so much. Damn it, little fairy. You wait for me. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, the voice of the fairy suddenly rang out in the space. Humph, this fairy wanted to give you another chance, but I didn't expect you to be so stubborn. The most hateful thing is you dared to have bad intentions towards this fairy. This fairy has decided to extend your punishment for another 3 days. Puff. Hearing this, Ye Bufan couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He was completely angry. Didn't you leave? Didn't you go take a shower? Why the hell are you still here? Before Ye Bufan could think about it, the fairy said again, Humph, shameless liar, this time I am really leaving, you better take care of yourself. After the fairy finished speaking, she fell silent and the space instantly fell into dead silence. Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. Really gone? Go away, sister. If I continue to trust you, I will become a fool. Thinking of this, although Ye Bufan wanted to scold the little fairy, he finally held back. It was really this spirit was too good at playing tricks. Who knew that after he said something rude in 1 second, she would suddenly appear in the next second and extend his punishment by 3 days. The more you talk, the more mistakes you make. The less you talk, the fewer mistakes you make. It's no mistake to say nothing. You are so good at using tricks, can't I just shut up? He no longer paid attention to the fairy and did not continue speaking, but this it really hurts. Ye Bufan was even a little worried that his soul would be annihilated by this golden thunder. Once his soul is destroyed, he will surely die. With this thought, Ye Bufan sank his consciousness into the sea of consciousness. He wanted to observe the situation of his soul, but the next second, Ye Bufan was stunned. Fuck, this is possible. Chapter 13:26 Come on, chop me. In the space of his sea of consciousness, Ye Bufan clearly saw that as one golden thunder after another fell, his soul was shaking, trembling, and even fainting again and again. But this is not the point. The point is that every time the golden thunder descended upon his sea of consciousness, the fragments of Wu Yang Xian's soul in his sea of consciousness seemed to come alive. They were all scared as if they were looking for a hiding place, and then they madly and quickly merged into his soul. At this time, the golden thunder hit the soul, and the other fragments of Wu Yang Xian's soul around him fled frantically in an instant. However, those fragments that had already hidden in his own soul were instantly fused with his own soul under the effect of the golden thunder, becoming a part of his own soul, and also strengthening his own soul. Over and over again, although these soul fragments would automatically merge into his own soul before, with the addition of this strange golden lightning, Ye Bufan discovered that the fusion speed of the soul fragments instantly increased by more than 10 times. According to Ye Bufan's calculations, it would take him at least a year to absorb all of Wu Yang Xian's soul fragments. However, at the current speed, he only needs a month, or even less than a month, to completely integrate all of Wu Yang Xian's soul fragments left. That was why Ye Bufan was so shocked. He had never thought that this strange golden thunder would have such an effect. But this is a good thing, an absolute pleasant surprise. Ye Bufan couldn't help laughing in his heart. Ha ha ha, little fairy, no, little devil, don't you want to punish me? You must not have thought that this is not a punishment, you are clearly rewarding me, but, this really hurts. Damn it, it's just a little pain, it doesn't matter, only those who endure the most hardships can become the best, I can still bear it, come on, let the storm come even harder. Damn little devil, just wait for me. I will come and deal with you after I break through. Then I will let you see my magical skills. Angry voices, hysterical roars. However, Ye Bufan was just thinking about it in his mind and didn't dare to shout it out. After all, he had realized a problem at this time, that is, as a spirit of the weapon, this was the territory of the little fairy, so no matter whether the little fairy really left or not, she could easily monitor his every move. In this case, the wisest choice was to remain silent and avoid the sharp edge for the time being. Time passed by minute, and under the destruction of golden thunder in the sky, Ye Bufan felt pain and happiness at the same time. 6 days later. Bang! As another golden thunder fell, the entire space instantly fell into silence, and the golden thunder that had lasted for 6 whole days never came again. Ye Bufan was lying on the ground, his body constantly shaking, his whole body already soaked in sweat. In 6 days, Ye Bufan had already gotten used to the feeling of being struck by lightning. Now, the golden thunder suddenly disappeared, and he was a little uncomfortable for a moment. It's over. Feeling the golden thunder disappear, Ye Bufan was stunned. Call. Then he breathed a long sigh of relief. 6 days, 6 days of torture, 6 days of being struck by lightning, that feeling is simply not something that ordinary people can endure. Ye Bufan even almost committed suicide for several days. Fortunately, everything is finally over now. Moreover, although that kind of torture is worse than death, Ye Bufan has gained a lot of benefits from the 6 days of torture. After feeling his own cultivation, Ye Bufan discovered that he was only one step away from reaching the middle stage of demigod realm and could break through to the middle stage of demigod realm at any time. In 6 days, from the initial stage of demigod to the middle stage of demigod, even if one practices the divine flame devouring heaven art day and night, it would not be as efficient as this. The most important thing is, if one uses the divine flame devouring heaven art to practice, from the initial stage of demigod to the middle stage, the resources that need to be digested are absolutely an astronomical number. Now, after being struck by lightning for 6 days, I can break through. Is there such a good thing in the world? Of course, Ye Bufan also understood that the reason for this was ultimately because of the soul fragments left by Yang Xian. If there were no soul fragments and only the strange golden thunder, there would be no such effect at all. But it doesn't matter anymore. The result is enough. As for the process, it's better not to mention it. It's really too tragic and inhumane. Call. Lying on the ground, Ye Bufan let out a long breath, and soon, he fell into a deep sleep. In fact, after 6 days of inhumane torture, Ye Bufan was already exhausted both physically and mentally. Now that he relaxed, he fell asleep naturally. This sleep lasted for a whole day and a night. When Ye Bufan woke up again, the little fairy still didn't appear. As for leaving here, Ye Bufan didn't even think about it. After all, based on the previous situation and Ye Bufan's initial understanding of the little fairy, it would definitely not be an easy task to ask her to let him go. Instead of doing this, it would be better to practice well and think of a way to leave after completely absorbing Yang Xian's soul fragments. What's more, he is now only one step away from the middle stage of the semi-god realm, and breaking through and advancing is the real thing. Thinking in his mind, Ye Bufan began to prepare for a breakthrough, and with his current situation, he didn't need to practice the divine flame devouring heaven art at all. He just needed to absorb the soul fragments left by Yang Xian in his sea of consciousness. However, Ye Bufan soon discovered the problem. Although he was only one step away from the middle stage of the demigod realm, if he really wanted to break through, the speed was too slow. As the saying goes, it is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but it is difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. Ye Bufan's current situation is that in the past 6 days, he has already gotten used to the feeling of absorbing Yang Xian's soul at a speed more than 10 times faster. Now, without the assistance of the strange golden thunder, the speed of absorbing Yang Xian's soul fragments has returned directly to the beginning. There is a gap of more than 10 times. Who can bear this feeling? Does it mean I will continue to be struck by lightning? Thinking of this in his heart, Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Even Ye Bufan himself couldn't believe that he would have such a thought. Am I born with a tendency to be masochistic? However, without the assistance of golden thunder, the fusion speed would be too slow. Nah, it's just a lightning strike. I've already been struck by lightning for 6 days. I'm not afraid of anything. With this thought, Ye Bufan no longer thought about it, nor hesitated, and shouted directly, "Little fairy, come out quickly, I am going to escape from prison again." Unfortunately, despite Ye Bufan's reminders and shouts, the temple space remained dead silent, and the little fairy did not make any response. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. Are you still taking a shower? That shouldn't be the case. Although this weirdo said she wanted to bathe for 20 hours, 6 days have already passed. Even if she really wanted to bathe for 20 hours, she should have finished it long ago. However, I am about to escape from prison, why is she still not reacting at all? Did he fall asleep? I just don't believe it. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan flashed and came directly to the light curtain at the edge of the space. Then, he pressed his hands directly on the light curtain. Come on, divine flame devouring heaven art. Boom. In an instant, purple fire rose up around Ye Bufan. Asshole. The moment the purple fire rose up, the little fairy's furious voice rang out. Are you finally willing to come out? Ye Bufan smiled calmly in his heart, but the refining of the purple fire did not stop for a moment. You, what do you want to do? The next second, the little fairy's angry voice came. Prison break. Ye Bufan said as a matter of course. Prison break. The little fairy was stunned. For a moment, she seemed to be unable to react. After a moment, the little fairy said in disbelief, You have been struck by the holy prison soul-suppressing thunder for 6 days and 6 nights, and you still dare to escape from prison. Aren't you afraid that this fairy will strike you again? Holy prison soul-calming thunder. Is this Jin Lei's name? This is exactly what I want. Thinking of this, Ye Bufan smiled calmly and said, What is the holy prison soul-suppressing thunder? Do you think I am afraid of it? You want to use this thing to intimidate me? That's impossible. Let me tell you, I have escaped from prison, so what? Holy prison soul-suppressing thunder. Come on, chop me. Chapter 1327 Hello Your Highness, I have a lot of money. Come on, chop me. Come on, chop me. Ye Bufan's unbridled provocative voice echoed throughout the entire divine weapon space. The little fairy was suddenly confused. In the long river of history, in the endless years, she had imprisoned countless creatures. Among these creatures, there were all kinds of creatures, from ants in the transcendent realm to emperors in the Hongmeng realm. She had seen many weird ones, but she had never met a weird one like Ye Bufan, who actually took the initiative to ask her to strike him with the holy prison soul-soothing thunder. What is the holy prison soul-calming thunder? That is the holy prison penal code, which represents pain, torture, and excruciating pain. Not only that, the holy prison soul-calming thunder will also adjust itself according to the strength of the prisoners. If the prisoner is weak, the holy prison soul-calming thunder will be weak. Conversely, the stronger the prisoner, the stronger the holy prison soul-calming thunder will be. In short, the holy prison soul-calming thunder will not kill the prisoners, but will only make the prisoners live a life worse than death when they reach their limits. But the man in front of him was actually begging him to be struck by the holy prison soul-suppressing thunder that others tried to avoid. In a messy and speechless state, the fairy directly uttered 3 words, Psycho. You are the one who is crazy. Your whole family is crazy. You want to imprison me. Let me show you how I will deal with you. Ye Bufan ignored him, shouted angrily, and then continued to refine the magic weapon space. You are so outrageous. In an instant, the fairy became furious. Boom. The next second, a golden holy prison soul-suppressing thunder fell from the sky within the space. Puff. The holy prison soul-calming thunder struck Ye Bufan, piercing through his body and going straight into his soul. Ah! Ye Bufan couldn't help but howl as the heart-wrenching pain came. His whole body trembled and trembled uncontrollably. However, despite the pain, he was also happy because Ye Bufan clearly felt that the moment the holy prison soul-calming thunder entered his sea of consciousness, his fusion of Ouyang Xian's soul fragments returned to more than 10 times the previous speed. This is the feeling I want. The next second, Ye Bufan gritted his teeth, held back his tears, and continued to shout unscrupulously, Ha ha ha, come on, come and strike me, what a crap holy prison soul-suppressing thunder, I tell you, this young master will not surrender. Boom. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, another holy prison soul-soothing thunder struck down. Ah! In an instant, Ye Bufan's heart-wrenching howl echoed throughout the space. Boom. It was also at this time that Ye Bufan's cultivation level broke through instantly, and from then on, he reached the middle level of demigod. This feeling, great. But this is not enough, far from enough. Ha 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 ha, holy prison soul-suppressing thunder, What a great holy prison soul-suppressing thunder, so satisfying, come on, keep striking me, don't stop, whoever stops is a bastard. Neuropathy. Facing Ye Bufan's shouting, the little fairy complained. She did not notice Ye Bufan's breakthrough at all. She just said, since you like being struck by lightning so much, then continue to be struck by lightning. After leaving this sentence, the little fairy fell silent. She was obviously unwilling to continue dealing with Ye Bufan, this psychopath. Ye Bufan didn't care about this. From the beginning to the end, his goal was the holy prison soul-suppressing thunder. Now that the goal has been achieved, the little fairy is naturally no longer important. Boom, boom, boom. The golden holy prison soul-calming thunder fell again and again, and Ye Bufan felt both pain and joy. The outside world, the temple, the holy maiden hall. Now, 7 full days have passed since Ouyang Xian's death. During these 7 days, Lingu Shui was extremely anxious and uneasy. Although she didn't know whether Ye Bufan was alive or dead, Ouyang Xian's death was a fact. Not only that, as the master of the temple and the only powerful servant of the gods in the human camp who can check and balance the demon lord Mo Tianyan, Ouyang Xian's death is tantamount to a catastrophe for the entire human race. Although the current situation in Tianyi remains the same as before, Lingu Shui knows that with the death of Ouyang Xian, the entire human race is actually in danger. If the demon army attacks at this time, the human race will undoubtedly be defeated. What should I do? What should I do? For 7 days, Lingu Shui racked his brains but still could not come up with a solution. It's not that she is incompetent, but in the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies and tricks are in vain. Ouyang Xian is dead, but Mo Tianyan is still alive. Without the servant gods, how can the human race fight against the demons? Although she has now controlled the fact of Ouyang Xian's death, she can hide it for a while, but can she hide it forever? This news will leak out sooner or later, and when that time comes Lingu Shui simply can't imagine it. Ye Bufan was struck by the holy prison soul-calming thunder in the magic weapon space for 6 days and 6 nights, but he was still able to sleep for 1 day and 1 night. However, Lingu Shui had been sleepless for 7 days and 7 nights. Now, she was already exhausted. Squeak. Suddenly, the tightly closed door of the Holy Maiden Hall was pushed open from the outside, and immediately, a slightly harsh sound rang out in the hall. Lingu Shui was awakened instantly. She looked towards the gate of the Saint Maiden Hall. At this moment, the gate had not been completely opened, and Lingu Shui had not seen anyone outside. However, she was anxious and even exhausted. She was furious instantly. Didn't I tell you that no one can disturb me without my permission? Now no matter who you are, get out. However, the people outside obviously ignored Lingu Shui. In an instant, the door was pushed open from the outside. Zhu Ming and Dongfang Chuyu, the 2 deputy temple masters, walked into the Holy Maiden Hall, one on the left and one on the right. Behind them were all the hundreds of demigods in the temple. Seeing this, Lingu Shui stood up from the saint's throne in an instant. She then looked at Zhu Ming and Dongfang Chuyu and shouted angrily, Zhu Ming, Dongfang Chuyu, what do you want to do? Are you rebelling? If only Zhu Ming and Dongfang Chuyu came, Lingu Shui would definitely not have such a big reaction, but the current situation is that not only Zhu Ming and Dongfang Chuyu have come, but also other demigods of the temple have arrived. In this situation, Lingu Shui naturally felt something unusual, even uneasy. However, Zhu Ming, Dongfang Chuyu, and even any of the demigods present ignored Lingu Shui. After they entered the Holy Maiden Hall, they immediately stood on both sides of the hall, led by Zhu Ming and Dongfang Chuyu, with Zhu Ming on the left and Dongfang Chuyu on the right. The strange scene made Lingu Shui stunned. You guys. Before Lingu Shui could speak, a fat man in a brocade robe slowly walked in from outside the hall. Bang bang. After the fat man entered the Holy Maiden Temple, the guards outside closed the door of the Holy Maiden Temple again. There was deathly silence in the hall. Looking at the fat man in brocade robe in front of him, Lingu Shui couldn't help but frown. Mid-level demigod. Lingu Shui was certain that, in her impression, there was no such demigod in the heaven beyond heaven. Who are you? Immediately, her face froze and she looked at the fat man in brocade robe in front of her and asked in a deep voice. Qian Duoduo put his hands behind his back, faced Lingu Shui, smiled slightly, and said, Hello, Saint Lady. I'm Qian Duoduo. You can call me President Qian. Chapter 1328. From now on, I have the final say in the temple. Lots of money. President Qian. Lingu Shui was sure that she had never heard of such a person in Tianyi, but the other party was a powerful demigod, and was at the mid-level demigod realm. Since he was at the mid-level demigod realm, it was impossible that he had just advanced to the realm. Since he had not just advanced to the realm, he could not have been an unknown person before. Therefore, he is definitely not from outside the world. Are you from Shenwu continent? Suddenly, Lingu Shui asked instinctively, since he is not from Tianyi, he can only be from Shenwu continent. As expected of Her Highness the Saint, you guessed it right. Yes, this president is indeed from the Shenwu continent. Qian Duoduo smiled slightly without hiding anything. Are you really from Shenwu continent? Although he had this idea a long time ago, Lingu Shui still couldn't help being shocked and unbelievable when he heard Qian Duoduo admit it himself. Where is the Shenwu continent? That was a forbidden place, where once a warrior cultivated to the soul fusion realm he would be directly expelled. But now, a powerful mid-level demigod realm warrior had appeared in the Shenwu continent. How could Lingu Shui not be surprised? Most importantly, Lingu Shui couldn't help but glance at the other people in the hall. At this moment, whether it was the two deputy temple masters, Zhu Ming and Dongfang Chuyu, or the other semi-god deacons, they all clearly respected Qian Duoduo. The two deputy masters of the temple and all the demigods respect Qian Duoduo. You know, even as the holy maiden of the temple, she couldn't make all these demigods pledge allegiance to her. In fact, not only her, but also Ouyang Xian before couldn't do it. But what about now? Lingu Shui really couldn't imagine how Qian Duoduo subdued these demigods and when he subdued them. Shocked, horrified, unbelievable. Lingu Shui's heart was like a turmoil, and it took a long time for her to calm down. But now that things have come to this, there is no point in thinking about it anymore. After a moment, she looked at Qian Duoduo and asked in a deep voice, "What do you want to do?" There is no smoke without fire. Lingu Shui didn't believe that Qian Duoduo came to the temple for no purpose. This president is here for only two things. Facing Lingu Shui's question, Qian Duoduo spoke directly, then he smiled and said, "The first thing, or you could say it's a question, please tell me where Ye Bufan is now, Your Highness the Saint." Boom. Hearing this, Lingu Shui's heart trembled, and her expression changed drastically. Ye Bufan. That's right. What is your relationship with him? He is my son-in-law. Daughter, son-in-law. That's right, so please tell me, Your Highness, where he is now. I have no idea. Lingu Shui came back to her senses and said through gritted teeth. Have no idea. Qian Duoduo smiled slightly, then slowly walked towards Lingu Shui. You, what do you want to do? Seeing Qian Duoduo walking towards her step by step, Lingu Shui suddenly became extremely nervous. It's a pity that Qian Duoduo never paid any attention to her. After a moment, in front of Lingu Shui, Qian Duoduo looked at her and smiled slightly. Please make way. Lingu Shui was stunned, but still instinctively stepped aside. Qian Duoduo sat on the saint's throne without any hesitation. He then looked at Lingu Shui again and said slowly, "No one can hide what this president wants to know, and no one dares to hide it." Lingu Shui was nervous. Qian Duoduo's expression became serious, and he shouted, "I'll ask you again, where is Xiaofan now?" I really don't know. Lingu Shui said in a panic. Zhu Ming. The next second, Qian Duoduo shouted loudly. "I am here." On the left side of the hall, Zhu Ming took a step forward, faced Qian Duoduo and said with his fists clasped. Qian Duoduo's eyes turned cold, and he said, "This guild leader orders you to take 200 demigods to the Lingu family immediately. Kill all members of the Lingu family, regardless of gender, age or age." Boom. When Qian Duoduo said this, Lingu Shui's heart couldn't help but tremble. Yes. The next second, Zhu Ming responded. Lingu Shui snapped back to her senses. She glared at Qian Duoduo with fiery eyes and gritted her teeth. "How dare you? Why wouldn't this president dare?" Qian Duoduo sneered. "It's just the Lingu family. If the president says to destroy them, then destroy them. What do you want?" Lingu Shui clenched her fists, gritted her teeth, and said with an angry and helpless look on her face. He knew that Qian Duoduo was using the Lingu family to threaten him again, but she had no choice. After all, she couldn't just watch the Lingu family being exterminated. "Answer my question," Qian Duoduo said directly in a cold voice. "I really." Bang. As soon as the word Lingu Shui came out of his mouth, Qian Duoduo slapped the saint's throne under him and shouted coldly, If you dare to say you don't know again, believe it or not, this president will not only annihilate your entire Lingu family, but also strip you naked and parade you through the streets from the sixth heaven all the way to the first heaven. After a pause, Qian Duoduo continued in a cold voice, I can even let you have a taste of what it's like to be slept with by anyone. By then, you won't even be qualified to commit suicide. Buzz. Hearing this, Lingu Shui's whole body trembled violently. A chill surged from her heart and instantly swept through her whole body. Looking at Qian Duoduo, her eyes were full of fear. I'll tell you. Where are the people? Qian Duoduo asked sternly. Lingu Shui said tremblingly, I am not sure, but if he is still alive, then he should have been taken away by a magic weapon. Qian Duoduo frowned. The magic weapon in the temple. Yes, it is. So, Xiaofan was in the temple sanctuary at the time. Yes. Are you sure? I'm sure. Did Yang Xian also die in the temple? Ah. Suddenly, Lingu Shui screamed, and she looked at Qian Duoduo with disbelief. Are you surprised? Qian Duoduo sneered and said, there are 18 Fatian realm guards outside the temple, one of your maids, and the caretaker in the offering room of the Hall of Merit, a total of 20 people. They disappeared out of thin air. You must have killed them to conceal the news of Yang Xian's death, right? Qian Duoduo was not idle during the 7 days. With Ye Bufan's current control over the temple, it was enough for him to find out everything that had happened recently inside the temple, which naturally included the news of these 20 people. Of course, the missing life tablet of Yang Xian in the worship room could not be hidden from Qian Duoduo's investigation. In fact, Qian Duoduo was even shocked when he learned that Yang Xian's life tablet had disappeared. The sudden disappearance of Yang Xian's life card, combined with Lingu Shui's series of reactions, was enough to make Qian Duoduo think of too many things. If Qian Duoduo had not been sure of finding Ye Bufan's whereabouts, and if Feng Hen had not been sure that Ye Bufan was not dead, he would have already found Lingu Shui. But even so, Lingu Shui's behavior of doing nothing in the Holy Maiden Hall for 7 days had exhausted Qian Duoduo's patience, so he came to the door and confronted Lingu Shui directly. Now, with Lingu Shui's confirmation, everything became clear. 7 days ago, Yang Xian and Ye Bufan entered the temple. In the end, Yang Xian died for no reason. In order to conceal the news of Yang Xian's death, Lingu Shui killed those 20 people to silence them. The reason why Ye Bufan disappeared was because he was taken away by the magic weapon. Before Lingu Shui could come back to her senses, Qian Duoduo asked again, what is the origin of that magic weapon? And how can we find it? Lingu Shui exclaimed, I really don't know this. Qian Duoduo frowned. Lingu Shui explained repeatedly, what I said is true. Before that day, I didn't even know that there was a magic weapon hidden in the temple. So what else do you know? Explain. Qian Duoduo rebuked her harshly, and Lingu Shui dared not hide anything anymore. She immediately told him everything she knew, including the fact that Yang Xian wanted to take over Ye Bufan's body. Hiss. As Lingu Shui spoke, everyone present couldn't help but gasp. Yang Xian cultivated the Holy Son and Holy Daughter only to cultivate a body for himself so that he could take over another body and be reborn. Is this still the temple master they knew? He is really too cruel and vicious. Snort. Qian Duoduo snorted coldly. Now he finally knew why Yang Xian died suddenly. After all, others didn't know, but he knew it very well. Ye Bufan had 3 life-saving divine patterns left by Dao Wuya on his body. Yang Xian, who was only at the servant god realm, wanted to take over Ye Bufan's body. That was simply courting his own destruction. Unfortunately, Qian Duoduo was obviously wrong this time. The reason why Ye Bufan did not die was not because of Dao Wuya's life-saving divine pattern, but because of the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra. But this is already important. The key point is that Ye Bufan is still alive, and that is enough. The next second, Qian Duoduo looked at Lingu Shui and said, from now on, I have the final say in the temple. Do you have any objections? No, nothing. Lingu Shui quickly said, the 2 deputy temple masters and all the demigods have already submitted to you, so even if I have some objections, what's the use? Snort. Qian Duoduo snorted coldly and said, this is the best. As long as you cooperate obediently, I will never make things difficult for you. But if you dare to do something behind my back, then I promise that I will definitely fulfill my promise to wipe out your entire Lingu family. Also, I will definitely let you have a taste of what it feels like to be slept with by anyone." Hearing this, Lingu Shui's delicate body trembled, and she quickly said, "Lingu Shui, no, I dare not. From now on, Lingu Shui will definitely follow President Qian's lead." Zhuge Ming. Without paying any more attention to Lingu Shui, Qian Duoduo looked at Zhuge Ming and shouted, "I am here." In the center of the hall, Zhuge Ming clasped his fists. Qian Duoduo said loudly, "Announce to the whole clan, the lord of the temple, Yang Xian, has passed away. From now on, the saintess Lingu Shui will take over the position of lord of the temple." Chapter 13:29 Young man, don't be too impulsive. Announce to the entire clan that the temple master Yang Xian has passed away. From now on, saintess Lingu Shui will take over the position of temple master. What? When Qian Duoduo said this, not only Lingu Shui, but also Zhuge Ming, Dongfang Chuyu and others were shocked. Yang Xian died. The servant of gods falls. For the human race, this is simply devastating news. Once the demons get to know this news, they will surely launch a massive attack. By then, without the powerful servants of the gods, the human race will inevitably be defeated. Defeat means death. Defeat means extinction of the entire clan. Therefore, the most urgent thing that the human race needs to do is to do the same as Lingu Shui did before, and try every possible means to keep this secret for as long as possible. But Qian Duoduo was different. Not only did he not intend to keep the secret, he even planned to inform the entire family. The entire human race knows about it, how could the demon race not know? By doing this, Qian Duoduo is pushing the entire human race into an irretrievable situation. I don't agree. Suddenly, Lingu Shui's firm voice sounded. She looked at Qian Duoduo with a resolute expression and said, "You are committing a crime against the entire human race. You are going to completely destroy the entire human race. I firmly disagree." "You disagree, and you're still resolute." Qian Duoduo sneered. "Don't forget, now, I, the president, have the final say in the entire temple." You. Hearing this, Lingu Shui became furious. Qian Duoduo continued, "Also, do you really think your previous actions were so smart?" "What's the meaning?" Lingu Shui couldn't help but be stunned, a little puzzled. "What's the meaning?" Qian Duoduo sneered and said, "Keeping secrets and stalling for time are good ideas, but the reality is cruel. Even in my opinion, you are just being clever." After a pause, Qian Duoduo continued, "To tell you the truth, the Sky Demon clan has already known that Yang Xian was seriously injured in the battle with Mo Tianyan that day." "What? How is this possible?" Lingu Shui was shocked instantly. Zhuge Ming and others present were no exception. "How is that possible?" Qian Duoduo sneered and said, "Nothing is impossible. The fact is that Mo Tianyan has learned about Yang Xian's serious injury. The reason why he hasn't launched a large-scale attack is that he is not 100% sure of the authenticity of the news. Or once bitten by a snake, you will be afraid of the rope for 10 years. The last time he was plotted by Xiaofan in the temple and was almost besieged by the human race, it has left a shadow in his heart, so he dare not act rashly, but if he doesn't act now, it doesn't mean that he will never act. Once he can't help but make a move, do you think Yang Xian's matter can still be concealed by then?" This. Lingu Shui was slightly speechless, and then asked, "How do you know this?" I said, "There is nothing I can't know as long as I want to know it." Qian Duoduo smiled slightly. "Can?" Lingu Shui frowned. "Even if it is true as you said, Mo Tianyan has really known the news that Palace Master Yang was seriously injured, but at least he still has doubts and dares not act rashly. But if we tell him the news of Palace Master Yang's death at this time, what is the difference between that and asking him to attack the human race directly?" "Of course there is a difference." "What's the difference?" "When true is false, false is true, when false is true, true is false. Sometimes, who can tell the difference between true and false, real and fake?" "What do you mean?" "What I mean is although Mo Tianyan already knows that Yang Xian is seriously injured, he still has doubts. If we suddenly tell him that Yang Xian is dead at this time, he will not believe it. He may even think that this is a conspiracy of the human race and choose to ignore it. But what if he believes it?" "Impossible. If it were you, would you believe it?" You won't believe it, because all of this has a premise, or it can be said to be the biggest doubt in everyone's mind. How could Yang Xian, a powerful servant of the God realm, suddenly perish? Could it be because of a fight with Mo Tianyan? Don't be ridiculous. Mo Tianyan is the first one who doesn't believe this, not to mention others. What's more, the human race is not stupid. If Liang Xian is really dead, it would be too late to keep it a secret, so how could we possibly announce it to the entire race? That's impossible and unreasonable. There is no smoke without fire, and there is no smoke without fire. The more impossible it is, the more he doubts, the less he dares to act rashly. Qian Duoduo said confidently, of course, even if Mo Tianyan can't help but make a move to test him, the result will be the same. If we want to delay time, then it is definitely more beneficial to tell him directly about Liang Xian's death than for him to just know that Liang Xian is seriously injured. At least it can buy us more time. What's more, announcing Liang Xian's death is only the first step. I will make other arrangements later. I will let the seeds of doubt in his heart germinate and grow, and make the situation develop in a direction that is favorable to our human race. Of course, I cannot guarantee what the final outcome will be. After all, he is Mo Tianyan and I am Qian Duoduo. I cannot influence his thoughts at all. I can only do my best. But no matter what, for now, directly announcing Liang Xian's death has become our most advantageous option. After all, Mo Tianyan already knows that Liang Xian is seriously injured. Whether he believes it or not, this is very disadvantageous to us. At least he has put us in a very passive position, so we must turn passivity into initiative. Damn it! As soon as Qian Duoduo finished speaking, Lingu Shui clenched her fists, her face ferocious and angry, and asked, who told the Sky Demon clan this news? Not only Lingu Shui, but all the other demigods in the hall also had angry expressions on their faces. The human race can fight among themselves, but how can they collude with the demons? When one prospers, all suffer, when one suffers, all suffer. Don't they understand this truth? As a human, he actually leaked such important information to the demon clan. This leaker is simply guilty of 1,000 deaths, and his entire clan should be exterminated. But at this moment, Qian Duoduo suddenly smiled and said, the leaker is none other than the Wangfu family in Wangfu City in the fifth heaven. What? When Qian Duoduo said this, everyone was shocked, even Lingu Shui widened her eyes. They all looked at Qian Duoduo in disbelief with their eyes full of disbelief. Wangfu family. The Wangfu family, ranked second among the 108 ancient city families. How is that possible? How could the Wangfu family collude with the heavenly demon clan? Are you telling the truth? How do you know this? The next second, Lingu Shui looked at Qian Duoduo and couldn't help but ask in a deep voice. I have already said that there is nothing I cannot know as long as I want to know it. Qian Duoduo smiled slightly. In fact, he only knew this news in the past 2 days. However, he still looked at Lingu Shui and continued, besides, the entire temple is in my hands now. Do you think is it necessary for the president to frame him for a mere Wangfu family? Hearing this, Lingu Shui was stunned. Indeed, no matter from which angle, Qian Duoduo had no reason to frame the Wangfu family. If he wanted to, he could just destroy it directly. Why go through so much trouble? Damn it! The next second, Lingu Shui shouted angrily, Zhuge Ming, Dongfang Chuyu, bring your people and follow this saint lady to the Wangfu family to destroy these damned judges. Ahem. As soon as Lingu Shui finished speaking, Qian Duoduo pretended to cough lightly and said, Your Highness, the Saint Lady, I, the President of the Temple, have the final say now, so please don't give orders lightly, and the Wangfu family cannot move. Why? Lingu Shui was stunned. She didn't pay attention to Qian Duoduo's previous words of blame, but asked directly, the Wangfu family is a human race, but they betrayed the human race and pushed the entire human race into a place of no return. Don't they deserve to die and be destroyed? They deserve to die, but we can't touch them now. Why? Young man, don't be too impulsive and have a sense of the overall situation. Qian Duoduo smiled slightly, and then said, now that things have come to this, even if the Wangfu family is destroyed, what is the point other than relieving hatred? What's more, once the Wangfu family is destroyed, it will be equivalent to telling the heavenly demon clan that the Wangfu family has been exposed. It is easy to alert the enemy if we do something wrong. How can I carry out my plan then? It would be better to make use of them. Qian Duoduo narrowed his eyes and continued, make the best use of everything and everyone. Sometimes a traitor can also become a sword to win and kill the enemy. Chapter 1330, The treacherous human race wants to trick me again. Make the best use of everything and everyone. Sometimes a traitor can also become a sword that wins and kills the enemy. Make the best use of everything and everyone. Lingu Shui thought about Qian Duoduo's words carefully and had to admit that she was indeed a little impulsive before. Just as Qian Duoduo said, under the current circumstances, even if the Wangfu family was destroyed, it would really have no meaning except to vent hatred. It would be better to take advantage of the situation and let the Wangfu family make some contributions to the human race before they went to destruction. Before Lingu Shui could think about it, Qian Duoduo spoke again. Okay, now, Zhuge Ming, you will announce two things to the entire human race. First, Yang Xian is dead, and second, the saint will take over the position of palace master. Yes, Zhuge Ming responded and left the hall directly. Afterwards, Qian Duoduo looked at Lingu Shui in front of him again and said in a deep voice, "From now on, you are the master of the temple. Apart from executing the orders of this president will not interfere with your freedom. However, please remember that the things in the temple cannot be known to anyone, not even your Lingu family. If anyone violates this president will directly destroy the Lingu family. Do you understand?" Hearing this, Lingu Shui's delicate body couldn't help but tremble. Is this considered a puppet? She felt bitter in her heart, but still said respectfully, "Yes, President, Lingu Shui understands." That's good to know. Qian Duoduo nodded, then looked at Dongfang Chuyu in the main hall and said, "Deputy Hall Master Dongfang, from now on, Lingu Shui is the hall master of the Divine Temple, so the maid who is responsible for her daily living and eating should also be replaced. You can arrange this matter. Just select 12 female demigods from the deacons of the Divine Temple." 12 demigods. And a maid. Lingu Shui knew very well that Qian Duoduo was worried about her. With 12 demigods always by her side, everything about her would be under Qian Duoduo's control. But Lingu Shui was also helpless. He was at the mercy of others. Just as Qian Duoduo said, he had the final say in the current temple. "Yes, President." In the hall, Dongfang Chuyu responded. Qian Duoduo nodded, then waved his hands and said, "Okay, let's all go." Half a day later, two announcements from the temple spread throughout the human race. First, the temple master Yang Xian had passed away. Second, the temple saint Lingu Shui took over as the master of the temple. As soon as the two notices came out, the entire human race was in an uproar. Everyone was shocked, horrified, and unbelievable, but more than that, everyone felt insecure. Palace Master Yang has fallen. How is this possible? He is a powerful person in the servant god realm, how could he fall? It's fake, definitely fake. Yes, this news is definitely false. Someone is spreading rumors. Rumors are bullshit. The temple has already issued a notice, how can it be false? But, Palace Master Yang was fine, how could he suddenly die? It is said that it was because Palace Master Yang was injured in the battle with the Demon Lord, and then he was ambushed by the Saint Sun Ye Bufan and died. What? The Holy Sun attacked Palace Master Yang, which led to his death. Yes. How is this possible? Why would His Royal Highness the Saint Sun attack Palace Master Yang? Of course it's for the position of Palace Master. Bullshit, if His Royal Highness the Saint Sun attacked Palace Master Yang for the Palace Master position, then why after Palace Master Yang died, the Saint Girl took over the Palace Master position? It is said that the Saint Sun's killing of Palace Master Yang was exposed, so after he killed Palace Master Yang, he was captured by the demigods of the temple. Therefore the one who took over the position of Palace Master was not him, but Her Highness the Saintess. Bullshit, if His Royal Highness the Saint Sun was not fully prepared and absolutely sure, would he attack Palace Master Yang? You are simply talking nonsense. But the temple has already issued an announcement. Palace Master Yang has indeed fallen. Oh my god, what should I do? Palace Master Yang is the only powerful servant of the god realm in our human race. Only he can contend with the demon lord Mo Tianyan of the Sky Demon clan, who is also in the servant of god realm. Now Palace Master Yang is dead. Then who else in our human race can counterbalance the demon lord Mo Tianyan of the servant of god realm? If the Sky Demon clan attacks in large numbers at this time, how can we fight against them? It's over. Our human race is doomed now. Ordinary humans were like this. The 108 ancient city families were also completely stunned after hearing this news. They had indeed seen Yang Xian injured in the battle at the temple that day, but how long had it been? It had only been 7 days. How could Yang Xian suddenly die? The news came too suddenly and was too shocking. Even the semi-god realm powerhouses from the 108 ancient city families were panicked for a moment. Why has the human race been able to fight against the demons for 100,000 years without being defeated? It's not because of how strong the human race is, nor because of how good the human race is at fighting, but because the human race always has a servant god to check and balance the servant gods of the demon race. All those below the gods are mortals. If you are not a servant of God, you will never be able to compete with the servant of God. Today, the human race's servant gods have fallen, while the demon race's servant gods are still around. In this situation, let me ask you, what can the human race use to compete with the demon race? The servant of the gods is dead. The sky has collapsed. The human race, the catastrophe has arrived. What to do? What to do? What to do? Amid endless anxiety, all the semi-god level powerful men from the 108 ancient city families of the human race did not hesitate at all, and they all rushed to the human temple in an instant. Beyond the 9 heavens, there is endless starry sky. Here, 4 huge, ancient, yet dilapidated starry sky battleships are docked in the 9th sky. Looking out from the 4 starry sky battleships, one can clearly see the entire Shenwu star. These 4 starry sky battleships are the habitat of the Sky Demon Clan and also the Sky Demon Clan's base camp. At this moment, in the central battleship, the 3 guardians of the Sky Demon Clan, the 18 demon envoys, and hundreds of semi-god sky demons gathered. In front of them, Mo Tianyan was sitting on the demon lord's throne. He was holding his head with his right hand, looking at the hundreds of sky demons in front of him with a frown. A few days ago, the Sky Demon Clan just received news from the Wangfu family that Yang Xian was injured after a battle with Mo Tianyan. Just a few days later, news came that Yang Xian had died, so that the demigods of the Sky Demon Clan were completely stunned. However, compared to the panic of the human race, the demon race was unusually excited. Yang Xian is dead, and the human race's servant god has fallen. Let me ask you from now on, who among the human race can fight against the demon lord in their servant god realm? No one in the human race can stop the servant god, so once the demon lord appears, the human race will surely be defeated. However, not all the demons are fools. Although most of them want to take the opportunity to conquer the human race, there are also many who think that this is a conspiracy of the human race. Among them is the demon lord Mo Tianyan. The dead silent hall. Heavy atmosphere. Brush. Suddenly, a demon stood out in the hall, even with injuries on his body. This demon was none other than Mo Tian, the lord of Shenmu City, who had been captured by Ye Bufan in the 8th heaven. He was also the son of Mo Yan, one of the 3 guardians of the demon clan. Originally, Mo Tian, like other demons, was arranged by Ye Bufan in the cemetery of gods and demons. It was Qian Duoduo who asked Nizi to release him a few days ago. After Mo Tian was expelled to the heaven beyond heaven by the Senluo Wanxiang Zudian formation, Qian Duoduo personally sent him back to the 8th heaven in secret. After Mo Tian returned to the heavenly demon clan, he claimed that although he was seriously injured before, he had luckily escaped the human race's encirclement and had been hiding in the 8th heaven to recuperate for the past few days. For this reason, Mo Tian deliberately pretended to have returned to Shenmu City, and secretly dealt with the 4 flying heavenly demons guarding the teleportation array who saw him walking out of the teleportation array. In addition, he was the son of Moyan, one of the 3 great guardians, so naturally no heavenly demon would suspect him again. In this way, Mo Tian naturally became Qian Duoduo's spy in the demon clan. The reason why Qian Duoduo knew that the Wangfu family was passing messages to the heavenly demon clan was because of Mo Tian. After all, as the son of one of the 3 guardians of the heavenly demon clan, Mo Tian was able to find out much more information than Mo Zan and the others did. At this moment, standing in the hall, Mo Tian faced the demon lord Mo Tianyan, clasped his fists, and said with a determined look, "Master Demon Lord, since the human race's servant god is dead, what are we waiting for? I am willing to lead my troops to attack the human race immediately. Please give me a chance to avenge my previous shame." Madness. After Mo Tian finished speaking, Mo Tianyan, who was thinking, immediately came back to his senses and then scolded. Mo Tian couldn't help but be stunned. Mo Tianyan continued, "Don't you think about it. If Yang Xian was really dead, would the human race still publicize it so loudly? Would they dare to publicize it so loudly? Aren't they afraid that my Tianmo clan will directly invade after knowing this news? Motian, your idea of avenging your previous humiliation is good, but you also need to use your brain. Do you really think that the servant of the god is so vulnerable? Let me tell you, in this world, only gods can kill gods. With that shameless guy surnamed Yi, even if Yang Xian was really injured, he would not be able to do it, let alone be qualified to kill Yang Xian. So this must be another evil plot that the shameless guy surnamed Yi came up with. A cold voice and an angry look. After Mo Tianyan pondered, he made a judgment in his heart. The treacherous human race wants to trick me again. Humph, this demon lord will not fall for it. Chapter 1331 Abandon the seventh heaven and defend the sixth heaven. The treacherous human race wants to trick me again. Humph, this demon lord will not fall for it. In Mo Tianyan's opinion, this must be a conspiracy of the human race. Their purpose is to lure him into attacking the human race. As for what will happen after he attacks the human race, although Mo Tianyan doesn't know, he knows clearly that it is definitely a huge pit, which will do more harm than good to the demon race. Faced with Mo Tianyan's confidence, all the demigod demons present hesitated for a moment. Although many demons among them also believe that this is a conspiracy of the human race, their thoughts are just guesses. What if all this is true? On the surface, it seems unreasonable for the human race to directly announce the news of Yang Xian's death. It is very likely that Yang Xian is not dead, and the human race wants to plot against the heavenly demon clan. But it is also possible Yang Xian is really dead, but the human race did the opposite. They did not conceal the truth, but announced it directly to the public, in order to make the heavenly demon clan mistakenly believe that this is a conspiracy of the human race and dare not act rashly again. This possibility is not impossible. Immediately, Mo Yan, one of the three guardians, stood up and looked at the demon lord and said, "Sir, although this is very likely a conspiracy of the human race, what if it is true?" After a pause, Mo Yan continued, "If Yang Xian really has fallen, and we do nothing, wouldn't that be a pity? So, in my opinion, we might as well give him a try." "Try? How?" Mo Tianyan frowned and said, "If we just send troops to invade the human race, we won't be able to lure out the demigod Yang Xian. If we want to test whether Yang Xian is really dead or faking his death, I can only do it myself. But if this is really a conspiracy of the human race, then once I take action, I will inevitably be plotted against by the human race. At that time, once I am seriously injured or killed, what else can my heavenly demon clan use to fight against the human race?" Just as Qian Duoduo said, "Once bitten by a snake, one will be afraid of ropes for 10 years. In the battle 7 days ago, the demon lord was plotted against by Ye Bufan and was almost besieged by human demigods and unable to escape. This incident has become a thorn in Mo Tianyan's side. Now that only a few days have passed, how could he dare to take risks easily?" Suddenly, Mo Yan was speechless. Mo Tianyan continued, "Moreover, in my opinion, the claim that Yang Xian was ambushed by the shameless man named Yi and died is simply nonsense. Do you think it is possible for a demigod to kill a servant god? But sir, the family has sent news that Yang Xian was seriously injured after the battle with you. They saw it with their own eyes. Under this premise, since Yang Xian was seriously injured, he may not be unable to succeed. What if the information they passed on to us was false? This shouldn't be the case, right? After all, we have been working together for so many years. HMPH, those who are not of my race must have different hearts. Nothing is impossible. Moreover, 7 days ago, I fought with Yang Xian. Neither of us used our full strength. How could he be seriously injured because of this? Didn't that family say that Yang Xian failed to break through, so? Do you believe this? Or is this just something he pretended to be doing? Okay, you don't need to say anything more. It's impossible for me to attack the human race right now, but after a pause, Mo Tianyan continued, your concerns are not wrong. The human race may be doing the opposite now, in order to make us mistakenly think that this is a conspiracy of theirs and not dare to act rashly. So we can't take this matter seriously, but we can't ignore it completely. So let's observe first. After all, if Yang Xian is really dead, it will be a matter of time before we take down the human race. There is no need to rush. Also, tell that family that after we take over Shenwu Star, break the outer restrictions and leave, the matter of Shenwu Star being ruled and managed by them will still count, but you have to remind them that it's best not to play any tricks on us, otherwise even if we can't deal with them, based on what they have done over the years, the human race will definitely not let them off easily. Although such people cannot be fully trusted, they are not necessarily unusable. So, let them find a way to quickly verify whether Yang Xian is really dead or just faking his death. Yes, I understand. Sixth Heaven, Temple Square. You have come at the right time. This saint, no, this palace master has been looking for you. Looking at the demigods from various major families gathered in the temple square with solemn and anxious expressions, Lingu Shui spoke directly. In the crowd, Lingu Yudao was the first to ask in a trembling voice, Shui, the matter of Palace Master Yang. It's true. Before Lingu Yudao finished speaking, Lingu Shui, with a dejected look on her face, spoke first. After hearing this, the demigods present were at a loss for a moment. Although the temple announcement had prepared them mentally, they still found it difficult to accept when Lingu Shui personally admitted that Yang Xian was dead. How could Yang Xian die? How could Yang Xian die? The next second, the current patriarch of the Wangfu family, Wangfu Wuji, who was at the peak of the semi-god realm, suddenly asked, Your Highness the Saint, no, Palace Master Lingu, I don't know where Palace Master Yang's remains are now. We want to pay our respects. Want to worship Yang Xian. Lingu Shui was angry. You want to verify whether Yang Xian is alive or dead. The next second, Lingu Shui hesitated for a moment and said, Patriarch Wangfu, and everyone present, I am truly sorry. To be honest, Palace Master Yang was murdered by Ye Bufan. He originally wanted to destroy the body and leave no evidence, so Palace Master Yang did not leave behind a body. What? Not even a body was left. In an instant, everyone was shocked and even furious. Damn it, what on earth does this kid want to do? Doesn't he know that Palace Master Yang is the pillar of our human race? He actually